Do you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
All right. Now we should be better.
Nope.
Hey, good echo.
Now we're echoing here.
Yep.
Now I got to undo the other one I just did.
Although
Oh, wait.
apparently the silence makes it the best show ever.
Yeah, that's what Brian Walsh is saying.
The echo stopped. I don't know what happened.
Stopped
there.
here.
Okay.
Can they hear us?
Can you hear us? Hello.
Yeah, they should be able to because I can see it on the system sound here. So, okay, from the top. Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Show, episode 407. Today we have special guests Charles West, Ron Beihler, Terry Trapp, authors of the RIBS BBS system. On
Well,
the
not
panel,
me. I'm not an author. I'm just a user.
Okay. On the panel today, we have Ron Deluxe.
And I do like the Black Beauty.
Okay. Yours truly, the button pusher, Kevin Holloway.
Hello again.
And Grant Leedy, who apparently got caught by the storm. Marco.
Nope. I am here. I was at Bucky's. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. And back to Marco, this time maybe with audio.
This is a show of audio problems.
All right. Rick Euland.
What now?
Yep, there you are.
Okay.
And you're muted, Rick.
Okay. So
and
today's, are we here?
Yep.
Okay, so today's error, HTML error, is 407, proxy authentication required. We've all failed that so far. So let's all kind of get our authentications.
Because we keep selecting
It's just the
wrong...
audio authentication that's screwed today. So
Yeah, we keep picking the wrong inputs.
So,
All right. Next, where were we? Okay. L Curtis Boyle.
welcome to the show, everyone.
Okay, that was the Jackie Chan version.
I was thinking Bruce Lee, but sure.
Okay. Next over, we have Terry Trapp.
Hello.
And the first one that worked today. All right, on the next row, we've got Thunder from Down Under, Nick Marentes.
Good night, everyone.
Hi, Nick.
And Ken Waters.
Oh, hello. How is everybody doing today?
And we got Jeffrey.
Live long and prosper.
Okay. And next over, Charles West.
Yo, yo, yo.
Okay. And on the last row, we got Ron Beihler.
Hello, and it's actually Ron Beihler, just to correct that.
Oh, I never realized that. I've been saying it wrong for 30 years.
Hey, it's not how it's spelled, you know.
Could be Bueller.
Yeah, oh, and that's kind of what the origin was. Yes.
Okay. So what was that again? So I can write it down.
It's actually Beihler. Pretend the
Yeah, I had to write that
I
down
is
too, because I know I'm going to say it wrong.
Yeah, no worries.
How about Beeler?
That works for
There
that.
you go.
You can use Super Deluxe.
All right. Next over, Henry Strickland.
Hello, world.
And sneaking in at the last second, we got David Ladd.
Why, hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. Please sit, stay a while, and enjoy the entertainment.
Okay. And sneaking in at the very last second, Wingnut.
Another Ron.
The other Ron.
No, he's still getting his audio. In the chat, we got Marco, Kevin Holloway, Michael Zwiffel, Exile in Paradise, Sixy, La Coco Strangiato, Jim Rye, TJB Chris, Kevin Reichard, Mark Siegel, Tom Eric Gunderson, Brian Walsh, J.E. Jones, 3141, Wayne Campbell, and who have I not mentioned yet?
Mark Overholzer.
I'm all over that.
Yeah, he's in there all over the place. David Lord, there we go.
Yeah.
Dave and Sharon Veery.
David. Yep.
All right, I think we're up to date here. All right, first up, ribs.
It's not just for dinner.
That's right. So Curtis, take it away.
Okay, well,
Let me
big
see if I can
thank
highlight
you.
everybody.
Big thank you for all of our guests here. Some of the original authors of Ribs, a person that's actually got Ribs up and running on the internet right now, which is Terry. We'll actually be doing some demonstrations of that a little bit later on. But first of all, for a lot of our European and Australian users where phone rates were just incredibly bad for modems back in the late 80s and early 90s, some of them have never been on a BBS, even though they were on the CoCo, in that time period, because it was just too expensive where they are. Whereas in North America and Canada and the US, I think it was actually fairly popular. I know my little town had 60 BBS running at one point. So I guess one thing I'll ask you guys first, and this will include Terry as well, just to get a bit of background on you guys. What was the first computer you guys ever used? Could be in school or whatever. And what was the first computer you ever owned? And then how did you eventually get to the CoCo? And I guess we'll just go across on the order I'm seeing on the screen. So Charles first.
Let's see. My start with it, a friend of mine named Frank in middle school, so 7th grade, came to school with a TRS-80 Model 1. I guess you'd call it a programming guide that he got from Radio Shack. He didn't own one, and neither did I. But he brought it to school, and I'm like, "Can I borrow that?" And so I just, read through it, and I just became fascinated with it. And so I'd go down to the local Radio Shack, and I would write little programs until they came out. So the first computer I owned was a Tandy Color Computer 1, 4K with a cassette little module on it, plugged into a color TV. My dad got it for me for, I want to say, my 14th birthday. So yeah, and I just went nuts programming on the thing. I found last week I was going through some old boxes of memorabilia, and I found some old code that I'd written, some games that would run on the 4K. Maybe I should scan them and make them available to somebody. Somebody might want them. I had like a lunar lander game, and like a Tron Cycles game, and a few other things. So yeah, that's how I got into that, and then eventually got the Color Computer 3, and got involved in that later on.
Okay, and Ron? Beihler, sorry, got it wrong right off the start.
Yeah, there we go, perfect. First one I worked on was actually in high school, and we did a dial-up into a mainframe. So 110 baud going through a teletype, paper tape for saving the program, stuff like that. And then school got really lucky and we got some Apple IIs. That was what we started with. And like I say, I was hooked at that point. You could do this. I mean, it was kind of crazy. And then after that, the CoCo 1 was one of my first one, 4K. We could not wait to upgrade it to 16 and actually extended color basic. Oh my gosh. I mean, that was heaven, you know. Then the $500 floppy drive down the road. And like I say, the stuff is just insane how much we paid in that day and age. But that's what we did. But yeah, I was pretty much hooked from there.
Do you remember what you like? You were obviously on a timeshare, what, a mini or a mainframe or something? The original teletype.
Yeah,
Do you remember what it
it
was?
was a mini mainframe. I remember they called it Max, but I just don't remember what kind of system it was on. But I mean, it could handle quite a few of us. Our computer lab, I think we had about 6 systems there. The bigger high school, I think they had a lab of about 12 that they would log into. So it obviously was fairly capable at that point.
Like maybe a PDP-11 or something, or
yeah, that's kind of my guess. I mean, we did have a 300 buds CRT. That was really nice when we could run that, but most of us were stuck in little teletypes, noisy things.
Yep, I do remember that. And Terry.
Yeah, so my first computer was Tandy Color Computer 1. And I got that whenever I was 9 years old. I was, super upset because I really wanted that Atari 2600. But I'm like, okay, this space assault game, this is kind of fun. It's like that's neat. And so, kind of started there. And it wasn't until later did I even start, dealing with like any of the programming or anything to do with it. But that next Christmas, I got a DC Modem 1B, which was my introduction to the world of online stuff. And so there were a lot of Commodore 128 boards and things like that, or Commodore 64 and 128 boards, stuff like that were out there that I would connect to with that. And that's really that was the hook. It's like being able to do something here and have something really, really far away happen. That was the thing for me. Really loved the online stuff, and that I wish I still had that DC Modem 1B, because I spent so many years at 300 baud, and it was just you dial it up, you hear the tone, you click that little button, and hang up.
Connect.
It was great.
Yeah. And actually, since Marc is officially a guest on the show here, and I don't really think we usually talk to him about his history too much. How about you?
Mm-hmm. My first one was a Sinclair 1000. And then after I went to work for Radio Shack, I picked up a CoCo 2, worked with that for a while, then later CoCo 3.
Yeah.
So.
And just for completeness, I started the 4K CoCo as well in September of 1981.
I'll add here that Marc and I met each other. We were both part of the Oklahoma City Color Computer Club. So yeah, what was it? Central Oklahoma Computer Organization. So it was CoCo, right? So it worked out
yeah
nicely.
And you guys found some of the old newsletters there. We'll have to get scans of.
Yeah. I was treasurer of the club for a little while, and was part of producing the newsletter. So there was like 3 or 4 of us. We typeset it, go make plates, and go run them on. It wasn't a hand crank, but it wasn't far from it. An actual printing press, and then we had to bulk mail the things. So, yeah.
Okay, so obviously it sounds like everybody started with CoCo 1s or 2s first, then progressed to the CoCo 3. Now, obviously, RIBS, which we'll be getting into more detail here shortly, it requires OS 9 level 2 to run and a CoCo 3 to run, for that matter. Did you guys get into OS 9 before, like quite a bit ahead, or like were you into it on, say, the CoCo 1 and 2, original OS 9 level 1, or did you guys just start getting into when the CoCo 3 came out and there was a lot more power, the windowing system, everything else, and then start entertaining about maybe possibly running BBSs in the future?
Well, for me, I did not get into OS 9 until I got the CoCo 3. And I was, writing and developing software for, regular Color Basic, and, I had some other side projects. I was writing for a local metal recycler and stuff like that. And it was honestly RIBBS that got me into OS 9. And I don't think I did any other projects in OS 9. I learned Basic 09 for developing ribs. So, yeah.
Oh, cool. I didn't realize that. I thought you would have been into it a bit before that, but that was actually your kicking stone there to get into it.
Yeah, I had, in college, I'd taken a course in Pascal, and I immediately noticed the similarities between Basic 09 and Pascal. And so I just kind of took to it like a duck to water. It was pretty easy.
Well, in my case, actually started with OS 9 level 1. I believe ribs. I'm 90% sure it was actually running on a CoCo 2 at one point in time. Very stripped down because it was based off of that original BBS program. So, yeah, like I say, couldn't do any of the bells and whistles. It was very, very limited and incredibly slow. I believe it's a standalone program. I don't even know if I even had modules at that point. Had to have the I/O, but that was just about it. But yeah, that was kind of where that all started. I mean, many, many days on OS 9 level 1. So when level 2 came out, there was a lot of pluses. Just the memory alone. I mean, that was insane. So
yeah. Now, the windowing system is what really sold me, because I toyed with OS 9 level 1, but it was kind of limited. Like Basic 9 was a pretty big language. The OS is taking a chunk of RAM. Your programs had to be quite small, even if you packed them. So it was an experiment basically for me. But once level 2 came out and the windowing came, and you could start switching between windows and running multiple programs at the same time, where you could actually see the output rather than doing the ampersand and have everything overwrite itself, line by line from 3 different programs at once in level 1. It was huge difference.
Yep.
Were you running with an RS-232 pack under level 1 too then, or were you running the Bitbanger at that point?
It was always RS-232 pack. Yeah, but it's always been that way.
Okay. And Terry?
Yeah, again, it's kind of sketchy. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be a bit rough on the edges, remembering all this stuff.
Oh yeah.
So with OS 9, my first experience with OS 9 was on the Color Computer 2. So I had a 2, and one of the guys at the local computer club gave me like a whole OS 9 pack, like the little pack that came from Radio Shack that had like the red book, the blue book, and all of that kind of stuff in it. Gave that to me, and I poked around with it. I'm like 13, 14 years old, and couldn't do much with it. It's like, oh, okay, I can make it. I can do basic programs in this. I think it had Basic 09 in it, but I really couldn't. I didn't get it. And I had no mentor or anyone to really kind of help me with it. And then later on, I have a friend. His name's Trix Ferrer, and he had an eliminator. He had like a CoCo 3 and all that stuff. And this was whenever I was already in high school, and he exposed me to what OS 9 did. OS 9 level 2 could do, and I'm like, oh man, I want that. It's it's like the minute he hit that clear button and it went to a whole new screen, that was magic. That was just the coolest thing ever. And he was running, I believe he was running a ribs board, and I'm like, okay, I want to know how to make this happen. So I remember going through the whole process of, getting it all, buying OS 9, getting things set up, and I had a 2400 baud modem, and it went to the Bitbanger, and no, that didn't. We weren't able to make it be happy with the Bitbanger, even though we went through a few iterations of trying to get it to work with that. And so from there, went ahead and got I believe I got a Y cable and RS-232 pack, and it was just really cool, man. Like, it's like the windowing, hooked me. The thing I loved about it was the being able to do I/O redirection. So we would do we would get into the chats on the OS 9 forum in Delphi, and we do crazy stuff like redirect proc out to the to the modem, and it would display that. And then he had recompiled the cursive program, and so you could write big cursive letters and redirect that out, and people were like, how are you doing that? Because there's nothing, you can't do it on a PC or anything. Most folks that were on those forums were on PCs. It's like, yeah, man, we can do it with OS9. We just redirect whatever we want out to the modem, and it just sends it.
Yeah, and that's in another window from your terminal program you're logged in with, because the PC guys
Right.
were running DOS at that point. So
yeah, they had no concept of being able to switch between different shells and programs running at the same time. And it was cool. It's like I'd written bulletin boards in BASIC, just stupid dumb stuff that you could do in high school, where you don't have much experience with anything, barely be able to have a message base that was operational in Color Basic, and use one of the RS-232 drivers that would basically, redirect whatever would go to the screen out to the modem and take input, and put it in the keyboard buffer, that kind of thing. And it's like Ribs, on the other hand, it's like, man, that's big time. That's real stuff. And then FidoNet, wow. It's like I can sit here and, be able to send a message across the country, to someone else, and
or across the world.
Yeah, across the world. Yeah. I mean, that was the coolest thing ever, and it's like, I'm in, I was in Nashville, Tennessee. And like, I think we were net 116, and I was like node 41 or something like that. That was back in 1991. I think I wasn't even 20 years old yet. But those are just fun times, man. Those were just really cool to be able to make that work. And it's like, these other guys on the call here, Charles and Ron, they were people, they were gods. I've seen your names more than half my life, fellas. I've seen it on the computer screen. So it's really cool, to be able to meet y'all, because, it's like, you're real people that really made this program work. It's just neat.
Yeah, I have to agree. FidoNet was a big thing for me, because I did have some roommates that ran PCs with Opus and Fido itself, where I first saw the CoCo Echo and the OS9 Echo, and later on the OCN Echo. And then Bill Noble, my partner in crime with Nitrous 9, ended up running Ribs too. In fact, he was one of the guys who did a little bit of development on the side for it while we were doing Nitrous 9, because of course we'd be tweaking Nitrous 9 so Ribs would run better, type thing.
I think
which actually
Curtis is being a little too modest, because you also helped out with that project.
I did?
Yeah, I remember. I called you a few times.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's right, actually, because I think that was when I was really delving to Basic 09 and Run B and kind of figuring out, this works better if you do it this way versus, what the manual said, type thing. But Bill did, I think, more development work for you guys than I did. Because I know we wrote some handheld utilities.
In West Gale, and it's been 30 years, so I don't remember exactly what everybody did, but you guys were more into the assembly drivers than I was, certainly. So y'all were a huge help when it came to handshaking with the PC nodes and such.
Yeah, I do remember doing some of the RS-232 pack drivers, and also the ones for the Eliminator, the 6552 chip. So there's a few of those that we did, yeah. Yeah. MarcB?
When you knew it, after 40 years, my CoCo finally decided to give an error on the very time that I actually wanted to show something.
Whatever you're going to show us, do you have it in the emulator you can show?
Well, it's okay. Now the keyboard wants to work after the 5th time of powering it up. What I was going to do, attempt to find, was, Chuck, I still have your kaleidoscope program.
Really?
I was going to pull that cat, get out of here. So I was going to pull that up and put it on the TV back there, but
if you want to do that, I can get into the chat here, because there's a couple mentions. James Jones, who worked for MicroWare, he says there was an Oklahoma City users group, or CoCo users group. Wish I'd known. I went to a 6809 group that was held at a dentist's house. So apparently there was a separate club for 6809 in general, whether it's gimmicks or SWTPC or CoCo or whatever.
Oh, I remember James Jones. He was so cool, and he had a lot to do with developing programs that would do like 4-part harmony sound. I think it was Color Quaver. Was that the one that he did?
No, that was Dennis Bathory Kits.
Okay, he did something similar to that, and I can't remember the name of it now. But yeah, he was really heavily involved in that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I mean, with some of the stuff I've done with Nitrous 9 Ease of Use here, including the basic 9 optimizations I've been working on probably the last 4 or 5 years, he's actually been one of the main testers. He found some of the bugs, and he recently just redid GFX2, so it's faster for parsing through to figure strings out to what command you're doing. In some cases, up to 40% faster. So that'll be part of the next DOU release. I'm not sure when that's happening yet, but that's definitely going to be in there, and I've got a few more tweaks to add myself. But he's been quite instrumental in progressing Nitrous 9 Ease of Use. So big thank you to James.
Yeah, tell him hi for me next time you talk to him. It's been forever.
I can say hi to him right now. He's in the chat watching live. So.
Oh, is he? Oh, hey, James. Hey, James. Yeah, I remember when he went off to work for Microware. Or was it Microware? Yeah, I think it was.
Okay, so before I get into questions about the development of ribs, etc., I just wanted to quickly ask everybody, how long did you actively either work on ribs or actually run a ribs BBS, just to kind of get, time span scales here? Like I know, Ron, you kind of had to retire from it because real life started taking over and things like that. So, and since you're kind of the first person working on ribs, I'm going to get you to go first and then Charles.
Honestly, 4 or 5 years, I'm not even sure at this point. Like I say, that was a long time ago, and not really sure when it actually kicked off. Again, got interested in the BBS, tried a couple other systems. I was not happy with it. I know the one I started with was PBBS for the CoCo, and it was hard-coded for everything. It's like I hated the menus. It's like, this has to be better. So again, I'm not really sure when that all kind of transitioned from one direction to the other. But yeah, it was,
I mean, the fact that you actually read on level, or that you started ribs on level 1, I didn't even know that until just today. So that was, you obviously started earlier than I thought.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. So yeah, original ones were run off a floppy. It's like, getting the hard drive was a 5 megabyte hard drive or some crazy thing.
For $1,000 or something like that.
It was expensive, and I bought it secondhand. So yeah, it was kind of crazy. But yeah, that was so much better than floppies.
Yeah, it's no halt. It's 10 times faster. It holds a ton of stuff. Yep.
And at one point, I even had these little mini floppies, if I recall, some sort of secondary drive, and they were bigger, which was nice. But yeah, they were little crazy.
Like 3.5s, you mean, or something?
Well, they were smaller, they were smaller than 3.5s. It was a specialty little drive, but again, it was a little quicker. And I could hold more, so that was incredibly helpful. So, but yeah, it was part of my life for so long at that point. And like I say, the relations and everything, that really, looking back at the times, it kind of changed me as a person. I mean, I'm talking people on the phone that are running my software, all the people helping. I mean, it was, gosh, at one point, I think I had about 8 to 10 beta testers. I can't remember who helped on the manual. Might have been my buddy Paul Sweat. I seem to remember he was involved in that. But yeah, it was really interesting, and I had no idea. It's like, I'm a 20-year-old. I mean, I'm hearing from all these people, and they're helping me out. And so, like I say, it was quite the team effort, but it was a very enjoyable part of my life for sure.
Cool. And then Charles, since you kind of took over from Ron later on, how long were you involved with it, both writing for it and running a rib system?
Let me see here. So, well, the first BBS that I started working on was, I was in college, and a friend of mine there had a Model 3, and he was running a BBS out of his dorm room. It was an older piece of software called Green Machine. And he and I would work late in the night, just messing around with, improving things on that, rewriting stuff. And I credit that with kind of my early exit from college. I wouldn't go to my classes the next day because he and I were up until late at night. But after that, I had another friend that ran a bulletin board on a Model 3, and it was called Genesis. And we set it up so that I could remotely, on our little 300 baud modems, I could log into his BBS and drop it into like a DOS mode, and then I could develop it remotely. It was the first time I'd heard of anybody doing anything like that, but on like a Model 3. But anyway, we had a lot of fun with that. And then later, I started running the Color Computer Club's BBS called CoCoNet, and wanted to switch that over to something more robust. So somehow, I don't remember the exact sequence, but I had like 3 BBSs running out of my apartment at once. I had like 4 phone lines coming in. So I was running, the Genesis one on the Model 3. I had the CoCoNet one on. It wasn't even a CoCo. It was another 6809 based machine that somebody had put together. It was Bob Pace, who was like the first president of the Color Computer Club in the Oklahoma City area. But I'd taken that over, and then I saw RI BBS, and I was just like, now this is cool. This is something I can get my teeth into, and make the Color Computer Club one, a better machine. And then I also started my own bulletin board called Arrakis, because big Dune fan. I got Dune crap all over the walls here.
Arrakis is one I remember seeing in the taglines on the OS9 Echoes.
So
where I first met you, quote unquote.
So there was a time that I was working with RIBBS, and my bulletin board had gotten so popular that I noticed it was taking like 2 hours a night to pack the messages, where it would go in and delete the old messages, and then pack in the newer messages that take space. And so I got to digging around in OS9 and found some system calls that I thought would help. So I contacted Ron. I said, hey, can I get the source code to the pack message module for RIBBS? And he was very gracious and sent it to me. And so I worked with it a little while, and we ended up uploading it to Ron's system for other people, to use, other sysops to use. And it was pretty popular. And so, and it worked a lot faster. It was because it was doing things in chunks instead of just one message at a time. So I think that was, part of the reason that Ron decided to hand the project to me whenever he needed to take a step back.
Did you remember roughly how long you were involved then, as far as developing and or running?
I want to say about 3 to 4 years. That sounds about right. I was,
and as you mentioned, you were running several at once here because you're running the club one as well as your own.
Yeah. So, and then at one time, Marc Bosley was one of the nodes. So I was, let's see, FidoNet 1:147.61.0, and I think Marc was the .1 on that. So he was a good person to bounce things off of whenever I was, developing changes.
I'm good at breaking stuff.
Yeah.
I had a guy named here named Ted, but that was my equivalent.
I have to mention, whenever Ron handed the project over to me, the person that was probably the most influential and helpful at that time was Warren Brock.
Yeah, I definitely recognize his name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was an immense help. So yeah, we miss you, Warren.
Yeah, I was sad to hear. I had no idea he'd passed away. Just want to take a couple comments from the chat here before I continue. David Lord says, I tried to run a ribs board. It lasted about 2 hours until my wife tried to call home and received a modem tone in her ear. That's why you have a separate phone line.
You have to.
Yep, absolutely you have to. He also mentioned that he had an RC32 pack and a 1200 baud modem. He did not have a no-halt controller, just a plain old J&M controller with 5 1/4 and 2 3.5-inch floppy drives. So his storage wasn't too bad, but the halting, I think, probably would have caused some issues with some menus and stuff. It definitely ran better on no halt, even on floppy. Yeah, he said the missus did not handle it appropriately. Peter Willett points out, I remember using a program named Cuts to be able to transfer binaries to CoCo-related BBS sites. I remember that from the listserv as well, where it encoded, 64-bit text, I think, and you'd have to decode the uncut stuff. So I remember that a little bit myself. And then, Ron, how long were you a tester or actively running a BBS yourself? Or Marc, I should say.
I don't remember.
I'm going to hear that a lot from you today, aren't I?
Yeah, I think so. Too much time has passed. Now I can't even figure out how to work this remote. So I found that Kaleidoscope program, but it's a little skewed on the screen here. But Chuck wrote this. Actually, this is the slow one. I was trying to get the TV to play nice like it used to. I don't know if you guys can see it.
I don't see a screen from you.
No, I'm not sharing it. It's on this TV in the back here.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't have a way to capture my CoCo. So, yeah, the little screen in the back there.
Okay.
I think I can turn it a little
I
bit.
can faintly see it, yeah. Hope it's big enough for the viewers to see, too.
That was one way, and then let's see.
Actually, Marc, if you zoom up your screen temporarily so we just see you, it'll make it big enough maybe for others to see as well.
I'll tell you what, once you keep talking, I'm going to try to get this thing centered so it would be more visible. It's half cut off right now. It is just a matter of putting this thing in the right mode.
Okay.
I may not even own the source to that anymore.
Was it in BASIC or assembly?
BASIC. So, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so while you're getting that set up, I'll start concentrating on Ron a bit to get to the origin of ribs. You know, you mentioned that you had started it in level 1. You had based it on early BBS system. Which one was that again?
I think it was PBBS, and that was an OS9 based. Now,
you remember who the author for that one was? I remember the name, but I took a quick look and couldn't find it offhand. But I've got some discs to go through.
I believe I think he was West Coast, if I recall. But I know originally I bought the runtime version of it, and then it basically went back and is like $100, and I actually got the source code later down the road.
And so it's commercial, wasn't a shareware or anything? It was an actual commercial?
It was a commercial program. And that did cause some controversy at one point down the road. Because so here I am remodifying his code to make it run faster, put machine language routines in for the I/O and things like that. Because imagine on level 1, it was very, very slow. I mean, it could barely keep up with 300 baud. So, did all these modifications and went back to him at one point, and I was like, he was kind of getting out of it. He's moving on to PC at that point, but I'm like, hey, I've got these routines. I've made some changes. I think I actually even added a small menuing program in there. And went back to him, and he's like, nope, he had no interest. He pretty much shut it down. And so I figured, okay, I'll go ahead and keep developing it. And pretty much every module was just a brand new module. But the controversy came in at one point in time. Here I modified his program. So routines like line in, line out, character in, character out, which are very common for us ribs people now, that I had those names. So here I used all the same names, nomenclature on that, and down the road there's a gentleman up in Canada, and I got a bunch of grief. And he's like, well, you pirated this program, you copied it. I'm like, no, this is the origins. Once he understood it, he actually did a fact check. He went through most of the modules, checked the sizing, checking the CRC on it and things like that. He's like, okay, these are not even close.
Yeah.
And I pointed out machine language routines. His never had that. But it was kind of an interesting little deal. He turned into one of the better testers. I believe, I know he wrote a Kermit routine at one point in time for it. He did some of the original transfers, for the FidoNet when that all came out later. But yeah, like I say, Kermit, you don't ever hear about that anymore. But so like I say, it was kind of interesting origins, an interesting start. But then at that point, I was hooked. I'm a young guy. I have nothing else going on. And, and we just kept going with that. And like I say, it was a good time.
Yeah. Honestly, we went through the same thing with Nitrous 9 because the first couple of years when it was commercial, we couldn't legally just give the modules no matter, because we were changing the originals that we had disassembled ourselves. And of course, there was obviously some possible copyright issues in my course. We had to write these huge patch programs that took several disks to go through and just patch and patch and patch. And then eventually after, I don't know, 16 versions of release or something like that, we finally said, you know what? These modules have changed enough. They're not that close to the originals anymore. Like we had to keep the names too for compatibility purposes, but
Right.
but by that time, I mean, Micro was getting out of the 6809 supporting it at all. So they just kind of like, we won't say anything if you don't type things. So we just started giving the modules away. But yeah, it was kind of the same situation where some people were accusing us of you're just pirating it and you're selling it. Well, we're selling with patches. Like we're not giving the original modules away for the first couple of years.
Right. Makes sense. Yeah. Same sort of thing I ran into. So yeah, it was, like I say, it was interesting. He was the only one that ever called me out, but I always knew that, and I figured that was going to come around down the road. But it's just like you ran into. It's easy to explain, and you start looking at the code, and it's nothing like it. So yeah, it just kind of kept morphing, and like I say, the level 2 came out that allowed so much more capabilities and
bigger programs because you had more room even for Basic 09 itself to run.
Oh yeah,
so.
I could have extra add-ins. I could do all these different things. Otherwise, it was more or less a standalone program. And I know one of the bulletin board systems in the area that I'm talking to, and he was part of the Fido, and I'm like, he's the one that actually suggested it because I'm logging in and all the stuff. He's like, well, why don't you get your program to work with this? Huh? Well, I don't know about that. No idea the undertaking that was going to be. That was huge. And then trying to play nice with PCs, but he was a great one. If I crashed the system, which did happen maybe a time or two, I'm not going to say, but he was very good about it. He'd give me a phone call, Ron, okay, here's some changes. He was actually able to work with the author of FidoNet, and we actually did do a little correspondence, but he was mostly just assistance in the code coming across. And then at one point in time in there, I think, if I recall it right, I'm probably wrong, but PBBS, I think, was the big commercial program for the PCs. The guy, he wanted a lot of money for that program. And there's a kid that we all knew, and he started QBBS, Quick BBS. And it's funny, it looked exactly like a TBBS. Pissed them off to no end. His was shareware or freeware at that point. But he allowed a lot more compatibility for us. They could tolerate the slow system, and things as we improved down the road, it made a big difference. But I know that became a huge issue down the road. Just your system's too slow. We just can't accommodate. I mean, really, 9600 baud, yeah, we did okay with that. It wasn't terribly efficient in comparison. So yeah, like I say, it was interesting going through that. So many people helped make it possible and, assisted their time. Patience was a lot of it. Warren, oh my gosh. I mean, how many times here's a release. I just got smart. I started, Warren, try this one out first before I let it out there. And then he would get back, and he was good about phone calls. I would hear very quickly. It wouldn't be an hour after I released something. Okay, Ron, well, that feature's really nice, but you broke 3 others. It's like, oh son of a gun,
The joys of coding.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, before I continue on with Ron, Marc, it looks like you got it up and running. If you want to just switch to your solo camera, just so people can kind of see it and explain what we're looking at here.
Let's see. I'll have to unspotlight everyone else.
Yeah, just temporarily until we get a chance to take a look at the program, then you can spotlight back up again.
Do I hear whining from the engineer?
Yes, you do.
Got to find the right buttons that I haven't used before. There we go.
Ooh.
A little blown out.
Yeah, a little bit. This goes from across the room.
It's focusing on you, and so yeah.
So, yeah, and of course I'm wearing a tie-dye today.
So that's the kaleidoscope beside you. I thought that was your shirt. Sorry.
All right, let me move this out of the way so we can see. So this is just one that Charles actually wrote, and it's in BASIC. I just had it in my amongst my collection. It's doing. He's got slow scope 1 and 2, quick scope, so different speeds of drawing lines. 2 versions of the actual kaleidoscope, and then 2 versions of the string scopes. Kaleidoscope is what I had running. Quick scope, for example, number 3 here.
The stuff that amused me back in the day.
But did very well with all the math for calculating all that.
Yep,
So
and a lot of palette shifting I can see there too.
And let's see, it was I forget what some of these are here.
I was inspired by a video game. What was it called? Quicks or something like that. I forget what it was
Oh,
called.
Kicks? Yeah, with the bouncing lines.
Yeah, that one.
And then goes on for that for a while. Then what was the other? 6, 7.
I've never seen it in widescreen.
Yeah, well, it's actually it's running in 720. I had to push the right buttons on the SCART converter. So, but yeah, even for just running basic, it runs pretty good speed. You know, I've never actually looked at the code and see if you had any notes in there.
I may have to track you down for that source code sometime.
Yeah, if it's not on the archive, you should upload it to the archive so everybody can take a look at it. If that's okay with you, Charles.
Sure.
Tile screen. Okay, let me get to the first one again. No, not that.
Hey, MarcB.
Yep.
David Ladd says you need a capture box. I got some links to send you.
Yeah, I do need a capture box. So Kaleidoscope 3 version 1.5. You even got the city and state correct. I was looking to see if there was a date in here somewhere.
My guess would be like 88.
Something like that.
88.
Yeah, so that's about it. But yeah, variables for manipulating the text. So you can do you can change some variables to change some stuff in there, but yeah. Go when I was reviving stuff here a couple years ago, it's like found that, it's like, oh, I remember that.
I tried to document my code to some extent. A little carryover from my 2 days of learning COBOL.
COBOL.
So, but for back in the day, it was kind of pretty neat.
Yeah, we should get that up on the Color Computer Archive.
Okay, I can submit that up. I need to figure out a floppy sized VHD so I can put that stuff on so we can upload it.
Well, some of the emulators like Xwork can actually create a blank disk image, which should work fine for that. So
yeah, I'm a VCC kind of guy.
Always
okay, so I'll let you get everybody all shared up again there, and then I got some more questions for Ron.
All right, go ahead. Whoops, here we go, over here.
Okay, so you started Ribs on level 1, and I'm assuming you started that with Basic 9 right off the start. You weren't doing any assembly language or trying to do that, or had you tried?
No, not at that point. I mean, the routines later, that's what, when I got into it, that's where the assembly language was. But there were a lot of helpers on that. If I recall, I was going back and trying to think about, I knew I struggled, and then re-entering code and stuff like that, these kind of things. Definitely, or relocatable, excuse me. But it's CompuServe. I can't remember who was on CompuServe. But yeah, they're like, no, Ron, you need to do this. Sent me a couple examples. And of course, all of us, once we get a few, oh, this is how we start out the code. This is how we pass variables over to it. It just exploded, and it was pretty simple after that. So of course, until you run into problems, and assembly language is not forgiving in any way, shape, or form. So, there's a lot of trial and error on that. But
that could have been like, there's a few, like CompuServe had a really good machine language expertise. Like the guys doing the level 2 version 3 upgrade had their own hidden SIG on there. So that was Kevin Darling, Bruce Eisted, Kent Myers.
Darling sounds right. I think that.
Yeah, probably Kevin. He was really helpful. He was kind of ahead.
Yeah, and they were very helpful. I mean, you couldn't pester him too much, but I wasn't really into that anyway. It's like, okay, give me enough direction. Let me get this going on my own, and let's go from there. But yeah, that's kind of where that was.
So a quick question for you too, considering that you started in level 1, how old were you when you started working on ribs? Were you still in high school, or?
I was still in high school. Yeah, that was always wanted. I played on the Apple IIs. I couldn't afford an Apple II, so
None of us
that's where
could.
the color computer came in. But yeah, it was years after that. I had to be right at the very end of that. Yeah, maybe I was 18 when that got started. I just, again, gray areas there. That was a long time ago.
Yeah. And then quickly, Charles, when you took over, how old were you? Just out of curiosity, were you a teenager too, or?
No, I was a little bit older than that. I think I was probably about 23.
Were you still in college at that point?
No. I had dropped out of college to take a programming job for a auto warranty company, and then got laid off from there and was working at Hertz Rent-A-Car. And then I'd come home at night and mess around with code and get up the next morning and book car reservations.
That's the similar path I took too. I went to university for 2 years, and then I finally figured out I got a job where in the same industry I'm in now. And the CoCo, I was actually getting involved at that point, running some of the printers and stuff there. I'm going, I could pay thousands of dollars on tuition and books to go to university and finish my computer science degree, or I can get paid to do the exact same thing and learn basically the same thing as I'm going. Well, that was easy choice. So, a question from Ron, then back to you. You obviously had played around with a couple of BBSs. You'd had one that it was kind of based on. What were your original goals for it? I'm guessing FidoNet wasn't even in the picture at the beginning. It was just to get a BBS and running. But you had mentioned like there were some things you didn't like about the original. Was it just the speed? Was it and the menu system you did mention specifically? Were there other things that you wanted to improve?
I mean, here we had the PC BBSs out there, and this was nothing like it. So it's like, well, why can't we do something that looks similar? Easy way to get to messaging and things like that. I mean, we're always limited on the forward and next and all the things we could do. It's a shame we could never do overlays or graphical things that are, make the system look better. But yeah, it just none of them ones did anything like what you could find out there. I'm dialing into these systems. Oh, this looks so much better. It's like, yeah, I don't know what the drive was to run my own, but yeah, it's you got to try something, and then it kind of exploded. But this is I know I got going on it, and I ran it, maybe 3 months, 6 months, something like that. And this is horrible. How do I fix it? How do I get things doing? Like I say, the menus were probably the biggest thing for me. It's like I don't want it to look like this. Every BBS needs to look different. The PCs don't look the same. Why does every one of these PBBS systems look identical? So again, I don't know how many he ever had out there. I remember calling it a couple of other systems, but it was pretty slim. And then it's like, I figured if we could get ribs going, let's make this affordable for everybody. I mean, make it shareware, stuff like that. And, just let's get this more popular. And yes, Fido was not even a consideration at that point in time. I never dreamed we'd be part of that.
Yeah, actually, that was my next question is how did that happen?
Just again, following along with the PCs. And like I say, the one guy with FidoNet system, he's like, I see you run a lot. You're doing a lot of questions. And I see you run a BBS system. Why doesn't yours do that? He didn't even realize it was running on a color computer at that point in time. So then that became the challenge. And I guess maybe that's a better way to phrase it. Now I'm thinking of it. It was a challenge. It truly was. Can we do this on this little 6809? Something nobody even knows about. I mean, if they had any clue how powerful OS 9 was that day and that time, I mean, it's a shame that never really got out there. It was such a little obscure PC, but it's a challenge. I guess that really is the only answer. That's the best answer for that.
Now, of course, for those who don't know, FidoNet was created by Tom Jennings out of San Francisco. I think he was living in. And it basically is a way of linking BBSs together where every evening, when the rates were cheaper, they would send off any messages and forward them on echoes or even directly messaging between BBSs. And it eventually would spread these messages all over the world and get responses coming back, and just all these different nodes would communicate. And at its peak, it was, 15,000 nodes worldwide. It was used, Europe and Asia, North America, South America. I think I'm trying to remember, but I think there was a claim even at one point that there was one node in Antarctica or something like that, or they were talking about trying to get one running or something. I don't know if it happened, but they were trying to get all 7 continents, basically. So did you end up ever working directly with Tom Jennings himself? working on some of this
Very
stuff?
little. I remember some emails going back and forth, and basically, again, the compatibility there. If I recall right, there was just something we could not get to work right, and I know we did pull him in at one point in time. It was pretty much, and he explained, and there actually was a problem in his code that was not allowing for it. So, I mean, when he did the code originally, it was set up fairly slow. As the BBSs got quicker and the systems got quicker, he's always trying to keep backwards compatibility. And at some point in time, that was wiped out. And that ended up being the problem at that point in time. But yeah, I didn't work with him very often. If I recall, there's probably one or two exchanges just trying to fix some of the things that should have worked. We're looking at the documentation. Everything should have been fine, and it wasn't working. And then he got pulled in for that.
Okay. And he was pretty helpful. He said, from what I've seen on interviews and stuff, he seems pretty okay guy to work with.
He was so busy. I mean, it's one of those things. You figure FidoNet's booming at that point. They're constantly expanding it. So, I mean, he was in it like all of us. He was hook, line, and sinker and full time into that job. So, which you didn't get paid for.
No. In fact, it cost you because you had to do these long distance calls to exchange messages every night. So.
Yeah, luckily Denver was big enough that we had a couple hubs out here, and basically we would all pitch in. A lot of us FidoNet systems. I'd send him $10 a month or something like that to help with his phone bill as he's calling into the backbone at that point. So he was a big enough site on that, which helped. But
I do know some areas even had like the users chip in like $1 a month or something just to help keep it going. We got lucky because we had one of our main hubs here in Saskatchewan actually worked for our provincial phone company, SaskTel, and he just arranged with them, just let these guys do it for free. So
that'd be nice.
When you decided to tackle FidoNet and adding that to it, how long did it take for you to actually get it working for the first time, and what kind of feelings did you have when it finally actually worked and you did manage to send and receive packets?
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember the details were the killer. Getting it actually communicating and sending some basic messages, I don't recall that was incredibly horrible. I'm sure it was. Of course, the joy of getting it to work, seeing messages go out there that weren't corrupted. I mean, we had some of that too. I know I just played mostly with receiving messages. It's like, let's start here. I'm not affecting anybody else. Let's bring them in. Let's see if I can decode them and, get that initial communication going. But yeah, I don't recall it took terribly long. I mean, 3 months, maybe somewhere in that range. But again, I had no other life. So I was able to, school and a job a little bit. By then it would have been, Fido, I would have just had a job at that point. So I had a lot of hours in the evening and stuff like that. So, when you're young, you don't need sleep. What's that?
No. Oh, it's daylight. I guess we got to go to work.
That's right. Oh yeah. Don't be late for work.
How many times did you you're in bed at night, the lights are out, and you're just laying flat, and all of a sudden you go, oh, that's a good idea. And you pop up,
run out,
fire up your machine, and you're like,
oh. Well, it never shut off. So just for that reason, I just had to walk to the machine. That usually wasn't a big deal. But yes, no, absolutely. You fix. It's amazing how many problems you fix at night. I got smart later, and I actually started putting, like they always tell you, put a notepad by the bed. I did. I could at least sketch down a few little details, and it was enough to jog my memory the next day. So yeah, absolutely. But yeah, after too many sleepless nights, and then of course, then you figure out the problem. Now you got to test it. Did this actually work? I mean, oh yeah, no, a simple little discovery in your brain did not end quickly. I mean, you're 2 or 3 hours now, and compiling the thing and merging modules. And that was the biggest nightmare any change I ever made, which Charles, you definitely know that one. And then of course, did you go over a memory boundary? That was the nightmare.
And then all of a sudden the alarm's going off.
Exactly.
Time to get up.
Time to get up. Oh, about 5 more minutes. No problem.
that sleep on it for debugging. Nick and I have discussed this on the show before too, where you're spending hours trying to fix a bug or trying to figure out why something weird's happening. Right. And you finally just get frustrated. You go to sleep and then you wake up the next day and it's like, it's so bleeding obvious. And you just needed that little sleep there. And all of a sudden your brain finishes rewiring itself and, bang, it's there in the morning.
Absolutely.
So that happened quite a bit. I just want to mention Trix is actually in the chat. Just got notified
Hey.
about that.
Hey, Trix.
He said, "Hi, I ran ribs back in the day. I was 116/27." So,
Yep, he was he wasn't my mail hub, but at one point I was a point off of his board.
so welcome, Trix. We should have got a hold of you earlier. We could have had you on the show. Maybe we'll save that for another day. The other thing I want to ask is what all collaborators, Ron, did you have in the days of developing ribs for development, documentation, and testing? What are some of the names you remember? You mentioned a few already, but just wondering if there's any others you remember and kind of want to pay tribute to and kind of thank.
Right. Warren, of course. One of my buddies. Oh, I can't even think of his name now. That's horrible. Yeah, Paul Sweat. He was one of them. Westgale, I know he was one of them at that point in time. A lot of the others I just don't remember. Of course, Charles, of course. He came in a little bit later, so there's some early ones. You'd have some fade off early on, and then you cycle around later. But yeah, it's just been too long. I have not really thought about the software for so long. It's kind of interesting. I was pulling up trying to find some old Fido messages, and it's like, does anybody out there have some of the OS9 message boards, some things that I came across one. And I was actually had to create a quick little program just to decode this big database that they'd saved out. And I'm going through it and I'm looking at it. Wow, Ribs was out in the MM1. They talked to me about that at one point in time. I couldn't afford the machine. So, that never happened. But seeing, excuse me, where it went afterwards, yeah, that's been as cool as anything else. That is so amazing what Charles did and everybody helping him and that whole group. It sounds like Charles did a lot more reaching out than I should have done. Would have made my life a lot easier. Reach out to people with assembly language. I did have the one guy up in Canada, and I know I had some help. The guy who did OS Term, I'm pretty sure he's the one that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did some of the routines, or at least assisted at that point in time. Yeah, and that's the one who questioned me about the pirated software, and that's that whole thing there. But yeah, we had, like I say, I think it was 8 to 10 beta testers, and I'd hear from a lot of them a lot of the time. And it was, like I say, that was pretty cool. Of course, all of us were trying to minimize our phone bills. Let's do it over the keyboard first,
Once you got it working, you just send it through FidoNet.
100%. Never could send updates. That was the hard part. They always had to log in and download those, but that would have been nice.
Yeah. Yeah, so you actually had international collaboration. You were mentioning Canada. Do you remember if you ever had any collaborators from overseas or elsewhere besides North America?
No, the best of my knowledge, everything was US based at that point. Yeah, short of Canada.
Okay. I also want to mention, there's some thank yous I think you've got on the docs for Ribs 2 and 2.10. So there's a mixture of stuff of people, I should say, that worked with both you and with Charles later on. So are some credits. I do want to mention, I haven't had a chance to get into it. I don't even know if the file is corrupt or not, but I did find a copy of Ribs 1.0.
Oh, really? Okay.
An archive of it buried in one of my discs, and I haven't had a chance to get into it yet, but I'll pass it off to you for sure, and then we'll see if there's anything in there as far as some other thank you and credits from
heck yeah, that'd
the
be
early
fun.
days.
You're right. Exactly.
It doesn't look like it has source. I think it's just executables, but I don't think you distributed the source early on. So
no, not early on. Charles was the first one to get that. So short of little tidbits here and there.
Yeah, and then Terry, of course, you had to get some iPatch files here to fix some things. So there's some source we still have to recreate the current version.
Yeah. So this was actually an add-on that I've been working with, and it was called Who Plus. And what it did is it read the logs, and it creates basically kind of a text file, even though it's sort of a database for the other program that goes along with it. And it will it executes. Currently, I have it executing out of park.bat. So if there's anything that occurs, it reruns the Who Plus. And it's kind of interesting the way that that works, because I forgot to rotate the log, and the first time I ran Who Plus, it just about brought the whole machine down because I had this gigantic log, and I'm like, why is that process not going away? It's like, because it's still running, and I was able to rotate that log and get to run. It's like, and Who Plus works correctly. Who Lister, which is the program that gets called out of the menuing system, it runs. It will display what you're expecting, and then after the BBS disconnects, then I think it's it gets an error 4353, something like that, and then it's locked up. You know, I have to kill the BBS and restart it. And it happened. You can log into the BBS if you don't run WhoLister, it's fine. Log out, log in, run WhoLister, and then it crashes. And so we've got to figure out what that is. And I'll get that uploaded to the Discord. Curtis, you had mentioned someone would be able to.
Yeah, Wayne Campbell, the author of Decode and Decom, the basic one on
Yeah.
decompiler. There, he's been looking for some more test cases here because he's got a couple bugs he's still trying to work out. But between the two, the old version, the new version, we can usually get it working, and we'll see if we can get it fixed.
Well, I certainly have a test case for it. It's one of those things where it's like I don't know why it would do that. What that program does is so simple. I don't know why it would have any issue. I thought Who Plus would be the problem, not the thing displaying what's in the little text file. And what I did on my board is I just made it list that text file. And you know, because you have that option in the menuing system. But that was kind of that and getting a game to run. Those are the last two things that I'm going to try to do. And once I get those sorted out, then we have a complete basic running ribs, ease of use image people can download and run. And then I'm gonna maybe I can get the other Ron to fix the menus up because he hates the hates the cursive that I have at the top. Maybe he would volunteer some time to fix that.
So Curtis, you were asking about some of the people that we've worked with, and now that Terry's talking about that, one of the names that I think should be mentioned is Sean Driscoll, who at least he wrote the Risk game, and I think a couple of the others. And
he wrote a lot of graphic games too, like he did Stranded and Out of Gas and Shanghai Basic 9 and a whole bunch of others that are included with ease of use.
So yeah, and as I mentioned in our test call earlier this week, I don't think I've ever seen a better implementation of the game of Risk on a computer. You know, you can get it on your Xbox or whatever, but his was really good for, you know, you could keep a game going for weeks and you could play multiple at once, and it just worked really well. It was really popular.
Yeah, I think, Terry, you're planning out once things are kind of stabilized with Ribs, the core of Ribs here, that you were thinking of putting some of the online games, because there's about a dozen or so. I remember seeing Wheel of Fortune, Risk, and a whole bunch of others that are available.
The one that I want, and I haven't found it yet, is Galactic Conflict. That was just the one that I ran, and we had a whole group of friends, and I mean, you know, these were like non-computer friends. I even gave a terminal to a buddy of mine with a 300 baud modem, and he had this big ugly terminal that just had like TTL logic in it. It wasn't anything that would resemble a computer, and he would log in just to play Galactic Conflict with us.
I don't think I ever had that one running. Was that similar to like Barren Realms Elite on the PC world, where, you know, people would log in and do their grain and their armies and send off attacks?
Yep. It was something very similar to that, where basically it was, you know, empire building kind of thing.
I'll have to check, because that one hard drive image that I found that Ribs 1.0 on also has some Ribs game packages. I don't remember what they were. I'll have to see if maybe that's one of them, see if we get lucky. I also mentioned, Trix had mentioned here that he'd actually contacted Ron at one point. Where did that scroll off to? Yeah, he says, I think I actually called Ron once because I was trying to get access to the source for Ribs because I wanted to debug the FidoNet handshake. Sorry, Ron.
No worries. Yeah, it had many bugs. Well, it was very dependent on which system you're calling. Some of the other ones, so the FidoNet protocols were widely distributed out there. Since we were working on some legacy protocols, you know, backwards compatibility, not every system could talk to a RIB system, or we couldn't talk to every system, you know, however you want to phrase it. So like I say, I know we did most of the debugging I ever done was against a quick BBS, which were, you know, the PC systems. It did work properly on some others. But again, if somebody didn't follow that code exactly, we're both kind of in a gray area, and it wouldn't always mesh up. So absolutely.
Yeah, I remember hearing that from one of my roommates ran Opus, which is another FidoNet PC-based one. And there was a problem. I remember Bill was trying to connect to Opus, and once Opus had a certain version change, it stopped working properly. And I don't think that ever did get resolved. Maybe it did. I can't remember. But,
I got a really nasty phone call whenever they changed my mail hub. Whenever I was at FidoNet, I still remember the sysop that ran that board. Her name was Marge Clark, and she called me up, cussing me. I mean, she was literally cussing me out, accusing me of trying to hack her PC. And she's like, you put something in that zip. I'm like, what zip? We don't do zip. I can't do zip. What is this? I'm just a kid, and here's this angry person accusing me of breaking it. I'm like, I wish I was good enough to break into somebody's computer. That is not me. And I think I wound up changing mail hubs at that point and back to my old mail hub, and everything was fine again.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was very angry.
There were definitely some politics in FidoNet. I remember the whole ARC versus Phil Katz's zip thing when that was just a cluster. You know what? It was horrible. Okay, so at some point after you've been working on ribs for a while, and do you remember what was the last version of ribs you worked on, Ron?
Not entirely. I'm sure it was like a 1.2 or something like that. I mean, I wasn't very good about revision control by any stretch. So to get a new number, it had to have a pretty big feature change. Something had to change. But yeah, I honestly don't remember at that point.
Okay.
I know it was like 92 or something like that. That's when most of those things started a business, found a wife, things like that. Life definitely made a change. The business was the big one.
Yeah. Did you want to mention what that business was, or do you want to keep
we
that private?
do scientific glass blowing. So for laboratories, like I say, very interesting things we've kind of evolved into. We'll make some little gas or elemental cells that they'll shoot lasers through. They can do, one of them is a magnetometer. One of the coolest ones we saw is they have a helmet now, has about 150 of these little teeny cells. They're 6 millimeter or 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch. And they will encapsulate them in there, and they put it on a helmet, and they're watching brainwaves. It's looking for very small magnetic signals. I mean, one of the videos we saw is this kid. She's got this very bad epilepsy or something related to that, and they put this helmet on there. They aren't shaving the kid's head. She's sitting there calmly in a chair, and they're recording, asking her questions, and they could really record, and the detail they're getting. That was one of the coolest. We have a cell up on the space station that they're used for time base. Any of the global positioning system doesn't have one of our products in it, but it does have a small alkali metal cell, usually rubidium or cesium. And it sets the time base. Since these elements bounce at a certain frequency, that's how they're setting it. NIST used that for they have cesium vapor fountain or something like that, if I recall. And that's how they're setting up all the time bases. But yeah, that's one of the coolest things we've done. But we make cells that they're playing around with quantum computing right now. They'll run lasers through the cell, and they will look at the interactions, and they can do more of a global, instead of a bits on and off, the way I understand it. It's more of concepts are changing. I mean, they can see how this cloud reacts to another cloud and it's way above what I understand at this point. I just make the product, but like I say, that's what it kind of evolved into over the years. I did my own little company. We had like 8 employees. Oh, somebody has a personal problem, and it takes your company down. So I merged in with a bigger company like 16 years ago now. And it's nice that we're over 60 employees, 30 glass blowers. I mean, we're doing a lot of stuff with the machine and by hand, but it's still all handmade. And that's what people don't realize. In the United States, imagine that, manufacturing. But
it sounds like you actually went on to a really cool job. You're involved with stuff on the space station and things like.
Right.
Cow.
Yeah. I mean, we get a call one day, and one of our customers that has our little cell up in the space station, they're like, "Well, it's failing." Okay. And alkali metals is one of the things we put in there. So anybody knows alkali metals, if they get exposed to oxygen or moisture, they explode. Oxygen, it'll actually decompose. So you get a white deposit. And we're like, okay, does it have a white deposit in it? No, we see shiny metal. Well, it obviously did not decompose. Well, they're not getting good readings. They're looking at it. And one of the things they do is every element has a fingerprint or signature, and it will show peaks and valleys. And the peaks and valleys were getting kind of blurred together. So long story short, they found out that the space station has a higher than normal helium environment. Helium permeates, it makes its way through glass eventually. It takes a while. And it was actually that helium was getting in the way of the atoms, creating a problem. And so we go through this, years go by. Like, what'd you guys finally do to solve that problem? We're looking at specialty glasses that block helium, all these different options. Well, we told the people on the space station, stop venting the helium into the space station. You need to contain this helium. Don't just get done with your experiment and vent it. They put this artificially high environment of helium unintentionally, which was messing with these products. But like I say, it's been very interesting. It's been a fun time.
Wow. I'm impressed. Could have a whole separate interview just on that.
Oh, there you go.
Is that why they all sound like Donald Duck up there?
I can't imagine it doesn't affect it. You would think, it's, and then of course, if you go some of the other gases, you can make them very low voice,
Sounds like the space station is one big party balloon.
Right. Well, I didn't realize that's what keeps it up there. The helium.
Yeah. That's how it stays up there.
Actually, I remember Jacques Cousteau, they were doing stuff underwater, and they were using helium because they could increase the oxygen levels so that you could live, but they would lower the overall pressure. Something that
I know some of that for the, was it the bends or something like that? I know helium is used for that.
To remove the nitrogen from it. So.
Right, correct. Displace the nitrogen out. Yep.
Yeah, but still have a gas and keep the oxygen at a acceptable.
Right. Yeah.
It's
we
still
can't live
a
on
little
100% oxygen.
It's still a little concerning. You're living on a space station and you're doing some science experiment and it's done. And they say, yeah, just open the vent tube and let it.
Right. You hope it's helium.
Well, and you only got the one little return ship there. So, good luck.
If it's available. So, yeah.
Well, it's full of the same air.
Right.
I just saw from Marc Overose I mentioned here, there's another guest in the chat. You want to mention who that is, Marc? I just a blurb went by on the screen there.
Oh, Tiny Tony said that he's Chuck's cousin.
I'm trying to figure out which cousin it is because my cousin's named Tony.
Okay, so basically, Ron, you were getting married. You had this new business starting up, so you're kind of running out of time and effort and the will to do it because you were getting so busy with everything else here. What made you decide to kind of pass it on? Were there other people besides Charles that wanted to take it over once you kind of gotten the word out, or was he kind of the only person selected, or did he approach you and you just handed it off, or what happened?
We had a good working relationship on some of the other things, so I never put it out there. I just this kind of makes sense, and you put so much energy into it. I definitely wanted to carry on. It's like there was nothing selfish. This is going to die with me type of thing. That was never even a consideration. It's just like, well, there's a lot of people enjoying it. That's kind of what this is all about. It's a community effort. And to me, it blows my mind that there's still this many people involved in it. So, getting the contact from Chuck or Charles in this case, I mean, and years and years later, it was kind of out of blue, but very welcome. So, yeah, it was a very easy choice. It's just like, you want to take it on? Are you sure? Here's a pile of source code. Documentation. I had to put enough notes in there that I could figure out what the heck I was trying to do, but how he figured out half of it, I have no clue. Sorry.
And was it a fairly quick transition? Like you were getting so busy with your home life and changes in your work life that you just, here you go in a week, you're kind of, away from it, or did you kind of stay contact and keep working with them for a while, or?
No, it was pretty much a quick transition. I think I ran a BBS for maybe another 6 months, maybe. I kind of not even sure. And I just, like I say, things were so busy at that point. I put my shingle out there for my company, and we had one customer, and and that's kind of a scary thing by itself. But then they turn around and slamming me, and it's like, you're 70-hour work weeks, things like that, and it's like, oh, feet to the fire, you just volunteered to be your own business. It's like, have fun. But yeah, it happened so fast and with so strong that it really wasn't even a choice at that point. I would have loved to help Charles out a little bit more and kept going with this, but yeah, it just didn't happen.
I will say that I'd had quite a bit of experience tearing apart other people's code, so you know it was pretty natural to me. You know, I remember back in high school, in my senior year, I was in a programming class that was all TRS-80 Model 3s. And when we'd finish, you know, our stuff for the day, we'd play some of the games. And there was one called Empire, and we all loved to play Empire. And it was similar to that VRE and some of those others that we talked about earlier, where you'd Empire build and all that. Problem was you couldn't save the game. And so, you know, we printed the thing out, and it was like, oh, probably a dozen pages of really tightly packed basic code with, you know, 3 and 4 statements in a line with colons in between. And I remember spending quite a bit of time with that so I could add a save and load function to it. So yeah, I was kind of used to that sort of thing. So when I got the source code from Ron, you know, it was his was actually better organized than what I'd been used to seeing.
Now, during the transition here of handing off the code here, Ron, was there any things that you had not had a chance to finish or get to in ribs that you had planned that you kind of mentioned to Charles? You know, I was planning on doing this, but would you be able to do it, or did you just kind of like clean break and it was up to Charles?
Break. I mean, there was tons of things I wanted to get to, but yeah, just at that point in time, I was really good about picking 1 or 2 things at a time. I didn't, because otherwise you just get overwhelmed. It's like, okay, I'm going to work on this. Let's get this going. The FidoNet was always a problem, you know, unpacking and just trying to get things running faster. It's a shame we didn't have some better tools at that point in time. But, you know, I always had a dream of converting some of the stuff over to C, but that obviously never happened. So, you know, I picked on modules and areas that were the biggest problems, and we tried to fix that first. But yeah, it was a pretty much clean break.
Okay. So Charles, when you did take it over, we'll kind of transition from Ron to Charles at this point. Was there stuff that you were planning just from working with Ron up to that point that you were thinking of adding, or were you just concentrating on speed at that time, or just to keep the project going, or a combination thereof?
Well, I mentioned earlier that I'd worked on some other bulletin board projects in, you know, on the Model 3 and in Color Basic. So there were some things that I thought that I wanted to emulate. You know, you take the good from everything that you work with, right? So, you know, when I was looking at RIBBS, it was like, you know, how can I improve the message editor? How can I improve the message display? How can I improve some of the back channel maintenance on it? You know, add a little color to it here and there. You know, that sort of thing. So yeah, I mean, it was basically like that. I wasn't so much focused on speed, except for I think the message packer. You know. But yeah, and you know, you're always getting suggestions from people. You know, some of the people that are running bulletin boards are also, you know, giving you suggestions all the time on things that you can improve. So I was always, you know, pretty open to that. I think at one point we had, you know, whenever we would do an update, I'd have upwards of 130 people around the world that would log in to download the update.
Yeah, that was one of my questions, actually, is I think when you took it over, it kept expanding to the point where it wasn't just North America anymore. You were starting to get nodes in Europe and elsewhere too, correct?
Yeah, I had a couple in Europe. And if I remember correctly, it was somebody in South Africa. So yeah, and I always marveled that I'm like, I think I spend a lot on my long distance calls, you know, to my Canadian friends. But yeah, I was just marveling because it took a while to download that stuff at you know, 2400 or, you know, I guess 2800 baud. Finally, when we sort of topped out. But yeah, I was always impressed at the enthusiasm that you know.
Was the CoCo 3 even sold in South Africa, or would that have been somebody that kind of migrated there and just happened to bring his CoCo along? I wonder.
I honestly, I don't know. I didn't have those conversations with those folks, but apparently they were up. You know, you had a lot of cultural transfer between Europe and in South Africa there for a while, since it who owned it? France. But yeah.
And because you were expanding into Europe and Africa and stuff too, were you starting to hit language barriers? Were you getting people hosting it? Because with customizable menus, you could of course make it in French or Spanish or whatever type of thing. Did you have some non-English BBSs that you had to try to help support?
I don't recall any. I don't think so.
Okay. And then what was the first version of Ribs that you started working on yourself? Would that have been like 2.0 or one of the 1.2s or?
I think it was like 1.2-ish.
Okay.
Because I remember the 2.0 was something that we did later. Sorry, there's a little noise in the background there. Hopefully that's not coming through too bad. But yeah, at one point it seemed like we touched just about every module. Everything had been modified to some extent. And so that's when we ended up, when I was talking to Warren, he was like, yeah, it's probably about time that you update it to a 2.0, because it's just been quite a few changes and improvements on it. So, and I think it ended up at 2.1.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, like 2.1, I think that was the last version that was released, if I remember correctly. What was the big change between 2.0 and 2.1?
Honestly, don't remember. That's 30 years ago. I don't remember.
I actually did a little research with that. So I ran, I believe it was 2.03, and there was some changing to the way the logging was done. And that's the reason I had to run iPatch, actually, was so that it would be able to read the 2.10 logs for Who Plus. It had to be fetched to deal with that.
Glad you found that answer.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm sitting here, going through and just, as a user trying to collect all this information. It's amazing what is out there, and I wouldn't even have found Who Plus if it wasn't for Marc. Marc made that available. It was on one of his discs that he made available, and it was like, oh yes, here's the missing pieces that I don't have.
Very good, very good.
So Charles, I was wondering, did you hit a lot of the same things that Ron did, where the main FidoNet compatible BBS in the PC would make some changes that would suddenly break something on the CoCo? You I imagine hit a lot of that too?
Yeah, there was some of that. I had a couple of people that I worked with here in the Oklahoma City FidoNet community that were pretty patient and accommodating when it came to that. I'll especially call out Mona Shaver. She was one of the movers and shakers in the 147 community here, and at one point she was the president of the local FidoNet group. But yeah, I was a direct feed off of her system, so there were times that she would contact me and let me know, hey, this isn't handshaking right, and we'd get to experiment with it, and I'd call Bill Noble and Wes Gale and like, hey, help me out with this. And so yeah, that was fun.
Cool. Did you get involved with some you had doorways to games, et cetera, and stuff? And I don't know if that was in Ron's original version, if that was added in later, but did you get involved with some of that as well, like making some of that kind of stuff rather than just the core BBS, or did you just stick with the core BBS? And if it was games and stuff back when Ron was in, that's a question for Ron too. Did you get involved with any of that if that was available at that time?
I left the games to everybody else. I gave enough documentation out there that you could interface with logs and most of the files. That was something I was very strong about. Wanted to make sure anybody could read the data. They could get the information out of it. So yeah, the games, I never did the games. Add them to my BBS a little bit, but tried to facilitate them the best I could. But yeah, no, I never did the game side of it.
Okay, Charles?
Basically the same answer. I had some of the people that were writing the game modules, contact me from time to time, and I think we had some documentation that Ron had started, and we kept it updated for the folks that were developing the game module.
Okay. Now, RIB supports teletype, which is basically very basic text output. It also supports OS9 terminal codes, and it supports ANSI, of course, though not with the extended ANSI character set that the IBM PC had. But it did the colors and blinking and all that kind of stuff. Was there ever any thought from either of you of doing graphical stuff? Because stuff like KBCom actually would pass through the graphical stuff, so you could actually tell it to switch to a 640 window and draw a circle, and just with escape codes. Did you guys ever consider doing that kind of extended?
I never did. That was above my head at that point. So,
Charles?
No, I mean, as far as we got was, just basically ASCII artwork. So
that cursive stuff that Ron Deluxe hates so much. Okay, because I know Bill and I had fiddled with it at some of our terminals at work, because we did have a secondary CoCo. We also had an OS9 terminal program, which I wish we still had, because that one actually supported overlay windows and all kinds of stuff that you could run on a PC. But we were at the point of actually starting to experiment with doing some actual graphic stuff, because you can even upload a font and draw circles and lines and all kinds of fancy stuff, if you have a proper terminal program to handle it. And I was wondering if you guys had ever thought of taking that and going beyond ANSI and just going, look at that toy ANSI you guys are playing with. So maybe we'll have to get that on the next version 3, maybe.
Yeah, there we go.
And now to bring both Terry and Marc into here, how did the two of you get involved, in particular with beta testing and actually running it yourselves? I'm assuming, Marc, you probably came through the club at some point.
Yeah, it probably had to be since Charles and I were friends at the time. That he probably, I don't really know.
You just got suckered into it, is what you're kind of admitting here at this point.
So, but yeah, it must be.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, Marc and I were both in the Color Computer Club together, and that's where we met. And
I do remember a lot of late nights at your apartment.
Yeah, we were good friends at the time. I think I DJ'd your wedding, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, for me it was 100% tricks. He was my mentor. He's the one that taught me everything about OS9, about the way a real operating system works. I remember me and him, just plain as day, remember me and him sitting there in a Waffle House and him explaining to me the way the reset vector works on the 6809 and how when you power up a machine, what it does to start executing code. And it's one of those things. It's like everything I know, I owe to that guy.
Oh, cool.
And
I just want to mention Flavio in the chat here had a question. He said, did it support both netmail and echo mail in the FidoNet protocol, or just one or the other?
Just the echo mail. Oh, no, it didn't. Didn't it do netmail as well?
It did netmail. I believe so.
Yeah, I think it did too, actually. Yeah. Direct messages, I believe so.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the options in there for you can do in the message base. You can do netmail, do echo mail.
Cool.
And now for all of you here, this will be kind of digging into memories if there are any to respond to this. But for all of you, is there any particular bugs that you remember finding that actually absolutely drove you mad, either from testing or when you're running it? And how long did it take to fix some of these? And how much help did you have to get from others to try to figure it out? Were bugs more in RIBs in general, or was it more problematic getting the FidoNet related stuff to work?
I mean, FidoNet was the biggest thing I remember, but honestly, it's just been long enough that I don't remember any just things that drove me crazy. I was very persistent. So it really just, it's just one of those tasks you got to get through. But yeah, I just don't recall anything that was just that annoying or those kind of things. The FidoNet was just a challenge, a huge challenge.
The only thing I can recall, I think there were, wow, this is a long time ago, and I'm trying to remember how things were, but I think that I started to run into issues with the size of, the compiled, kernel and everything, and having to find ways to optimize that so that I didn't run into memory issues. So that's about the only thing I can recall, other than, the occasional handshaking troubleshooting.
And Terry, Marc, do you guys remember hitting some bugs that kind of stuck out to you?
No.
No, not really. The every problem that I ran into were of my own creation. Forgetting to change the executable directory, things like that, you know?
Okay. And then my final set of questions, and then we'll get a live demo. And I was going to ask, obviously, Terry's hosting a RIBS. You can kind of see it in the little corner of his screen here. I don't know which one of you wants to do the login to kind of show the user side by side. But we'll get to that in a second while you guys decide who's going to do that. Now, as we mentioned in the pre-show between us here, Dave Chesick has posted on Facebook. He's got RIBS up and running now, too. So we have enough RIBS now to actually create an echo. So I'm hoping that actually happens. That would be awesome.
Yeah, him and I have been having back in chats about doing that. Cool.
And now the next question I have is obviously, Ron, I think you're probably still too busy these days to even consider it. But for Charles and some of the others here, is there any inkling of, now that, you know, it's kind of getting repopularized again here, of maybe getting back into it a bit as a little side project in the evenings or weekends or something, just to see what other improvements you could do, especially with some of the stuff we've done in Nitrous 9 since to help speed things up? And if that is the case, that you're at least considering getting back into it, is there any features that you'd like to get added into Nitrous 9 that maybe I can do in the next release or two to help?
I'll let Ron take it first.
I mean, who knows? The bugs kind of bit me again, so I'm not going to say it's not. I'm not going to have some participation. I mean, we'll see. I mean, winters are long here, so might be a fun project to get in there again, but it would be pretty limited. I'd love to get a system up for running on Fido again. Just trying to get my CoCo 3 running's been a challenge on top of it. So, but yeah, who knows? Time will tell.
Okay, cool. Charles?
Yeah, I don't currently have the hardware to run that. I'd have to put an emulator together. So I don't know. I would say never. It is, you know, the decisions that you make in your 20s. It's like, what was I thinking? You know, why did I give all my stuff away and move on? You know, you never know where your passions are going to take you. But yeah, it's certainly interesting to see all this running again. Whenever I saw that Terry had this up and running, I was just, wow. It was just so cool to see the old code running again. And I don't know. Well, I'll say never.
Okay, cool. Like I said, well, if you guys do decide to get back into it, either, you know, just one of you or both of you, if you guys want any requests of maybe some API calls we can add to Nitrous 9 or something to make things a bit easier, et cetera, then let me know. I mean, generally, I'm still trying to speed everything up, and, you know, we've progressed quite a bit on that. But
make it smaller. we need space.
Well, the surprising thing is, in some, like especially on the 639, we have made it smaller.
Wow.
But now we keep adding features, so now it's getting bigger again.
Yeah, age-old problem. I mean, that was the hardest thing with ribs. Everybody wanted a new feature. I'm like, oh, how do I fit that in? I mean, I do know ended up making the code fairly optimized just to keep it under the memory boundaries. I mean, getting it to fit was just a nightmare. That was 100% the hardest thing. I mean, we're playing around with how we're merging modules into memory. I mean,
or you'd kill modules off. You'd have one main one that stays in memory, then it keeps swapping other ones in and out as you need them, type thing.
Right. And I wish we could have always had a memory overlay feature or something like that. You know, this last 16K, you can just swap in, bring a whole thing up, and it can continue on. I know there's one other system I worked on a long time ago, and that's kind of how what you did. You know, you actually load a module and just wipe that out, and it's kind of like the whole back half of the program would switch out. It was very bizarre, but
there's actually some Basic 09 games like Sean Driscoll's Basic 09, GemQuest that actually do that, where they have a main core that just swaps modules in. You know, I have a game that I'm developing. I'm doing the same thing where like levels 1 to 3 is one program. It brings in levels 4, which plays completely differently, brings in a completely separate one, but you still have your main one that keeps track of score. And that kind of stuff. So you can do it, but it's, it takes a bit to get used to programming it that way.
Right. And under Basic 09, I'm not sure if that even be possible, but
no, it is. Yeah.
Is it? Okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
There's a kill command to kill a module out of the current Basic 9's 64K memory, and then you can load in another one.
Okay. Very cool.
So yeah, it's not as obvious using wise. It takes a bit to get used to, I'll have to admit. But
I'm really curious to see how quick it runs on with all the improvements in Nitrous. I mean, it's got to be just looking at the system running there. It's very snappy. It's doing quick on
Yeah.
a real CoCo. So that's amazing.
Actually, I was going to ask you here, Terry, since obviously somebody is logged into your board right now, we're looking at it from the sysop side of things. Is it any of you guys on the panel that's on there, or is that somebody else?
I think that's Henry.
Yeah, he's
it's
paging you.
me.
You better answer. Actually, yeah, Mark, if you want to zoom up the screen there, we can at least see what it looks like from the sysop side of things.
Okay, I'll have to unshare everybody.
Yep, no, it's fine. We'll just be sharing screens, I think, from now to the end of the interview.
And calling over FujiNet.
And there's Henry himself. He's live from VCF East.
Yes, I know it's got all caps, but I'm actually on real hardware. So yeah, and I am live at VCF East.
CoCo to CoCo.
If I can find him.
Very cool.
So most of what we're seeing here is actually being seen by Henry pretty close, except the bottom couple of lines. That's kind of a status lines for ribs, I'm presuming.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So what exactly is being displayed there, Terry?
So that shows his user level and the flags that are allowed. So you can get access to different menus and be able to do different things depending on your level and flags. I think I have level 600 set as a user who has filled out the application, and so they can access all the message boards and everything. And I probably need to even simplify it further than that. And make that an option on the easy use where anyone that anyone that logs in, you just go ahead and give them access. I mean, it's not like it used to be, where you had to deal with a bunch of trolls.
Well, until it gets popular enough, then the trolls will come.
That's true. Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't happened on this.
I actually have been using your BBS as a demonstration here at the CoCo classes at VCF East, demonstrating FujiNet.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah. Now, the only problem that I've run across, though, is your BBS, for whatever reason, I don't know why, it doesn't seem to like emulators when I run it through FujiNet. If I'm using real hardware and a real keyboard, everything's fine. But something wonky happens when I actually try to use an emulator. It might be the program I'm using.
It will have a problem if you give it a control line feed. And that happens whenever you go to sign up. What it will do is it will let you put a username in, and then immediately tells you, oh, you didn't want that username, and you can't get past that. And that's something that's occurred with telnet, and it requires you to go in and change your telnet settings. I went through, I did a little research trying to figure out, if there's a way that I could send a secret handshake to tell, hey, you're coming in via telnet, don't, set this mode where you only send a carriage return and not a carriage return line feed, or it's only a line feed. It's only one character that you send, and that solves that problem.
Yeah, well, whatever the case, I mean, I can show off RIBBS, the user end of it, right here at VCF East using a FujiNet device on a CoCo too.
Yeah, if you want to do that, but I would like to put them side by side so we can kind of see what it looks like from the user point of view, right side with the sysop point of view.
Let me figure out how to make my camera switch views.
And we might as well have you exit the sysop chat too, so you can kind of show the menu system and message bases and stuff like that too.
Hang on just a second.
I am going to try.
I can't figure out how to make my camera switch. Oh, there we go. That's what I need to do. Ah, found it. Okay. So there we are. How do I get out of the sysop chat?
I went ahead and got us out.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yep.
So what am I looking at? I need to see me. Okay. Yeah, this is the problem with being on like 32 columns. It's like everything goes in different locations. So actually knowing what the commands are is a little bit difficult on a CoCo 2 screen. But yeah, I can do the message boards.
Oh wow, that looks bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Let's see if there's anything in dad jokes.
Yeah, it's kind of more designed for the 80 column CoCo 3 screen, to be honest. So
right. Which is understandable. Let's see, I'll go goodbye here because I literally can't remember, what I need to do to make this work. But it's really responsive on the user end. Like this works pretty darn quickly. So, oh yeah, by the way, I found a wild Sloopy and a wild wingnut.
Hey.
Oh, and we got AJ here too.
I'm a VIP Sloopy.
Yeah, boy, somebody gave him the wrong card. Go ahead.
No, because they didn't want to give me the exhibitor badge because I figured I'd be an exhibitionist then.
And there we just saw Henry logged off, and now the syslop screen is kind of updated to a status screen.
Yep.
So the bottlenecks really hasn't been the CoCo, it's the modem speed.
Yeah, pretty much.
And with Ethernet, the modem speed is a lot better.
Yeah.
Now, does anybody in the panel here either have a ready to telnet in to show what the 80 column ANSI looks like, or if somebody actually has a compatible terminal program like Ron, sometimes you have Roger Taylor's running. Could you log in to show what it looks like?
I'm not set up myself, but I'm not sure who else could get in.
I might be able to do that.
Okay. Yeah, because we can share your screen there too and just kind of show what it looks like in the 80 column, which is kind of what it's set up for. Now, did Ribs have a way of specifying like a user's width or depth of the screen line wise? Because I mean, stuff like a VIC-20 or a C64 CoCo all have different screen sizes back in the day. So, was it ever built to handle that? I can't remember.
I don't recall either. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think the only way that you could do that is if you actually had an alternate set of menus for folks. Which you could probably do that if you set up the flags and everything.
Oh, right. Yeah, you'd have one-line shows for...
Okay, yeah, you would just design certain text screens for certain menus for people with a flag saying, I've got a 32 by 16 or I've got a 24 by whatever the heck the Vic had.
Right.
And I'm super lazy and I never did that. Oh, someone's calling and hanging up.
Okay, I think I had my putty in the wrong mode, but I might have it now. Let's see. For some reason, it's not displaying here, but I might be able to see. Well, that's strange. Let me try this again.
Is that line ending thing causing the problem?
I don't know. Let's see. I had this working when I set it to telnet other. Let's see. Load that.
A quick question for Terry. You've had the BBS up and running on telnet how long now?
I've had it up for a week and a half and had 170 callers.
There we go. Now I got it.
I can't believe the level of interest in this. It's been incredible.
See if I can figure out how to share my screen here.
Yeah, and Zoom, there's a little column of icons on the bottom. One of them is labeled share. You should be able to share a specific window.
Ah, there.
Green one. Either Windows or apps.
And then once he's doing that, Mark, if you can put them side by side.
Yeah, once we get well, I'm not sure how I can do that with Zoom, with one share and one spotlight. Well, they're both on the screen at the same time. They're just okay. That's the best I can do.
Yeah.
Maybe if Charles narrows the width of his window.
Yeah, I could try that.
Because you're doing what, 200 and some odd columns or something?
Yeah, probably. Let's see. How does that look?
Well, it disappeared.
How about now?
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, here.
Looks like you're sharing the whole screen though, not just the.
Yeah, that's
I was gonna say reshare
probably
just
need-
the app.
Yeah, just reshare it with just the application of
Just putty.
Putty.
Okay, let me stop the share here. And
This is the fun of live, folks.
Yeah.
there we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And let me get this a little bigger for me. I don't know if that's going to
And
change.
Mark, there's no way to put them either over top of each other, like bottom to top or left to right to fit size better?
No, all I can do is just that kind of thing. I can make them kind of even.
Let's see.
Something like that.
Yeah, did we put anything in dad jokes? I thought I saw there might be one.
I put a dad joke in. I don't know if anyone else has. It's been a busy half week, and I haven't logged in to actually check and see all the messages the past few days.
And then database, nice.
I had to.
Can I delete it from here? Yeah, that's a new feature we need to add. Let's see. Okay, so go back to the main menu.
Did you see the comment, MarcB from Tricks in the chat about something that might help the display a bit?
No, let me take a look. With this speaker on top.
Well, we have two displays. On Zoom, you only see one window. Online, we see both windows side by side. It's not horrible online.
Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, I just took a look here. Yeah, it's showing totally differently on the live stream than it is showing up here in Zoom.
Yeah, and your individual ones, you'll have to adjust it yourself. Just like I'm doing. But yeah, we have a share screen and then a spotlighted screen, and so they don't behave the same.
Maybe we want to just take a quick tour of some of the menus and kind of like this is a bare bones one. There's no online games or anything yet, though. I'm sure you and David, who's also in the chat, David Chesick. Now, David's actually asking a question you guys can answer too. Is RIB single user or can you run multi-user logins?
I haven't seen anybody run it multi-user. I expect there would have to be some modifications done to allow it to do that.
So if you had multiple terminal ports hooked up at once, you could not run currently the BBS at the same time?
I don't know if you could share the database would be the problem. If you had different directory locations, potentially there was some configurability. I don't know if I don't recall if we can individually set locations for, user logs, stuff like that. I don't think we ever had it set up that way.
Yeah, I was reading through some of the documentation. There is a tool that allows you to export the binary configuration for RIBs that's set up by rconfig, and it allows you to set up alternate versions of it. And then what you do is you would launch separate processes for the other lines, and so they would point to different modems. But I don't know how the locking and everything would work in the message base and the logging and all of that. So I don't. But they talk about how to in the documentation I read. It talks about how to do it, which was interesting.
I mean, the log's gonna look kind of weird when you have two users overlapping each other in the log.
Right.
Line by line.
Yeah.
Like I do know the AlphaSoft, their BBS was meant to be multi-user. In fact, we got special permission from the author Keith Alfonso to make modified versions of those modules at work, and we actually would have 8-way chats going at the same time in a group chat. So I know it's possible, and OS9 definitely will handle it. The fact the file locking stuff and individual record locking in RBF is actually quite good, but you do have to program with that in mind for it to work properly.
This has been on.
Yeah, unfortunately, that screen goes away very quickly. I thought there was a way that you could cause the screen to pause, and I can't remember what that is, and I didn't find it in the docs.
Yeah, I don't recall either.
So the sysop one is showing, yeah, who's on and what flags they've got, what levels.
I saw you updated the information though, so it actually has a more accurate representation of your current system.
It does. It does. It's not. It doesn't. It's not made of those bits I've been carrying around for 35 years.
Yeah, I guess the one thing like you kind of mentioned is that because this is the first time anybody's probably ran a ribs in 20 or 30 years, that it's going to take a bit of time to kind of relearn things like how to get that screen pause when you're displaying text files instead of just zipping by. Control S, Control Q, I think that used to do the pause, live pausing and stuff for that. I did try that, and that doesn't seem to be working. That might just be a setting in NitroSign itself for all I remember. So there's a few things to rediscover, I guess, and then we'll start working on maybe doing some improvements. But it's just cool to have it up and running, and David Chesik's got one up and running as well. So hopefully we can actually get an EchoNet or direct mail going back and forth too. There's lots of other things to the menus to add, like the offline games, or online games, I should say. There's quite a few games to choose from. I think there was one, Terry, you said you in particular wanted to get up and running again.
If I can find a copy of Galactic Conflict, that's the one I want to do. And the only reference I've found to it was in maybe it was like one of the Glenside CoCo newsletters. And that's other than that, I can't find anything.
It wasn't in the games disc I uploaded?
I did not see it, but I didn't thoroughly go through every directory on that disk.
Another question from the chat here from Flavio. He's asking, is ribs included or configured in a CoCoPi? That would be a nice incentive to run more instances. Now, of course, CoCoPi is a project. Oh, why am I blanking on the guy's name?
Mikey?
No, not Michael. The guy who runs the CoCoPi website. I can see his face too. What the heck?
I mean,
the guy who does the distribution of CoCoPi with MAME and all that stuff.
Right.
Ron.
It should, if you think.
Ron Klein?
Ron Klein, yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Exile in Paradise.
So he's got a lot of stuff pre-configured. Because this is relatively new where they've actually got it up and running again. I don't imagine he's got it on there yet. But yeah, that's definitely, to take the ease of use image file that Terry's made and have that including the CoCoPi so people could actually run it from there. That would be a pretty good idea, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So Terry, this is your monster setup?
Yeah, so this is a setup. It's CoCo 3 with it's got the Hitachi 6309 in it. We've got 512K of RAM. We're running CoCo SDC over here with a Y cable. And pardon the mess that's on my workbench here. A lot of projects going on. This is like a very generic RS-232 board that I believe shipped from Canada. I had to do a small modification to it where I cut the carrier detect line and grounded it so it would always see the carrier detect, so it could read connection and things like that before a connection was established. Those are all kinds of problems that you would have.
Yeah, it's a 6551 bug. That's one of the reasons we like the Eliminator didn't have that bug.
Yeah. And I'm running just a crossover cable that's plugged into it, going to a serial port on that Raspberry Pi right there. And so this is its gateway to the internet. It's this little guy right here. And using a program called, I believe it's Serial to Net or Net to Serial, and made it so that whenever a connection gets established to it, it sends out a ring and a Connect 9600, and Ribs sees the carrier detect. I do have it configured so that it runs as a inverted cable, where DSR, I believe, is what changes, and that's what carrier, how it detects carrier. It sees the ring, the Connect 9600, it immediately knows to connect at 9600, and establishes the connection, and it looks for the ATH, and when it sees that, then it knows, oh well, I need to go ahead and hang up on that person, and somehow it worked. I am shocked that it worked, and the little amount of effort it took to actually get the thing on the internet. There were a couple little things that do have to happen, where I have to intervene to get it up and going. I have to unplug and replug the data connector going into it, because whenever Ribs starts, because Ribs is expecting responses back to from the modem for configurations that get pushed out to it, and just making some noise on the wire is enough for it to go, okay, I'm moving on to listening for a connection. The other thing I had to do is there is the modem initialization string. I had to change that just simply to a space, because what would happen is it would send that modem initialization string out whenever it would detect carrier, and that would conflict with the ring and connect 9600 message. And just by bringing it down to one character was enough for it to go, oh, it wouldn't interfere with that data exchange. It's very hackery. I don't know how it works, honestly. It's just really luck of the draw.
I'll mention David Chesick just mentioned in the chat. He says, by the way, I'm running mine on Wi-Fi with one of his Wi-Fi cards.
Yeah. I've been going back and forth with David, and I'm like, this is what I'm doing. He's like, well, I'm using this, and I'm like, I don't know what that is, but I want to help. It's like I want these things to talk to each other. He's using I think his Modem is software for a SP32.
Yep. Commodore developed firmware for the ESP32.
Yeah, because we've been talking about that for a couple of years, because people have been using it to telenet and do RC and stuff like that. There's an RC client actually under Nitrous 9 for going through DriveWire if you have that enabled. So
nice.
And a weather report program and a few other things too.
And of course, I have to boost my solution, which is an Ethernet port for your CoCo. And you just put the telnet right into the CoCo.
Is it
raise that up again?
Oh, okay, here we go. It's a wiznet.
It's wiznet? Which one?
The 51 bit, the little one.
Okay, yeah.
5100S.
5100? Okay.
Yes.
I
with
have
the serial, so you've got the buffer on the card, so the CoCo doesn't have to offload the frame right away.
Yeah, I love that wiznet chip. I developed a driver for the wiznet 6100 for one of my light controllers, and that's the one that does IPv6. Even though I never did anything for IPv6, but right. I love the way that they put that together as far as setting those registers, and it just works. That's cool. I need to get one of those from you. And
Henry Strickland's done a whole lot of Ethernet-y things with it already, so you don't have to
Terry?
Start with the wheel.
Yeah, Henry Strickland made it so you can boot Nitrous 9 EOU off of a server. I was booting it a couple of weeks ago off of the internet from his server.
Oh, and he's also written things like fsend and receive for OS9 and dig and a couple of other incidental.
And he's on the call if you want to ask him any questions.
Oh, yeah, there's that too.
Yeah, and that was the start of a telnet command, but it could be worked on, and it could be routed into the other OS9 existing drive wire if we replace the DWIO module to use it. So yeah, there's stuff that needs working on there.
Okay, very cool.
I also mentioned Rick has also got a very primitive web browser written in Basic 9 that runs on his card as well.
Yeah, here we go. List all. It's basic. It's listed.
Awesome.
Dim.
We have menus.
Have you got it up and running again there, Rick? Because you were having some issues with it the last time.
Okay, so here's where we're. Oh,
I've got the wrong. Oh, here, let's go to a different one. We use this one.
Run
So-
that beautiful software.
You wanted files. So you'll notice we now have bookmarks that can be files rather than just a URL. And you go there and...
You misspelled my name. I have a K, not like that other dude.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meh.
Yeah. Am I the other dude?
Yeah, you're the other dude.
Yeah, other dude. So,
So this is you live parsing like HTML code and
exactly, and what we've done with all of this, I use the hotkeys. You can use the mouse menus, but my mouse is kind of jumpy and it's hard to make the menus stay up very long. So I'll just use the hotkey of links. Oh, shoot. Continue. Got some debugging going on. And we're to the bookmarks, the links that we sucked off of that file, which may or may not be local. They may be on the web. It may be images or what have you. Except for it's work in progress, and I expect it blows up. Yes. So this is where we're at. Pushing forward to add files in, we broke everything else, and now we're bringing it all back into line.
the joy of development.
Yes, we love development. We honestly do.
That
Otherwise
is
we would
awesome.
have- It's fun. Like you say, Basic 09 can do a lot. You just have to.
I have to keep speeding it up. That's the big thing.
Yeah, you just have to keep speeding it up, man. Come on.
Luckily, that's a software problem, Curtis.
Yeah.
Hey, I think it's a testament to Curtis that here we are running these binaries from 30 years ago, and they're still compatible and still running in Nitrous 9.
In an optimized OS.
Yeah.
I try to keep backwards compatibility.
Well, yeah, we won't even get into the whole how you've reinvented the hotkeys so they actually work when the menus aren't open and other things like that to just make
Through the signaling and stuff, and
this whole
getting
thing
signals to work in
possible,
Basic 09.
you know? I mean, here it sits, it's dead, but the windowing system's up and the borders are all there and we're ready to go. It's awesome. I mean, it would take half of my life to write that much. It just came free. And
Hey, Rick.
Now, anyway.
David Lord said Rick had no gray hair when he started.
You're right.
Didn't have a beard either. So that basically covers the interview. Why don't we've seen a demonstration of ribs running with, not everything's enabled yet. There's more stuff to come. Any questions from the panel? Any questions from the chat? We'll do the panel first because the chat, of course, is a little bit behind on the streaming on YouTube, on Twitch.
So I had a quick question for Terry. You mentioned earlier that you spent some time when you were younger on Delphi. And I was on there as well. Do you remember having any conversations with J. Michael Straczynski, who started Babylon 5? He was on Delphi. He was talking about he was going to do this Babylon 5 series, and he was talking to a bunch of us on there. Did you ever see that?
I didn't. I don't recall the name, but that's cool. I had no idea.
Yeah, I did CompuServe here because CompuServe had a direct connect, so it was a bit cheaper. Delphi had to go through datapak and Delphi, so it was a double charge for us in Canada. So I didn't do Delphi too often.
Yeah, I think I had to use something called telenet to get to Delphi.
Genie was another one. I know Alan Huffman used Genie for a while. He was one of the head CoCo guys on their CoCo SIGs. And also any questions for Henry, since obviously he's been doing a ton of stuff too. So in fact, he's got an update he'll be doing probably after a commercial break.
Nice.
David Lord says, I was really into Genie until I received my first bill. That was the same with me with CompuServe.
Right.
And actually, my mom got the bill because I was young enough at that point, so that didn't go over well. Joe Levy mentions Blue Scuzzy has version 2 has Wi-Fi built into it. He's also asking what the browser was coded, Basic 9 or C, and it's Basic 9 with a couple ML subroutines for some low-level talking to the RS-232 port.
Okay. Oh.
Well, I think that looks like it. I don't see any other questions showing up in the chat. No, none others here on the panel.
Gotta
Okay.
play with it
Guess
some
not.
is all.
Hey, Curtis.
Yep.
There was something that wasn't directly related, but a Rusty Miles asked, is Galactic Conflict maybe Galactic Empire? They're not the
I don't know.
same.
Could be.
Yeah, it could be. I just recall it being Galactic Conflict.
Yeah, when I get back to checking that hard drive image I found that had the ribs 1.0, I'll see if there's anything else in there. There was a few other ribs files that were not part of 1.0, but I didn't get a chance to actually go through them yet. So maybe I'll get lucky and find it. I know there's some games that MarcB had in the virtual hard drive image he made that had about, Wheel of Fortune with a pretty large list of questions. I'm surprised. And a few other games there too, like Risk and stuff, etc. So it'd be kind of cool to get those up and running. Do you have enough space? Sorry, go ahead.
Erico says he has a question.
Okay.
Go ahead, Erico.
While he's typing it, I'll just mention too, we'll go to a commercial break here right away before we get back into project updates, of which Henry has one. I don't know if anybody else did, but I just wanted to thank our guests for being on the show, and thanks for developing the original software back in the day and helping test it, helping get it back up and running today. And you're free to stay on the call if you want to catch up on the rest of the CoCo world and what it's doing, because there's a ton of stuff still coming up. There's still the news, there's still the Game On Challenge, project updates and acquisitions. But if you have a real life unlike the rest of us and you want to go do other things, that's fine too.
Well,
and also, anytime you guys want to come on, if there's something really interesting in the CoCo world you want to come on and talk about, you can come join the panel anytime you want. The Zoom connection stuff is the same every show.
Yeah, I want to thank MarcB for reaching out to me on this. This has been fascinating. I'm definitely heartened to see the renewed enthusiasm for this, and I'll certainly be following the developments on this as it moves forward.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay, Erico's question. He said Microgames Basic is currently capable of some network, and I heard it can run over FidoNet. Any info on that? I do know he's been working on that. Marco Spedaletti from Italy, who's making, for those who don't know, Microgames Basic is a modern BASIC compiler that targets multi-platform 8-bit machines. So it does Coleco Adams and Atari 8-bits and a bunch of others, but they've been integrating quite a few things. In fact, I've got some news updates where they actually got hardware scrolling on the CoCo 3 working properly on it now too. And it basically compiles to machine language. It's running on a modern machine to compile it, but the eventual disk image will run on real hardware. And at full machine language speed. So, and he's been adding stuff to support FidoNet and other networking games, just like Henry. I'm assuming we'll be doing an update here shortly on stuff he's been doing for that on the CoCo itself. So, I'm not sure about the answer to that question, but it definitely could do some of that stuff. So, now, unfortunately, I remember Microgames Basic right now basically assembles to raw machine language for disk BASIC. It's not meant to run under OS9, so that would be a bit of an issue with ribs, but.
Oh, I like David Lord's comment. Mom is a better internet regulator than the mad wife with a rolling pin.
There's one for the dad joke.
Yep. Okay.
So OS9 would just look like another port for that a basic, as another target machine.
Yeah, that's true, because it would be aware then about API calls and stuff to keep it legal, etc. So
yeah, I went and looked at it a week or two ago in more detail, and it's got an extensive, like 100 things that you would have to adapt and port. It's I don't know. Maybe it's very routine once you get started based on the CoCo port, but I didn't have a good impression of how long it would take to do it.
Okay, well, Marc, if you want to roll a commercial break here, then we'll come back and get project updates, acquisitions, the Game On Challenge, and the news.
And do we have a VCF East presentation?
I saw that, well, Henry obviously was on, Henry Gernhardt, because we have multiple Henrys, was on earlier, but I don't see him on now, so is anybody from the show actually here?
Yeah, he's in
Wingnut.
He's
oh, there. Okay, Wingnut's here.
All right, commercial coming up.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello, everyone. It's your good buddy, your good pal, Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons: AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gare, Alan Huffman, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Kieran Ascom, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Frederick Sigard, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Gernhardt, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Jim Mullis, Jeffrey Drywater, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Patrick Euland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Richard Harding, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., and William Athing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Albert M. says, current SQL/.NET programmer who first learned extended color basic on 16K CoCo. One my dad bought me for $99 discount from Radio Shack in 1983, when I was 12. Did 64 by 32 by 8 color breakout in basic. Loved it. Kept it on for days before I got a cassette. Adamander says, hi, I'm Adam H. I saw your guy's video mentioning his new project, Mythwalker, and wanted to join up. My retro jam is the TI-99/4A. I released a retro game on Steam, GOG and itch.io called Realms of Antiquity. My brother had a CoCo 2 and later 3 when we were kids, so I've played a lot of games on those. David G says, hi, I'm David G. Owned an F-board CoCo 1, and a 512K CoCo 3. Got into OS 9 and latex, bought an MM1. Liked it so much I bought the company. Still own 2 MM1s and my nephews use the CoCos. Spent many years hosting and developing for PHP commerce websites, hoping to do some new development for my old computers in retirement. Magelto says, Chuck W., thanks for the invite. I still have my old modified CoCo 1. It hasn't been powered up in a long time. I got it when I was 14 or 15 when they were the new kid on the block. I eventually had a CoCo 3 expanded to 1 MB RAM and at least one 120 MB hard drive running rewrote. I was the primary developer of rewrote after Ron Bullhare handed off the project to me. Maxwell says, hello. I'm probably in over my head with this, but I've just received my first color computer as a gift, and I learned that this is the best place to go to know how to do anything with it. My name is Gage. I'm into retro computing and hardware just kind of as a hobby. I've got a Tandy color computer too with an original disk drive, cassette deck, sound and speech cartridge. She only has 16K of RAM for now. I'm hoping somebody can help me learn how to replace it. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Frederick Micro Hobbyist Sigard, Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
And we're back.
So, Henry Strickland, how much time do you have? Like, should we do the VCF East report first, or do you need to go anywhere?
No, I'm just like, let me do mine because it's like 2 minutes and I'll be over. I'm not going to give a demo today.
Okay. And then we'll go live to VCF East after Henry.
Okay. Hey everybody there at VCF East. I see Boise. Is that Mike or Mark or someone on the edge there? And Wingnut, thanks for. Oh, AJ. Okay, thanks, AJ. Um, so a couple weeks ago, Mark Overhoser nudged me and helped me to get the current release of the Nekot OS checked in, and I cut a release for it, and then I cut another release this past week that fixes issues with CoCo 2. So I think I've got initialization of all the hardware registers for both CoCo 2 at 16K and for CoCo 3 working. And it works both on my Bonobo card, and it works on Rick's CoCo IOR Ethernet card, the one with the wiznet 5100S we were just talking about. And I had hoped that maybe by this week we would have multi-user game working. That's the last step that I don't quite have. I do have a server with an active users and active rooms that people have joined. Rooms are like where you create a shard to launch a game together. And we've got the global chat so everybody can chat with each other. And just the next step is one more message type for games to communicate from instance to instance within the shard and send messages around, and we'll be in multi-user mode. So maybe we'll have a terrific demo of all of this next week. And I'd like to, I'm keeping FujiNet on the list of things to use their hardware and software in the future as well. So
cool. And I believe you started doing some documentation on how it all works and stuff too as well, right?
Yeah. It's
the
so
start
much
of anyway.
so much in productizing something, but getting some more people in the Nekot OS chat in the Discord, in the main Discord. It's filed under networking. It's the last slot under networking. Getting some more people to try it out. If you've got Rick's CoCo IOR and you let it connect automatically through the internet to the global server, there's a new slot in there. I think it's page 39 will let you launch and run, and you'll hit a couple bugs, but
let me
basically it's
throw in
working.
a quick one. The earlier cards without the ROM, you can burn Axiom into a slot on your SDC and thereby join in, even though you don't have an EEPROM on the CoCo IO itself.
Yeah, we're going to get to where there's so many ways to use it. We just need a really good frequently.
You need a CoCo. Yeah.
But anyway, great stuff. And by the time of CoCo Fest, bring your CoCo 2 or your CoCo 3, and I'm going to have some of these cards, and bring a laptop that you can run the Tether program on.
Cool. Hey, William. David Lord asked, what is a shard?
Okay, a shard is in if you're playing these massively multi-user online games, the commercial ones, I don't remember the names of them. They'll like lump you into a shard with like a dozen other people, and you'll play your own little piece, even though there's thousands of shards going on that other people get in other little groups. I'm using that terminology. But say my Space War game, it can handle 4 people. But what if 12 people want to play? Then we'll have 3 different shards. And I'm borrowing the IRC idea of joining a channel within IRC to make it look like you're joining a channel or a room within Nekot to find other players to launch a game with.
Cool. I definitely look forward to seeing. Hopefully, if you get it up and running the demo for next week, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the VCF East now. So,
and one thing we forgot to mention at the end of the interview is we need to give the address for people who want to telnet into Ribs to give it a shot. Marco, do you have the details?
Yeah, I posted it 3 or 4 times. I'll post it again.
Yeah,
I'll just say it over the air too, because it's not that much to type.
Oh, sure. Yeah, what Terry left was essentially a command line for Linux, basically telnet command space, and then the URL, which is ribs with 2 B's griswoldfx.com and then space 6809, which is the port number to connect. So I will post that again.
Yeah, it does work for Mac OS and Windows and stuff too. I've actually used it on there. You might have to fiddle with the line
You can
endings
use
a bit, but
you can use it for any system. You just have to know how to translate the information. So, like I said, there's a URL, there's a port number, and then of course it's straight telnet, not SSH. So no security handshaking.
and for those that may have joined in late, it's currently set up as a single user. So if it's already busy, obviously you'll have to wait, just like the old days with the busy signal. And Henry wrote it down so you can actually see it on the screen.
I like the name. You should be able to remember Griswold.
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 Griswold, you know, like going off to
Chevy Chase.
Vacation.
Yeah. Throw an FX on the end, you're done. 6809.
All right, go give it a try. It's kind of fun, especially for some of the European and Australian friends stuff who just didn't get into BBSing because it was too expensive back in the day. You get to kind of revisit what we all did in North America.
I have a
now,
lot
since
of
we
those. You're as old as me.
Yeah. But now that we have some people there who have been waiting patiently to come on and tell us about VCF East, let's switch over to Wingnut and Boise and AJ and whoever else is hiding out in the back there I can't see. If you want to zoom them up there, Mark?
Yeah, getting there.
Hey, look at that. Live people.
There you go. You're in. Hey guys.
Hello.
Hi.
How's the show going so far?
Pretty good, pretty good. So Henry and I have been teaching CoCo courses here. We've got a couple of basic classes going. We did some classes in FidoNet, and Henry did some beginner assembler as well. So far, so good. Got a lot of happy customers.
How's the attendance been at the classes?
What's that?
How has the attendance been at the classes?
Basically between 10 to 16 people or so. Classes, pretty good turnouts.
And Boise, are you doing any OS9 classes there or anything like that?
No, I'm not teaching anything. I'm hanging out in the Phoenix Retro Systems table and just walking around. They're showing level 2 running on that platform. And
has there been any updates on the FT56 lately? I haven't actually been able to keep up with them quite as much as I should.
Junior that came out about 2 or 3 months ago. That's a small form factor. That's pretty nice. So we got level 2 running on that, and yeah, pretty fun stuff.
Cool. We'll have to get you on for an update on the whole Phoenix project here at some point.
Yeah, I've been busy, but I'll be happy to do it at some point soon. We can certainly talk about it.
Okay, cool. Any highlights of the show there as far as people exhibiting CoCo hardware or software besides the classes themselves?
We haven't had much time to run around. I didn't see too much CoCo specific stuff.
No, I think I saw one CoCo 3 on the floor. Not a lot, no.
They're probably all in the classrooms, eh?
What was the gentleman you had on about a year ago that does all the LED boards and the mouse pads and posters and all that? They're here.
Michael Hill.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're here with their trinkets.
Too, I think.
Yeah. He's got some new stuff out too, which looks great.
There's a lot of interest in FidoNet stuff there too, the cross-platform.
Been hanging around with the Fuji guys too, yeah. And of course, you taught a Fuji.
Yeah, we've had, I believe, 4 FidoNet courses, and they've all been pretty full.
Yeah.
With a lot of questions as well. So
yeah, plus it was just an updated release 1.5, I think, or 5.1 or something like that. So
yeah, we briefly mentioned it. We didn't really get into it though. And Sloopy and Henry are here somewhere. I don't know where they are. They're running around somewhere.
Yeah. Well, Henry was on earlier, kind of demonstrating the ribs logging in through telnet. So I actually logged in through the CoCo 2, I believe. Did you ever run into the rib systems back in the day, Boise, or were you more of a online services like Delphi and?
I did OS9 level 2 BBS and I did STGNet. Never did ribs.
Okay. STGNet being Scott Griepentrog's, of course, and OS9 level 2 had been Keith Alfonso's.
Yeah, at level 2 BBS early on, Keith Alfonso's. It was you ran that. Are you familiar with it? Right?
Yeah, we ran it at work actually. Keith sent us some of the source. We actually modified it for work. That's where we had 8 terminals all running simultaneously with group chats and stuff.
Oh, it was a fantastically architected BBS.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, have a dog in here.
Yeah.
There's a Galactic Empire conflict game on that one too, if I remember correctly, too, that came with it.
I don't remember, but yeah, it was. It's. I think we have it in the OS in the Nitrous 9 repository. I don't know if it's properly disassembled or not, but I think the OS level 2 modules are right now.
Yeah, I've got some of it I've managed to recover from our old work systems, but some of that's been pretty heavily modified, so it wouldn't be like the original.
Yeah, who's running the RIB system on who's that?
I think he had him on last week.
Well, the person who's running RIBs right now, is he still in the call or did he leave? It was Terry Trapp. That's running it right now. And Dave Chesick just announced on Facebook a day or two ago, he's got it up and running now too. So
RIBs was Ron Beihler, as I remember, right?
Yep. And Charles West, yep. And it was compatible with FidoNet was the big thing. That's where the OS9 Echo, the CoCo Echo, and we communicate all over the world. I mean, Bob Devries from Australia used to talk to him on that all the time.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool getting that back up and running.
Yeah. Be right with you. All right. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so anyway, it was I sat a little bit in while AJ and Henry were talking, and it was good. I mean, it was emulator based, so they're not real CoCos on the desk, but I think
Henry said it was hard to get like that many monitors and stuff. It was actually hard to get monitors than CoCos themselves. So
with procuring monitors for the, I guess, reliable monitors, so they tried emulation, which I think worked pretty well.
Yeah, it worked pretty well. The bulk of people brought laptops, and we got them set up with XROR. So we got it going.
Yeah, no, actually, I think there's a bit of an advantage to having it on emulators that people that weren't familiar with the CoCo back in the day and don't have one, it'll kind of pique their interest. And of course, if you help them install the emulator, then they're ready to go and try all this stuff. So,
plus we have 5 of the real CoCos here on the outside of the room that people can try after the class as well. Yeah. We've had a lot of interest in that.
Yeah, and you've got some of those classes being done again tomorrow for people that weren't able to make it today or too busy on the show floor.
Yeah. Basically a repeat of today.
Cool. And the feedback's been good on that?
Yeah, so far so good.
Good to hear. And I guess Thomas wasn't able to make it out this year?
No, I haven't seen him.
No, he's not here.
Yeah.
Might have been busy getting that new 1.5 release going. Any highlights of the show for the two of you, even if they're not CoCo related, that really piqued your interest?
Well, Sloopy fixed my CoCo 2 that I botched up the CoCo DV install. So that's a highlight for me.
And I saw there's actually good display of teletypes. Probably, have you seen that?
Yeah.
About 5 or 6 of them just claying about in the main showroom. It's very impressive there. I think they're downloading stuff off news off the web, live news, and typing it out. Really, really interesting display of a lot of old teletypes going at it. So that's pretty fun.
Oh, and cool. We were talking about those earlier on the show because Ron Beihler actually ran. That's how he first got into computers, was teletyping into a mini.
They also have a permanent display here of old computers going back to the ENIAC days, which is amazing to walk through and see.
The museum's impressive.
Where it came from, room-sized computers to where we are today.
And Dr. Brian Kernahan, the K and RC, will be talking in about 25 minutes. So he's going to give a history.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember when they announced that. Yeah. That's really cool to get him.
Yeah.
Also, Sloopy had sent a picture over, I think from last night, but apparently somebody has a gimmick 6800 there up and running, or at least on display.
I'll have to ask him. I haven't seen that.
He tracked that down. I think that was this morning. No, that was Sloopy.
Yeah, it's one of the older ones, the 6800 one. So I don't know if they would have been running RT68 that Microware did, or Flex, or what that was running, but gimmicks are pretty rare to see out in the wild. So that kind of piqued my interest. Okay, well, I don't want to keep you away from the Kernighan speech for sure. So
you won't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully that's being recorded for us who can't make it down there, so we can kind of see that afterwards, because that'd be a fascinating speech to watch.
Yeah, it should be.
Okay. And you guys are going to CoCo Fest as well?
Yeah.
I won't. No, I wish I could, but I won't.
I'll be there.
One of these years I'll get.
Okay, well, thanks for the update, and thanks for hosting all the classes. I mean, that was an awesome when we first heard that. that you guys
Yes.
are, doing some CoCo classes out there, because it's one of the machines that had a pretty big user base in the low millions, but it seems to be one of the ones that kind of isn't as well known as some of the others like Ataris and Commodores.
And if anyone watching is local to the New Jersey area, definitely come by for tomorrow. Come on down.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there's
Hi
Henry.
again. Yes, here I am.
So what hours is VCF East running tomorrow for people who are in the area that might want to make it?
Things start up at 8 o'clock. As far as opening the doors, 9 o'clock is when exhibits and everything is going to open. Classrooms are starting. The whole thing turns into a pumpkin at about 5. Yeah, on Sunday it's going to be a little bit earlier, maybe 4. But for the most part, exhibits close on 5 o'clock tonight, and I think they close at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, come on down.
And Henry, do you know if they recorded some of your teaching classes there for the CoCo stuff? Or?
Did, but there's no telling how soon they're going to actually get them out onto the net. Last year, I didn't start seeing the recordings come out onto the VCF YouTube channel until almost like 4 or 5 months after the after the event. So they might show up, they might not.
Well, if they recorded them to get them up, whether it takes 1 month or 6 months, it doesn't matter to me. As long as they're recorded and we can eventually see them, that's fine with me.
I might have to bug Jeff about that. But yeah, it's no. This is definitely a fun event. And the thing is, if you're coming to VCF East, you're not just coming for the VCF festival. You can come in, and the entirety of the InfoAge Museum space is open. Yeah. You've got the Antique Radio Museum. You've got the Vintage Computer Federation Computer History Museum. You've got the model trains. You've got Electronic Warfare Museum. You've got all this stuff. This campus is huge, and the exhibits in the event are spread across it. The consignment space that they finally managed to open up is quite large, but was so popular that this morning at 9 o'clock, this morning at 10 o'clock, when I went to go check it out, the line for the checkout was wrapping around the inside of the building. And there were people, there were 100 people in line waiting for consignment to open up before it was opening.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, all the good stuff's gone.
Well, I don't know. I might have to go back and check again because there's TRS-80 Model 3 in its box. That's, I think it said 200. So, there's definitely some interesting stuff. There's very interesting stuff in the consignment section. And if you're coming to this festival, there's a RIDI exhibit. Or not RIDI, I'm sorry. There's a teletype exhibit.
Boise mentioned.
Yeah, there's a teletype exhibit going on. You can see the teletypes working. They've got everything going all the way back to like a UNIVAC 1200 series system. Not in the exhibit space, but in the museum, they've got that. And there's no big iron in the exhibits this time, but you do have computers that are going back into the 70s.
Yeah. Like that Gimmick 6800 we were mentioning earlier, that probably would have been a late 70s machine.
I was like, when I saw that thing, I'm like, if Curtis were here, he would just be drooling all over that.
Not as much as the author of DCC, the C compiler. He's even more into the Gimmick systems because that had some really good hardware support for serial and parallel, etc. So
yeah, but it's fun to see. And apparently there's a lot of repro action happening in the gimmicks community with making the SS50 and SS30 buses, like reproing the back planes for those and doing some of the boards up. So it's still active and alive.
Cool. Yeah, I've seen the Gimmick 6809 systems, like the big, not rack mount, but many cards of hardware.
Yep. The one that the 6800 that they've got in there, the 6800 system they got in there is approximately the size of a 4U box.
Yeah. Yeah. That was Big Iron Heart. That's what Frank Hogg Labs ran their entire organization is on. Well, they had a 6809 version of the gimmicks, but quite a few of the Big Iron companies there even for the CoCo, the third parties were using those for the Color Computer News magazine. That's what they used as well. Gimmick 6809.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. It's but yeah, this is it's a lot of fun coming in here. I'm having a lot of fun with teaching the classes. I'm having a lot of fun with AJ here. Yeah. It's so far it's been a great time, and just I can't begin to recommend this enough. Anybody out there who's watching, if you've never been to a vintage computer festival before, I do recommend coming to VCF East because it's just so amazingly
Absolutely.
wide ranging, as you can really get your geek on here.
Any thoughts of doing CoCo classes on any of the other VCFs in the future?
What they're trying to go, I think what I recommended they go with next is like the Coleco Atom maybe, or maybe move into some of the MSXs. They did 6502, 6502, 6502 this year. They're doing 6809, and they want to roll into the different platforms that are out there. So I don't know if the CoCo classes are going to repeat within the next 2 or 3 years or so. No telling. It's probably going to be a while before they repeat that.
How about a different VCFs like Midwest or something? Is there any thought of taking a class there?
Midwest doesn't really do classes. Midwest has the vendors area and it has the talks, and that's about it.
Okay. And because we already asked Boise, what's your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Boise wandered off.
No, for you, Henry. Boise already kind of gave us what he saw.
Yeah.
So
My favorite thing that I've seen so far, I would have to say the two things that I really enjoyed. Well, actually 3, I should say. One was seeing that gimmicks machine. That was awesome. 2, the teletype exhibit. That's just awesome. It's ridiculously awesome to see the bits actually coming in and being decoded before your eyes electromechanically. And the other one was seeing the Bendix G15, not the one that Usagi Electric's working on, because that's still in Texas, but on loan from System Source, they have the Bendix G15 over in the museum. So those have been some of the favorite things. I did run across Pete Satensky. He's got his Model 1 exhibit up, which is nice. Talk to the FidoNet guys. That's always fun. But yeah, those were the 3 big things: the gimmicks machine, the G15, and the other thing that I mentioned that I already forgot. The teletype.
You're getting your menu cues from Mark Bosley at this point.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah.
I don't want to keep you guys from the Kernighan speech here, which is probably down to 15 minutes or something now. So
yeah, it starts at 5 o'clock. So we'll be shutting everything down here and bolting over there, because I guarantee you that talk is going to be standing room only.
Cool. And Wingnet is hosting the call here. Any favorite thing that you've seen at the show so far?
Yeah, I need to get a FujiNet.
Simple and to the point.
Okay, for the fact that I can do telenet, and it has an interesting news app. Pretty cool stuff to play with. Yep.
Cool. Well, thanks guys for all the updates from there. I'm glad the classes are going well. I look forward to seeing what the classes actually look like once they get released, even if it's 6 months down the road.
Yep.
And we'll let you get off to your speech with Brian.
All right. Y'all have fun.
All right.
Yeah, you too.
And see you.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so next up, game on challenge.
Yep, if Ken's still awake.
So we're pushing 3 hours here. Ken, you there?
Nope. Nope, I'm not.
Okay.
All right.
Sure, make me run back to my computer.
All right, here we go.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Near Us. We had a total of 13 players. We had Mike Zweifel with 720, Tasman 1970, Ed Rhodes 2460, MarcB 2620, Jim Rye 3650. Tied for 7th we had Shenley and 8-Bits in the Basement with 4510. L Curtis Boyle, 5090.
Is it?
Canadian Retro
Yep.
Things, 5120. Coconut
Okay.
Bob, 5550.
Something I forgot to do this morning.
Sloopy Malibu, 12,050. Porta Coco, 29,750.
All right,
And
here's
this
the right
week-
one. Here's the right video.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Space
We're gonna have some
Hawk.
confused viewers there.
We had a total of 14 players. We had Marc O with 6650, 8 Bits in the Basement 7050, Coconut Bob 11,500, Canadian Retro Things 12,000, Ed Rhodes 14,900, Retro Rick 16,550, Jim Rye 16,800, MarcB 19,600, L Curtis Boyle 23,250, Sloopy Malibu 46,900, Mike Zwiffle 49,800, Damon Beals 57,150, Shenley 59,300, and this week's #1 score belongs to Dr. Ted with 208,650. Thanks everybody that played, and we'll see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute.
By the way, they heard all of our banter behind, so they're aware of the fact that you screwed it up there, Marc.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
That's
I
one
think
of the few places where our audio goes out over the
stream.
scene. Yeah, over the stream.
Well, it saves us having to do the explanation anyway. So
Yeah, I forgot to switch it this morning.
But
go
also,
ahead, Ken.
I think that, we salute Dr. Ted for that score, which is just expected.
5 times.
But hey, Marc got the middle of the pack, dead middle.
Not on the bottom.
Right.
Have you?
So by next week or the week after, Marc will be first again.
We're expecting you to take out Dr. Ted next week.
Not likely to happen. So needs to say that game actually worked well for me.
So
and from a lot of people, including myself, it definitely runs better with the high-speed poke on the CoCo 3.
Yeah, it does. It certainly does.
I mean, I still sucked at it, but yeah, it does. So this was a magazine game, and you could get it on cassette if you had the what is this? This is Hot Cocoa. So if you got the Hot Cocoa cassette, you could get it, but if you didn't, you could type it in. And boy, is it a lot of data statements.
Yum.
And this little section right here is my favorite. This line 520 to 610, it's all zeros.
You just have to make sure you have the right quantity of them, and then you'd be okay.
Then there's even more. And they maxed out every single line with as many numbers as you could fit. So if you made a mistake...
At least it's 32 column lines, so you can scan vertically to see where your mistake.
Yeah, as long as you did the exact same spacing, you could probably catch if you accidentally didn't type a character or typed an extra one.
I remember that. You typed horizontally, and then I'm sorry.
And
sorry, I was going to say, if you typed in a wrong character, or if you typed in an extra one, then I think the line would be too long for the computer to accept. So,
this is why they had Hot Cocoa on tape.
And
by the way, Scott Cooper in the chat, Ken, is saying he submitted his score but was missed.
Oh.
Ooh.
Huh.
I don't know if it beat Dr. Ted, probably not, but credit where credit is due.
Scott Cooper. I don't remember seeing Scott's. I even double checked yesterday. Where did I miss it? I'm just looking at this now. You guys can read those lovely data statements.
Sweet.
Hey, Marc, you ready to do a dramatic reading of the source listing?
No.
No, it's pretty good for it's one of the top 3 magazine games. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say Scott Cooper did put in a score of 11,000 that I missed. My bad.
Well, that means I would have gone up to still be whatever number I was.
Yep, he didn't beat you, Marc. So there should have been 15, not 14. So, Marc, you're even on the bottom half of the scoring for the highest scores. Anyways, this article doesn't actually say anything about the gameplay or anything else. It just,
each hawk is worth 50 points, and you get a free mount at 50,000 or at every 10,000. So
Yeah, and out of the magazine type in games, which is some machine language ones in Rainbow, Color Computer News, Hot Cocoa, Color Computer Magazine, I would rank this one of the top 3. Because it actually plays fairly well. It does play better than CoCo 3. I'd never even thought of trying that one at double speed until you guys mentioned it. Yeah, it's smoother. It actually reacts better too. So.
And I mean, honestly, other than the double speed poke, I don't think there's much to say about this game other than if you're going for score, once they hit the bottom of the screen, they don't kill you right away. You can actually move away from them and shoot more hawks before they get you. So
yeah,
you can get a few
3
more
or 4.
points.
I cleared 3 or 4 hawks before I was killed by the guy on the bottom.
Yeah. So.
And of course, the hawks that are currently dive bombing you, that's the ones you go for first. Don't worry about the rest of the thing. Now, it does support auto fire on the joystick. Sometimes you can use that when they're fairly high on the screen. You can take care of some of the extra ones while you're moving across to the one that's coming down. Later on in the game, though, it gets to be a bit too much, and plus then you have to start timing your shot to try to hit some zigzagging hawk coming at you. So I would tend to use a mixture of rapid fire and not rapid fire.
Yeah, because if you miss when they're close down, you can't fire a second shot until that shot's off the screen. So
yeah,
those
shots are fairly fast. It's not too bad, but yeah.
Well, I don't know. Many a times that's why I died. They're fairly fast when you have the double speed poke, but they seem to take forever normally.
Now, is it just mirror on later levels as you get, like, you'll go in sets of 5, so 5, then 10, then 15, up to 25 at once? But I was kind of seeing on later levels that you wouldn't just have one hawk dive bombing. You might have 2 or 3 coming down at the same time.
Yeah, I think once you got up to the level 5 one, then multiple of them could dive bomb you at once.
Yeah.
But not right together. Usually one would start going, and then like a couple of beats later, another one would start going.
Yeah, that's what I saw too. So I guess Dr. Ted can tell us whether or not it keeps getting more difficult, or if it kind of levels off, and that's why he got such a phenomenal score.
And I see Scott Cooper was yelling at me, so.
Yeah, I said, no biggie, it wasn't a good score, and then he apologized for the caps.
No, I deserved it. I deserved the yelling because I missed it.
So we had 15 players, so an increase from the previous week.
I think we had 15 last week too, didn't we?
I thought there were both 14 from the videos you played.
Yeah, maybe.
I could be wrong.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to myself.
Or people who post scores.
Yeah, that's true. Give me a break. It's late at night when I'm doing this, and I'm tired. I'm not good at working at night anymore. I'm old. I need my sleep.
Yeah, it's a fun little game. I mean, it does get a bit monotonous, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. If especially if like you've are as good as, like, say, Dr. Ted. You get a lot of free men, and if you can figure out how to beat the 25 guys on the screen at once, then it's never going to get any harder. So
yeah, I was kind of hoping like the dive bombing aliens would start to become more and more faster and faster to kind of increase the difficulty, but
yeah,
it doesn't sound like it does. It probably does a maximum of like 3 or 5 or something, and then it just never gets harder after that.
It just keeps repeating screen after screen. So
still, for a big game that is essentially free except for the price of a magazine and your sanity typing in data statements, it's not too bad.
Or whatever the price of the cassette was, you get multiple games on it. So
yeah, I think Hot Cocoa itself, the magazine, was probably about $4 at the time, maybe 3.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it was what, February of '85 issue, I think.
Yes. Oh, by the way, that is not on your list that you gave me of different games and magazines.
You mean for reviews or for?
You gave me a Word document a while ago that has a bunch of listings of games in other magazines other than Rainbow.
Okay, yeah, that was just for reviews, I thought. Not.
Oh, is it just for reviews? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of a review
because there are some companies back in the day that couldn't afford to advertise in all the CoCo magazines at once, so they would pick one. So I sent the reviews for that because sometimes even the advertisers wouldn't show up in all the magazines.
Okay. Well, I would have counted it as kind of a review because it does have instructions for the game and stuff. So just not a, it doesn't say whether it's good or not. You got to figure that out by typing it in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the fun part. I rolled there for the audio listeners.
Anyway, so that was that game, and I think, yeah, I can't really think of anything else that's
No,
to
it's pretty
say about
simple.
it.
It's basically
Yeah.
Galaxians where they don't fire at you.
Exactly. And also, if they make it down to the bottom of the screen, they kill you. They don't just reform at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
And the other game that we played this week was Maze Land. So
Another magazine game.
yep. So this one was I think no, weren't playing with this one with the high speed poke, were they?
I sure didn't. It's fast enough.
Yeah.
I have enough trouble trying to take corners.
So definitely in this one, getting the power pellet is gets you a bunch of points. So I mean, you can theoretically clear the screen without it. It's harder, but you don't get near as many points. So
Yeah, because the point values of the things you're actually trying to catch doesn't change if you're at high speed with the power pellet or not.
no, it doesn't, but you get a bunch of points for getting the power pellet. So
yeah.
So I think
and it can jump
kind
through
of,
walls,
yeah.
which makes it maddening at times.
Yeah, which was hilarious to watch Sloopy during the live show because he was chasing one and it kept jumping back and forth across the walls, and he had to, so he'd miss it and he'd have to go around and come back up the bottom of the screen, and then it would jump over again. And
well, he deserves it. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Speaking of, you got some live footage there? Or?
Well, just wondering if there's any other tips and tricks for that game, and then I'll go into the live footage.
For Maze Land?
Just don't die. Get the...
Don't let yourself get cornered when you get two opponents coming at you from like either side.
Yeah.
Like you have to leave yourself some freedom to get out of there.
Definitely try to lead the opponents. You can actually go down to like one of the bottom corners of the screen and they'll come towards you. And then you can go over to the other side of the screen. Like get them away from the things you're trying to catch so that you can go after them on the other side. Go to the
and
other
have some
side of the
time to
screen.
zigzag around to catch them. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I did like the sound effects in this game for a magazine game. It was actually pretty cool. It wasn't just the standard bleeps and boops. There's some, and I knew Kursky, actually the author. He's kind of famous for he did that other one where you have to spell fuel, and he had a bunch of like reverb effects and stuff in it. We played it on like Game on Chance. I just remember the name of it on my head.
Mm-hmm.
But he did some pretty interesting sound effects in the game, and he always came out with original games too. I mean, that's not a clone of anything that I'm aware of. It has elements of Pac-Man or some other things, but it's an original game.
Okay, we'll show you the show on Thursday night. And since Sloopy's not here, I will talk about it. So, as you can see, we were playing both the games, Space Hawk and Maze Land. So I think this is the maximum we had was 8 players. Now, one thing I do want to mention, we had somebody come into the thing, and he just left his volume on with the TV playing, which is really annoying. We all blocked the sound, but I think it was still going over the stream. And I do want to pull some executive privilege here and say that if you're going to do that, we'll probably ban you from the channel. Or from the
kick you off
Discord server, because that was really flippin' annoying, and it annoyed everybody. Because they just they joined the thing. They never talked to us at all. Just left their volume turned up with some TV program going.
Yeah, which I mean that can get risky with stuff like copyright strikes too. So you really don't want to do that.
So. We're doing this to have fun, and if you want to be a jerk, then we'll be jerks back.
Hopefully it was innocent. Like maybe he decided
Yeah,
to join,
I
and all of a sudden he
mean-
got called away and forgot he had the streams running or something. I don't know.
It could be. I just want to
But yeah, it was.
reiterate that. And I mean, if it was you and that was a mistake, then, you know, you could mention sorry and no harm, no foul. But I mean, if you're doing it on purpose, then.
Yeah. Did you have any gameplay footage of Mazeland? I don't see any actually running here.
Well, there we go.
Okay, yeah. Just so people would know what the game looks like. So in action, I think we've shown stills of it last week. But
Yeah. So as you can see up in, and Sloopy just started showing a different program, different one. There we go. Here's somebody play. Oh, that's me playing Mazeland.
oh, Exile in Paradise says we just need to kick them. We'll need to set up a permission. So that means you guys can control if somebody's doing that, and they can just kick them out, even if it is innocent. They just got called away and forgot the stream was running.
Yeah,
because you're right. That was annoying when I first joined. When I first joined watching, before I got a chance to actually get on, it was like, what the heck's all this noise? Because I was having trouble hearing you guys talk.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know a lot about how the Discord here and everything works. So, plus I wasn't in charge of the streaming and stuff. So, we'll have to figure out something to do if that happens again.
Yeah.
Anyways, as you can see, there's 3 different screens on Mazeland, and you're the solid white guy with eyes trying to catch the ones with the stripe in them, and you're avoiding the blinking bluish orange things.
Which will try to corner you on occasion.
Yep. And as you can see, there's a blue dot over in the one side of the screen there that you're trying to get. So that there, when you get it, the screen flashes orange, and then you're double speed. Up until that point, you're actually going the same speed as the things you're trying to catch, so you can't chase them down. You can only intercept them, because once they go into a hallway, they can't turn around. But the bad guys can.
Yeah. That's a fun little game. I remember seeing this back when our club had a subscription to this. Is Chromaset or TND? I think it's Chromaset, isn't it?
I believe so. I think it's Chromaset, yeah.
Yeah, we had a subscription in the club there, and this is one I would borrow the tape from the library type thing. And this is one I do remember playing not too long after it came out, actually. I thought it was pretty decent for a magazine game. It was original. Good sound effects, pretty good controls. Sometimes a little bit hard to, steer around a corner, especially when you're sped up with the power pill.
Yeah. Especially if your joystick sucks. I ended up playing on the keyboard and did way better than with my joystick, because the joystick
I tried the keyboard. Actually, for me, it played better on my Deluxe, but.
Well, the keyboard or the joystick I have for my computer right now, because I'm obviously playing on an emulator, it sucks. So.
Oh, okay.
I think it's wearing out because certain directions don't register very well.
Nah. That's what's starting to happen to the buttons on mine.
But, that's because it's a modern USB piece of crap, so. Which are meant to last about a year to 2 years, and then they break down and you have to buy a new one. Yeah, so anyways, we had a lot of fun playing games, and yeah, that's on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock in the Discord channel, Game On Challenge. So feel free to join if you want to join to play games and do other, or just chat or whatever.
Yeah, 8 Eastern, and we should mention that this game Mazeland will be going for 1 more week.
It will. And I have a real doozy for the next one.
Uh-oh.
I'm expecting pitchforks and torches and everything else for this next one.
Oh, God. Which version of Neutroid did you pick?
If you're out of either of those, come see me. I've got some.
And by the way, Sloopy was commenting that this screen looks like Neutroid.
Yeah, I remember he said that. So, Nick, your game wasn't original. This came up the year before, so you ripped them off.
All right. Well, I will. Let's see what is the next game. Just a second here. Just gotta close that down and
drum roll, please.
Drum roll. Brrr.
Oh God.
Must be a European game. It's black and
Yeah.
white.
This is a dragon one,
It's a
isn't it?
dragon game.
Yeah.
Is this their Load Runner clone, which I'm trying to remember, Beanstalker or something?
Yes, it is.
Woohoo.
So
I have no idea how many screens are on this one compared to the Gold Runners.
There is 60, according
Oh.
to some L Curtis Boyle's website.
The author must have told me or something because I've never got that far.
Originally written for the Dragon 3264 in the UK, it is and also the monsters change every level, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, you can see there's keyboard and joystick controls. So you can play it either way.
The monsters don't always pick up the treasure as well, so.
I remember that. That was annoying because I was so used to how Load Runner and Gold Runner behave.
Green
Beanstalk.
screen a green screen and white screen. I
Yeah.
assume that's still P mode 4.
Correct.
Yeah, it's meant to be played in, according to Curtis's website, meant to be played in 256 by 192 monochrome. Beanstalker contains 60 different levels, and on later levels you have to really plan your route with hidden traps, multi-level digs to get the treasures, etc. A very good Load Runner game. So this L Curtis Boyle guy actually says it's a good game. So
yeah, what the hell does he know?
If there is a problem with it, remember who said it was a good game. We know who we can blame.
Yeah, what was the author's name again? No, I'm just kidding. Actually, it is a pretty good game from what I remember. It's a little more complex than Load Runner.
Yeah, it's Roy Coates is the author for Microvision.
And if I remember correctly, this is one of Stuart Orchard's favorite games. I might be remembering that wrong, but he was the author of stuff like Return of the Beast and a few other Dragon classics from back in the day. And this is one of the ones that he really liked. Now, it's fairly late in the Dragon's life. I mean, the Dragon had been discontinued in, what, 84?
Yeah,
by Earhart in Spain, so this came out several years afterwards.
Yeah, 1986. So, anyways, Load Runner style games always seem to be fairly popular. So,
yep, and you got a lot of variety with 60 screens, and like you said, there's the trick where the opponents sometimes pick up the treasure, sometimes they don't. There's little traps and things too. So yeah, it's there's some variety in here, and it's not one of those UK games that's impossible, like where you have to have perfect timing for absolutely everything to get anywhere. It's a little bit more North American friendly.
And it's interesting. So I'll just share this Curtis's screen here, or I mean the Curtis's website, and you can see that here's a couple of different layouts of the levels, and on the different levels, it changes the treasure that you've got to get, so they're not just gold bars every time, and it also changes what the monsters are. Like in the one level down here, they're chickens coming at you and they're constantly pecking. So it's kind of cool. So it's got some
oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's got some interesting little bit of variety in it. So
yeah, Tom Gunnarsson, who actually is from Europe, he says Roy Coates did the Dragon Manic Miner, didn't he? Yes, he did. So that's another one by the same author.
I wonder what it'll look like with the artifacting on an NTSC.
It's a little bit. It's not designed for artifacting, so
No,
you will see depending
generally
on.
it just gets a little bit fuzzy with some colors.
Yeah, it gets some fuzzy orange and blue every once in a while, but it's not too bad. But it definitely, if you have a CoCo 3 and a CM8, it looks awesome because it's designed to be black and white. That's exactly what the CM8 gives you when you're running a P Mode 4. Cool. That's actually a good pick. I don't think that's gonna be too frustrating. That's actually you scared me that Nick was gonna be all smiley what you were gonna pick there. So I'm glad.
I like to temper expectations.
There's also another trick that can do is that if you're on MAME, you can turn off artifacting too.
Yep, you can do that on VCC and XOR as well.
Indeed.
All right, well, that's that for that. So time for a nap, time for the news.
Oh,
okay.
I just woke up.
We'll fix that in a hurry.
That means I need to run back upstairs. Hang on.
I was going to ask you, Mark, did you want to do one more commercial, or do you want me to go straight into it and just try to wrap up the show as quick as I can?
Yeah, the second thing. All right, here we go.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC-10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Okay, so first of all, I'll do a quick rundown of shows that are still coming up. Obviously, VCF East is going on this weekend in Walton, Jersey. If you're in the area, it is actually going to be running all day tomorrow as well. So including the classes, including learning CoCo programming in BASIC and assembly language and FujiNet stuff. So if you're in the area, definitely go check it out. And then other than that, we have the next step one after that, which is actually literally next weekend, is the next Manitoba Retro Computer and Gaming Club meeting at the Fort Rouge Leisure Center in Winnipeg, Manitoba, April 12th. This is roughly about 4 hours, basically the afternoon. You can get the details from their page on Facebook. These are roughly held quarterly, so once every 3 months. The theme for this particular one is going to be the Commodore 128, after having Tandy Radio Shack as the theme for the last one, but they have a mixture of everything. And this covers video game consoles, home computers, home electronics, electronic games, etc. That's a lot of fun. So if you're in the Winnipeg area, definitely go check it out next weekend. Next up after that is the Indy Classic Computer and Video Game Expo, which is next week as well, but it's 2 days. So it's April 12th to 13th at the Crown Plaza Indianapolis Airport Hotel in Indianapolis, Indiana. This is the show that is organized with, amongst others, Randy Kindig of Floppy Days and Antic podcast fame. And he's been a guest on our show. If you want a bit of history on him, you can go check it out. I think it was when we were still CoCo Talk. But entry is $5 per person for this one and $10 for family. I should mention that the Manitoba one is free. Just come up. If you want to donate, you can. These are pretty good. And then Randy's been helping run these last couple years now. And we've had some people, kind of do live stream from there, giving us a kind of a show of what they have on the show floor. It's a bit of a smaller show because it started a couple years ago. But there's a lot of really cool stuff at it. Next up after that is a virtual one. This will be Saturday, April the 26th. And it's the next Amigo-hosted International Computer Club. And it's actually been a few months since they've had the last one. These are usually held a couple of times, 3 times, 4 times a year. No specific schedule except when Aaron gets bugged enough to actually do it. And basically this is a whole bunch of people coming on to talk about a variety of subjects, including hardware and software of gaming. Generally more gaming, but sometimes just the computers, etc. themselves, but also getting into stuff like collecting and pinball and all kinds of things, making 3D reproductions of things, etc. So there's usually a really good variety. The thing usually lasts about 3 to 4 hours. Nick has already basically volunteered to come on and kind of give an update on his pinball game. And this will happen usually a few hours after our show starts. So they're usually around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, run for a few hours, like I said. I might go on if I get far enough on the next version of EOU, because there's some newer games that I'll be putting on to EOU, including King's Quest 6. Wayne's got 1 or 2 bugs left to fix in Sokoban, but hopefully that'll be ready as well. And possibly a couple of others like Gem Quest 2 if Floyd's got that finished by then. So I might go on just to kind of update their community on any of some of the new game projects on the CoCo, and maybe even a little bit of Nitrous 9 stuff. But honestly, I haven't done too much of Nitrous 9 except for some Basic 9 things. So it'll be more like, adding some extra software to the EOU image. I'm also cleaning up the image, I should mention. There's a lot of older listings and stuff I was using to track bugs between versions. And those are pretty stable now. So I've pulled a whole bunch of them off to free up some drive space for all these new things that will be going on. So you guys can look forward to that as well. Next after that, of course, is the 33rd annual Chicago CoCo Fest. I'm not going to say last because we know it's not. And this is one that Jim Brain put out a reminder recently about going to. And it's shifted a day earlier than what it has been in previous years. And that's mainly to accommodate people that are trying to fly home on Sunday, because it was causing issues where vendors and stuff would all shut down early Sunday, and then the show technically ran until the afternoon, but there was nobody left there. There was barely any vendors and there was barely any people actually attending. So it kind of disappointed people that could only come in Sunday. So now it's basically, for the most part, Friday and Saturday and Sunday is kind of like a teardown day. There was an update from Grant Leedy, which he was on the call earlier. I don't think he is again right now, but apparently the special show fest rate at the hotel of $122 a night for 2 queens or 1 king size bed had a group code of G30 that was going to expire on Monday, and it's been extended a week. So now it's the following Monday, April the 14th. So if you book your hotel by that time, you can still get the cheaper rate, which is really cool. So thanks, Grant, for the update there. Next, after that is Retrofest 2025, and this is Hopping Over the Pond. This is organized by Tony Jewell, who was a guest on our Dragon special some years back. And it's a retro computer festival in Swindon in England, May 31st and June 1st. Some Dragon people committed to be there. In addition to Tony, there's Richard Harding, who's kind of the historian for the Dragon, and then Chris Poacher, who runs the Microdeal page on Facebook. Of course, Microdeal was the main third-party software house for the Dragon. And it's being held at STEAM, the Great Western Railway Museum. So kind of like they were talking about when we were at the VCF East here earlier, there's another museum that's kind of part of the show, and you can actually go and attend that and go through all the, the history of railway and steam engines and stuff like that at the show at the same time that you're actually attending the Retrofest. So that's kind of cool. It's another 2-for-1 deal. Next up after that is VCF Southwest in Texas, and this is at the Davidson Gundai Alumni Center of the University of Texas at Dallas. And this is June 20th to the 22nd. Tables and tickets are $20 an adult, $25 bought at the door, $10 for a student, $15 at the door. Children 17 under are free if they're with an accompanying adult. Tables are $50 if you want to do displays. This is the home of Tandy themselves, of course. So there'll be a lot of Tandy people there. Unfortunately, as we discovered last week, one of the engineers recently passed away that probably would have been there otherwise. So kind of sad news there. But Mark Siegel and some others are still planning on going there. I think Boise's doing a talk there, if I remember. There's Brendan Donaghy's in the area, so he's usually there with his CoCo VGA stuff. So there's still a fairly good representation of CoCo people there, including some of the people that worked at Tandy on the CoCo back in the day. So that's really cool. Next up after that is the International Retro Computer Expo 2025, which is what Boatfest has been renamed to, because now it actually makes sense, because there's no boats at Boatfest. And this is July 11th to the 13th in Hurricane, West Virginia. And this is, they've actually got a promotional video, but if you go to the Ticket Source site, you can actually order tickets for it in advance. And they've got a little video, which I've shown in previous, so I'll let you guys, kind of view on your own, because I don't have the show go too long today. But this is a really fun event. It's almost like a large user group meeting rather than an actual, kind of professional show type thing. It's like a lot of fun. Still got that small scale user group meeting type thing. It covers all kinds of retro stuff, from handheld games to home consoles to home computers. There's some hardware stuff, a lot of gaming stuff. You get to try some of the local made booze. There's all kinds of things happening here. And you can order your tickets online. Prices is between 10 to 40 for depending how many days you want to attend, because it's a multi-day event. Several people here, including Ken and Henry Garnett and others, have actually been to the show. Jason Reichert's been to the show. They've all had really great reviews of it, and it's got some really good food just down the street from where it's being held. So definitely if you're into gaming, but if you like the Amigo shows in general, you get to meet all the hosts there, and that's just a lot of fun too. So it's one I would highly recommend. Next after that is the largest retro computer show on earth that I'm aware of, and that's the VCF Midwest. This is September 13th to the 14th at the Schaumburg Convention Center in Schaumburg, Illinois, also formerly the home of Rainbow Fest back in its heyday. Well, same town, not the same center. This year is the 20th anniversary of the show, and there's a lot of collaboration between CoCoFest and VCF Midwest, including touring their warehouse, which has a whole whack load of really interesting old hardware, including gimmicks, like we were mentioning earlier. So expect a large number of CoCo and Glenside people at the show. Rick Euland, you attended last year, and there was a whole CoCo section at the show. So hopefully that will happen again this year. And Taylor and Amy usually come down. In fact, they did a concert last time with a few other YouTubers, kind of formed their own band called the Stop Bits. And I know they're working on a full-length album right now of retro-themed songs. And hopefully that'll be the debut of the album. Next up after that is Retro World Expo. This is a definitely a more gaming oriented one, though it does have some side things like wrestling and a few other things that are not too common at retro computer shows. This is September 12th to the 14th at the Connecticut Convention Center in Hartford, Connecticut. And vendor applications are now open. If you want to be a vendor at the show, you can actually put in the application for it. The registration for people who want to attend the show is not quite open yet, but it will be coming soon. And this is not one I think any of us have actually been to on the panel, or maybe even in the chat for that matter. So if anybody does get to go, if they're in the Connecticut area, it'd be kind of interesting to see if we can get a live stream, just kind of get a feel for that show, because it's a new one to me. Well, it's been around for a few years at least. Later that same month is Tandy Assembly, which is September 26th to the 28th at the Courtyard by Marriott Springfield downtown in Springfield, Ohio. And this, of course, covers everything Tandy, so includes CoCo's, the earlier Tier City Z80-based machines, pocket computers, the Tandy 1000 to 4000 line, and anything else. And from what I hear, it's a great time here, too. There's a lot of people bringing out a lot of cool hardware. CoCo's fairly well represented at these. And it's $10 per attendee for Saturday and Sunday. They also have their Tandy Tech Track on Friday. So if you want to attend some classes that get highly technical on hardware and software across the entire Tandy range, that's on Friday. $30, you can attend all 3 days. Children 12 and under are free. All proceeds pay for the cost of running the event. And this is a show that has been growing, just like CoCo Fest has been growing, and might be in danger of needing a larger facility fairly soon. Next up after that is the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, October 17th to the 19th at the Oregon Convention Center in Portland, Oregon. And this is one that Tim and AJ have attended as a vendor before. They're planning on attending this year as an attendee. It's not too far from Marc Overholzer. I don't know if he's planning on going to this. He's not striking me as the most gaming-oriented guy I know.
I am not.
But still a lot of really cool hardware, like retro, especially the retro home consoles. That seems to be the most common. But, you know, there's a lot of retro computer stuff. And as you can see from the picture, if you're watching the video instead of the listening stream, it gets quite packed. And there's a lot of stuff for sale there if you want some memorabilia, etc. And the last one to mention is the very first official VCF in Canada. That's happening in Montreal, Quebec. January 25th to the 26th. It'll be held at the Royal Military College, which is just outside of Montreal. Retro Rewind is an official sponsor of this one. And the theme, they've actually got a theme now. It's Canadian computing. So that's kind of right up my alley, kind of. If it wasn't just in January, though, that's the one sucky part for me. That's anyway, there's more details on this one coming up as we proceed. So as I get more information, I'll pass that on during our show.
Yeah, just pull the flaps down over your ears.
I don't know. Montreal doesn't get as cold as out here in the prairies. I'll probably just wear a t-shirt and then shorts.
Yeah, can you double toque? Is that allowed?
Earmuffs. There we go. Anyway, that's the shows I've got so far. So if anybody knows of any other retro shows that would, at least in the periphery, involve the CoCo, or that I'm missing on this list, whether they're in the UK or Europe or North America, just let me know and I'll add them. You can contact me via my email at curtisboyle@sastel.net, or you can send me a message on Discord in one of the channels, about retro shows, or even a private message if you want. Or you can send me a message on Ribs, as you saw earlier in the show. Okay, so that closes out the shows. So let's go on to... I'll do Game On News first, because that usually keeps people awake a little bit longer, I think. It's not the right one. There we go. Okay, you guys should be seeing a picture of a cassette case for Danger Island. Someone got pricked the right window.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so Rank in Blue, which is a website devoted to going through every single adventure game ever made, whether it's graphical or text-based, and they're kind of doing it like chronological gaming, where they go roughly in order of release, and they're kind of in the same area. They're at the end of 1982. Now, I want to just do a brief aside here. Chronological Gaming took a vacation from live streaming this past week because he's been doing pre-prepared videos of anything they missed from 1971 on. And oh my God, is there a lot of Pong clones in 1972 and 73? Jeez. You know, they have incredible variety, like you can have 2 players or 4 players, or maybe you control 1, 2, or 3 paddles. Other than that, it's just Pong, 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 and they call it volleyball and tennis and hockey and everything else under the sun. But this is much more interesting because Adventure Games at least had some variety. So anyway, Rank and Blue did a review of the adventure game called Danger Island, published by Software for All, formerly Syntax Software, and they're reviewing the Dragon 32 version. And they also figured out that it was pretty heavily based on an earlier text adventure game by a different company. Not exactly the same. It seems to have been based on, but not meant to be an actual clone. You've got some pictures of some of the developers there too. And some ads here for the Dragon Etc. But here's the actual game itself, what it looks like on the screen. And Ring and Blue, they don't just quickly review a game and go on. They actually try to solve the game, which if there's a walkthrough published on the web, that doesn't take them too long. They can take them screenshots, kind of write it up and be done with it. But quite a few of them don't have, you can't find a walkthrough online, so they have to actually play the whole game itself. And sometimes that will span multiple episodes. They also create maps. You can kind of see where going in the different cardinal directions takes you. And you can see some stuff here where you get some ridiculous, wrapping around stuff here. Infinite loops, all kinds of silly things like Pyramid has. But it doesn't look like a bad game. They actually have inverse video, so this is a lot easier on the eyes than the standard nuclear green we normally saw in text adventure games on the CoCo or Dragon. But I got a pretty decent review. And of course you can comment, as like a lot of people have here, if you want to talk about the game. Next up, and this is kind of follow-up to last week. So last week we talked about Jeff Noel, one of the original principals of Oblique Triad, that did stuff like Studio Works and Those Darn Marbles, Overlord, which is kind of a strategy war game, and some other games. Basically a Canadian gaming company done by Dave Triggerson and Jeff Noel. So Jeff has actually been on our Discord for a while, and he's been secretly kind of designing a sequel to the Seventh Link, which is one they sold through, well, maybe not a sequel, but sequel in principle. So Seventh Link was kind of an Ultima 3-4 style game for the CoCo 3 specifically. So it had full 16 colors, higher resolution graphics and stuff. It looked really good compared to some of the other, Ultima clones that we've had in the past, like Gates of Delirium by Dicom or Paladin's Legacy by Sundog. Well, he's going all out, as we showed last week, in doing a game called Mythwalker. In fact, I think, Mark, you added a channel, I think, in Discord to specifically discuss this, right?
I did, and it's been getting some traffic.
So, Jeff actually appeared as a guest on a podcast YouTube show here, and their shows are almost as long as ours. This particular episode is 3 hours and 40 minutes, which we'll beat in about 10 or 20. But basically, they have a bunch of developers that get together that produce RPG games for retro systems, or at least retro themed, and they all discuss, what updates, what they're doing, kind of give demos, etc. And Jeff was their first guest on here. So he goes through Mythwalker and kind of shows it in action. He even has it running in a CoCo 3 in the background, so you can see it running on real hardware. It just requires 512K and a disk drive. And but he mainly does the demo from the PC. He shows the editing tools he uses to do the maps, etc. Kind of explains how he's setting the whole game up, like how magic works, some of the effects he's got. So I thought I'd play a little bit of this here just to give a bit of an intro, especially for those that missed it last week. And he's expecting this to be about a year before it's completely finished, but it's going to be a huge game with a lot of modernized type stuff like auto mapping and things built into it. And he's trying to design it so it's not so much of a time suck as some of these older ones from the 80s were, because RPGs have progressed since then, and plus people just don't have the wherewithal to grind as much as they used to back in the day. We're all older, we have lives and other things to do, and our attention spans are down to that of a gnat in heat. So he basically wanted to make it a bit more modern, gamer friendly too. And this is one I mentioned last week is going to be a group release. It'll be for both the CoCo 3 and Windows 10 or higher. So when you buy it from him off his Steam, once it's done, you get both versions. And the game saves are compatible. So if you play it on the CoCo for a while, and then I got to get in a plane flight to get to CoCo Fest, you can actually copy the save file from the CoCo, put it onto your PC, and pick up the game exactly where you left off. Play it while you're at CoCo Fest in the evenings, come back and put it back on the CoCo if you wish. So they're completely compatible with each other. So I will play a little bit of his interview here. I'll probably skip a little bit ahead to show some of the graphic screens and his editor tools. But it looks really awesome. I'm really looking forward to this.
Sure.
That's Jeff.
Yeah, sure. I can start. So hi, my name's Jeff Noel. I did produce a bunch of games for the Tandy color computer back in the 80s, one of which was an actual RPG. It had some cool tech in that it had 3D dungeons that were fairly advanced tech for the time, but it didn't have richness or much gameplay or NPCs or story. Well, there was a story. So I consider it to be a bit of a failure as far as a real RPG goes. And so Mythwalker, my new project, is kind of an attempt to atone for that and sort of do it right, or at least better. And well, we'll see what happens. So yeah,
You can see it running in the background behind him there too, on the CoCo 3.
Screen. I'm a newbie with Zoom, I'm afraid, so.
There should be a share button down at the lower bottom center middle area.
Center,
There it is.
green. In fact, I might need to.
Yes, if.
Should have permissions now.
Let's fast forward a little bit here.
There. Can people see my world?
Yes.
Okay, so I've actually got the editor running here. So I did build myself a fairly fancy editor. From experience. You can just get really bogged down in the details if you don't have decent tools to generate these things. Let me see where to start. I will select tile. So I've selected a tile in my editor here, and I've got a button play here. So we'll just launch straight into the game. It takes a while to compile a few things, get things ready to launch.
That's a pretty interesting way to do, to play testing. You just have it click and select the tile, and immediately takes the game, picks it up right on that specific spot.
Yeah, I seriously need to write better tools.
Oh, I am at that unfortunate spot in the game dev process where my thoughts about what I want to do for the next one are exciting, and what I still need to do for this one is tedious. And among the exciting things is the plans for the next set's tools.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, just you gotta slog through. That's all you can do.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm at the stage where it's like, don't try to change the first game. Plan it for the second.
Yeah, I'll mute the sound a little bit here. Just turn it down a bit. Just to mention, like, this is running roughly the speed it will run on the CoCo 3. He mentions a bit later on. You can see there's animated water with waves going across. There's rain from the sky. Later on, there's snow. It's got, line of sight, so you can't see through mountains. You have to navigate around them. So he's got some other things too that were not in the original 7th link. Besides these animations, he also got stuff like there's houses with chimneys, and you'll see smoke coming out of the chimneys and things.
He calls it particle effects, and also the rain. So
he's got this little cross dissolve thing effect he does when he teleports. You can kind of see an effect when you do use it with using that particular spell. You can see that different areas of the world actually have sort of different color schemes. And you've got some of these little tornado-y things there in the background, plus the rain, as Marc mentioned, is still going. The waves are still going through the ocean.
Sand creatures, and they're puffing sand out. So yeah,
this is part of the auto map style thing there too. And he just brought it up so you could see where he's teleporting to. Now he had a bit of a choppy connection here, so I think it runs a little bit smoother. It kind of jumps a little bit here, and probably because I'm streaming it on top, it's probably even worse. He's got larger shapes too, like the original game was based on a single tile size, and if you went to a town or city, castle, whatever, a dungeon, it was all the exact same. This actually has zoomed up castles that take multiple tiles. And when you go into a town, there's like, entire houses with, animated smokestacks and things, which I don't know if I can happen to catch here.
This is intentionally slowed down to look a little bit like
There's a boat here, for example, still raining. This almost looks like it takes place in Vancouver there, Ken, because it rains there just about as much as this, doesn't it?
He also has different sized boat. This is the boat for the map, for the city map. And then when you get on the boat, then there's a larger one, so you can actually walk around. I've been following his dev blog on the Discord.
Now, is his dev blog on our Discord under his channel, or is it somewhere else?
Oh, he has his own Discord, so I can post the link. Anybody wants to join it.
Do that for people who are interested in the game here, because it's
sure.
It's definitely the most ambitious RPG for the CoCo 1, 2, or 3 ever done.
Scanning out to the monitor on the 128K version, but a 512K.
When I was doing Realms of Antiquities, man.
They show some of his editing tools where you can actually take like an entire block and just copy it around, and then undo it if you didn't like that. He's got some auto terrain where if you stretch out a peninsula, it will actually kind of smooth the land around it to make it look more natural rather than just kind of squared off.
And the other thing I was careful to do was whenever you
Let's bring up
most of the data that defines like where you go when you enter a certain tile and appear somewhere else, all that is contained within the tile data itself in the editor. So when I move something around like this, these little red outlines, those are entry and exit. So those move with it. So I don't have to go back and fix up those things.
So he's really put in some really good thought into this editor here, because I mean, the teleportation squares, which are the red ones he's talking about on the top map editor, like normally if you went and moved an island somewhere, we'd just cut and paste the tiles over, and then that teleport piece might be in the middle of the ocean. But in his case here, the way he set it up is actually taking those attributes with it, so that you don't have to update anything; it automatically moves with it, and you can do a whole bunch of other things that way too. So his editor is actually really, really nice too.
It's actually an open source project called what is it called? I'm a GUI. Dear I'm a GUI. So it's like some sort of platform you can customize for your own use. I think it'd be cool. It could do some more CoCo games or something like this. I'm interested in that too.
Yeah. Now you can see on the top here, like he's got some sections. He's got common entities and scene entities. He's got common tiles here, which is kind of like your standard, terrain stuff. He's got scene tiles for specific scenes. You can have a different set of tiles, and as it loads a new scene, say a new continent or something like that, it'll have a group specifically for that. So you can add more and more as you go along, and then he can define different worlds and all kinds of things. So I'm really looking forward to this, and this just intrigued me even more. Next up after that, Paris Rat has released another couple of game packs. So the first one here is pack number 68, but it's MPAGD games. Now, obviously, we've talked about this many times before. The whole thing that he's been doing here is converting AGD, which is the gaming engine that's used on the Spectrum, originally written by Jonathan Caldwell in 2008. And basically, it's an interpreted type language and set of tiles and mapping and rules and sprites and whatever else. And basically, Keys Von Haas and Paris Rat have been converting these over. And of course, they've been doing the multicolor, with music stuff here for the Super Sprite from Plus board versions. But this is a slightly different engine. So this is not an interpreted common language, kind of like Java or Basic 09 iCode type thing. These are actually is a newer version of the engine that Jonathan Caldwell did in 2019. So 11 years after the original. And it's actually stands for multi-platform arcade game design. And it actually compiles right down to assembly language. So it's kind of like the basic compilers we'll be talking about a little later in the news here too. And this is the first batch of games that have been converted to that. I didn't get a chance to run this. And Ken, these might be ones to explore for the gaming challenge. Because if they compile down to a full assembly language as opposed to the interpreted one, these might actually be even more arcade style than the existing ones. And we've played a couple of those. So I'm kind of interesting to see how well this compiled to assembly language engine works. Anyway, the first pack he's releasing, it's pack number 68, because he said basically they were running out of games that were done in the regular AGD engine because all the Spectrum people are switching over to this because you obviously can do more with, compiled right down to assembly versus partially interpreted. So the games that they included on this first pack of the MPAGD is Jet Set Steamboat Willie. That's an interesting mashup of Jet Set Willie and Steamboat Willie from Disney. Mushroom Soup, Savage Princess 2, and the Relic. And since these are straight converts for the Dragon and the CoCo, basically 64K required, these will be black and white. And I mean, the tile designs and stuff still look similar. So I mean, appearance-wise, it's not too much different. But it sounds like the engine's capable of doing more than the other engine, the previous engine does. So I'm kind of curious to see how these actually perform. And there's some pretty good detail in here. Standard platform style games as before. But hopefully one of us will get a chance to try it for next week, maybe even demo it next week, just to see what the difference is between a regular AGD game engine and one of the MPA AGD games. But that's available for download right now if you want to grab that first pack of 4 games. On the World of Dragon archive at worldofdragon.org in the forums. There's an upload section in the forums. That's where all software uploads go. And you'll find the link in our show notes directly to it if you want to come grab these and give them a shot. And the next pack he released was the NP14. So this is the regular AGD engine, but these are games that are converted. First, they were converted down to run on the Super Sprite FM Plus board, which is basically MXX hardware, with a sound chip and hardware sprites and multicolors. And basically this one is the NP series where he's been actually going through and fixing the palettes, because the first initial run through, some of the colors weren't quite right, and it kind of looked weird if you compared it with the results of the actual original ones on the Spectrum. So these should be a lot closer graphics-wise. And on this particular pack, he's actually got 5. He's got Mahjong in the sewer world, and there's an easy version and a hard version. So there's like, I guess, North American and UK versions. That's basically what that is. And he's also got Monty's Honey Run, Nixie and the Seeds of Doom, and Toofy's Nutty Nightmare. So obviously you can see here, this is actually running with the Super Sprite FM Plus board. So you're getting way more color on the screen than you would normally get on a CoCo 1 or 2 or Dragon 3264. Dedicated, hardware for doing sound means that you won't have these pauses, if sound effects are happening. And they look pretty good. I mean, they're pretty good platformers, pretty nice title screens. Pretty interesting from the looks of the gameplay and stuff here too. So I haven't had a chance to try any of these out either. If anybody else does and wants to come and give us a mini review next week, please feel free to do so. Next up that, after a bit of a pause, Jim Gary's back and producing stuff for the MC10. So the first one here is called The Devil's Dungeon, originally by C. William Engel in the 1978 book that he wrote called Stimulating Simulations. This is a very early RPG style game in pure text. It was ported to numerous early 8-bit computers. While Jim was porting it, he did a few little edits. He fixed a couple of bugs he found. And it's just like literally it's text. It's almost like a text adventure, but with RPG elements basically for it. We'll skip the directions here for now. So you can see it has stats like gold, experience points, your speed and strength. And you're sliding between rooms. Now these actually use room numbers, so this is kind of like a Hunt the Wumpus type of thing, with a bit of extra RPG stuff added in. And then you start facing monsters that have their own speed and strength that you have to worry about. Like here it mentions demons, poisonous gas. You try to escape, then you got cursed. This sounds like a standard RPG. For 1978, this actually looks like it would have been fun back in the day, because basically everything back then was text. There wasn't too many graphic machines, the Apple II being an exception, Petsky kinda, low-res graphics in the Model 1. CoCo wasn't even out yet. And the second one he did is called Dracula's Diamantin. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but Dracula's is spelled cool boy style. It's Drakulas. And he actually released 2 videos on this. Now, this was originally published by I have no idea how to pronounce this last name, Site? Not sure. It's from the October 1983 issue of Home Computer Magazine, which was originally for the Sinclair ZX81. Jim not only ported it into color in the MC10, but he also translated it to English based on another version that was done a little bit later than the original ZX81 one for the Laser VZ200, I'll pronounce it the European way, version of the game, which was ported by Wolfgang Westman in 1985. Now, if I remember correctly, and Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, that is a VDG-based home computer that ran with a Z80, correct? Oh, Nick's already asleep too. They're falling like flies, folks. But basically, I think this would have been an easier port coming from that machine because it actually did use the VDG chip that the CoCo and the Dragon use and the MC10. But it would have been, for completely different processor, different basics. So basically, Jim did fixes and tweaks to this game as well. Excuse me, including adding synonyms. Now, this is actually a low-res graphical adventure game. And actually, for like standard set reset graphics, it doesn't look too bad. So it's kind of a detective whodunit style game. But once you get into the graphics part of the game, it actually draws pretty decent looking little rooms. So here the player just read a note says you'll never find the stones. And you actually have to pick out what some of these objects are based on the graphics. Like it doesn't tell you like there's a rug. It just says, you have to figure out there's a rug on the floor. You have to figure out there's a table, there's a window, there's a door, and other things. And it actually does redraw parts of the screen depending on things you've done. So in that case, opening curtain actually drew the curtains across the main front window. So as far as a low res, 64 by 32 set reset graphics, this actually looks pretty good. I'm pretty impressed with it, actually. You can even recognize that there's kind of a stove and a fridge there. And I should mention the second video, like he did an earlier one the day before, which is just basically a quick little demo of the game up to a certain point. This is a complete walkthrough that I'm viewing here, and it's, 20 minutes long? 10 minutes long. So I'm not going to play any further than that because I don't want to spoil the game for those of you who actually want to give it a try. But on the other hand, if you get stuck, there's the full walkthrough, so you can just go in there and check it out. But that's a pretty nicely done one. Sorry?
It looks like the appliance and light controller art.
It does. It does. You're right. I think if I remember the appliance light control stuff, though, the X10 stuff, I think actually used a higher semi-graphics mode, so it's a bit more detailed.
It could,
but yeah, appearance-wise, it's very, very much in the spirit of.
Yeah.
Next up, this is one where I'm going to call out to some of our friends across the pond. So LMS, who's been doing speed runs of various adventure games on various platforms. One of the ones he covered this past week is called the Feasibility Experiment. Now, this is a game that was on multiple platforms, originally written by Brian Howarth and W. Barnes. And it's part of the Mysterious Adventure series that was published by a company called Digital Fantasia. And it's on the BBC Micro and the Commodore 64 and a whole bunch of other platforms. But he found references and ads that there was a Dragon version of this as well. But as he puts in the show notes, considered lost media. So he doesn't have that. I did take a quick look on the World of Dragon archive, which is organized, unfortunately, by publisher. And I don't know if the publisher for the Dragon version was the same company, because sometimes there was licensing things going across. There's a TRS-80 Model 3 version I will mention. But if anybody has this or is aware of it, or maybe read somewhere that this was planned but never released, he would love to get that information. If anybody actually has a disc image, that would be better, because then he can actually update the video and add the Dragon version on it. It does look like a pretty decent text adventure game with some graphical elements to it. As you can see here, this is the Commodore 64 version, Atari 800 version, which is basically more text-based. But I would love to see the Dragon version of this one, if it actually existed. It was advertised, apparently. So I reach out to anybody across the pond that may have seen this game or seen ads for it, or maybe read a thing that, and they never made it or whatever. Please let us and the LMS know. I should mention he's actually in our Discord too. So other than that, he did another speed run here from a game that's probably quite familiar with us, and that's Pyramid 2000, sold by Tandy. Now, the artwork you're seeing here is the original version, because that came out in 1981 for the Model 1 and 3, and that's a text adventure game. And it's basically based on Colossal Cave. And then the CoCo version came out the year afterwards. And they're all written by the same author, a guy from Texas whose name escapes me. Same guy who did Project Nebula. Device-Oriented Games was his company. Blanking on his name. Anyway. So he does speed runs both on the Model 1 3 version and on the CoCo version. And the CoCo version is first. And out of the ones, those 4 games, that were basically done by this guy that Tandy sold, including stuff like Racket 2 and Bedlam. I would say this is probably the hardest one of the batch. Racket 2 is a lot more linear, not too hard to solve. Bedlam had randomness to it because the way to escape the mental hospital was different each game you play. There's multiple solutions depending on which way the game initialized. This one has a lot of those infinite mazes that go in loops around each other, and it's quite frustrating. But he managed to speed run it through pretty quick, so I'm pretty impressed. So another one, if you want to solve it, here's a nice walkthrough for you. After that, he did one by Glenn Dahlgren called Dragon Blade. Now, this was originally sold by Prickly Pear Software until Prickly Pear went under. And Prickly Pear, as we've discussed on interviewing Glenn multiple times, they kind of gave him all the rights back. So we started selling it under Sundog later on, but this is the original version. It's a graphical adventure game using artifact colors to their greatest extent. And he speed runs through this one too. I don't know how many people here have actually played this. You can probably recognize just by the fonts on the screen that this screen was created with CoCoMax. That's some of the built-in fonts that came with it. But it's actually, it looks pretty good. He's got this outline here that kind of is like the theme of the game. It stays there, and it's a mixture of graphics on the top, like you can see here in the forest, and then you got your text stuff going down here. Runs at a pretty decent clip. It's completely machine language. This isn't compiled or anything. The only slowdowns here is loading all the graphic images from disk. But there's some pretty impressive stuff. Like he's not using the standard just 4 colors. He's using all the extra aliasing here to get the yellows and the purples and sort of greenish yellow and stuff like that too. So it's a very well done. He's got some animation, like this guy actually stirs the pot. Just going through a bunch of tunnels, etc. So this one here, we actually open a door. Go ahead.
Good use of artifacting.
Yeah, really good use of artifacting. One of the better ones I've seen. I mean, this made the CoCo look like it had way more than just 4 colors to control.
Yeah.
Also using dithering.
Yeah, a lot of shading here. Like he's using white with a little bit of a blue in the middle to get that kind of bleed effect in the artifacting to get the light blue, and just a whole bunch of that stuff in there. Anyway, it's a really good game. This is actually one I bought from Glenn back in the day. I still have my original here. I never played it all the way through because by that time I just ran out of time to do that kind of stuff. My retirement project is going to be to like finish all these damn games I never got a chance to finish that I paid money for. Next after that is that pronounced Gio or Yeo or something? Pappas, who's done some video game videos of CoCo games before, and he did another one this last week here playing Dave Edson's Ketchum, which is kind of an avalanche popcorn style game from Aardvark, which kind of like the Load Runner clone we'll be playing the next couple weeks in the Game On Challenge, actually has different shapes you have to catch every wave for about 20 of them. Unlike, say, popcorn, it's just different colored popcorn, or Kaboom, where you're just catching, the same looking bombs. So you got these little square shapes. If I advance it up here, you can see all these other little shapes to catch. The game gets a little bit harder and faster as you go. The very last level of each flag, a flag's like Galaxian, that means you completed a complete set. The very last one's a small thing that falls fairly fast, so it's much harder to catch. So it gets a little bit challenging. I think we've already covered this one on the Game On Challenge, too. Next up, this was a rather interesting one. So it's a Spanish site called Esperanto Arcade. And basically, they've created a 20-minute video of going through a bunch of Dragon 3264 games with an emulator and a whole front end called Hyperspin. And you can kind of see the interface here. You kind of rotate this wheel of different games you've got saved off, and then it plays video with sound of the gameplay, and he does it just for a few seconds of each. Even has a picture of the artwork from the original box art and the cassette art, if there is any. And there's some pretty cool games. There's a few games in here I've actually not ever played or seen. So I'll play just a little clip at the beginning, kind of see what the interface looks like. But he basically goes through a whole whack of Dragon games, and not all the ones he has. He just goes through a few dozen here just to kind of give you quick little, snapshots of what the game looks like. So there's 3D Lunatic. You can see the original box art here. You can see what the cassette looked like, and then the actual gameplay with sound. I don't think we played this one, Ken, have we? No, he's sleeping again. Sorry. I don't want to wake him up. But he's got some pretty good ones in here, and some ones, like I said, I have not seen before. That one obviously we have. Downland in green. Ooh. That's Blockhead, which I'm much more used to in artifact colors on the CoCo. Bumpers from Marc Data. K-Fighter, which is a scramble clone that was for the Dragon specifically. This was not one that came from the States or Canada. Caverns of Doom, which text adventure. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of these here. So if you want just little quick hits of the games themselves, and like I said, if he has the artwork and the original cassette labels, he shows those too. So it's kind of a nice little history thing. And just, a few seconds of each. It's not, belaboring over, here's 6 levels in a row type thing. So, Ken, you might want to use this video as a reference maybe for some upcoming Game On Challenge stuff here, because it won't take you too long to go through. There's dozens of games that he quickly goes through in this particular video. Next up, there's a massive 2-parter by a channel on YouTube called Yesterday Extra. And he plays, in this particular one, the first video is an hour and a half. The second one's almost an hour. And it's Microdeal's Robin Hood, written by Mike Chilton in 1984. Now, this one we did play on the show some time ago. And I remember it's one of those standard UK-based ones where it's dang hard and you have to have perfect jumps and blah, blah, blah. But it was a fun game. And if I remember correctly, some players actually did manage to make it to the bonus round. So I'll play a little clip here from the first video just to kind of give you, well, I'll skip it because he was figuring out controls at the very beginning. But you guys might recognize this.
Okay, jump back.
Yeah, the dodge arrows, this guy's running back and forth, dropping boulders on you. He's kidnapped your girlfriend, standard video game stuff. You've got little potions and bonus shapes. If you miss a jump, you might fall 3 levels down and have to climb your way back up. Bonus timer you have to worry about. I basically have to get from the bottom left corner to the top left corner to get through that door to the next level. There's a few different levels. And he's kind of learning the game as he goes here. So the first video, there's a lot of mistakes.
Controls are absolute.
Well, let's go to the second one. And I'll just play a little clip here when he gets to the bonus round. This is where you actually get to the final door. And then you have to catch, kind of like Popeye does, or Sailor Man. You have to catch all the hearts from your girlfriend. Now, supposedly there's a big bonus if you can get all 30 of them without missing any. He doesn't do that in this particular video.
Okay. Stay at the left end. Jump. That's it. Oh, yes.
There's a little musical ditty, which you probably can't hear because he's got it pretty low in the background.
Bonus screen. No. Oh, no. Control's not working. Quick.
So basically, toss out 30 hearts and you have to try to catch as many as you can.
Get love.
And there's a big bonus if you catch them all.
Pokemon. You gotta catch them all.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a game we have played before. It's actually a pretty decent one. It reminds me a bit visually of Module Man by Spectral that was sold for the CoCo. But, original in its own right. I'll have to see if he does any more dragon stuff. That's the first I've ever seen that channel show up on our show before. So
a bit canyon climber-ish.
Yep. Yeah, a little bit harder though. Next we have ZX Frankie, and he's playing a couple of dragon games on a real dragon hooked up to a modern screen. So you'll see some weird, dithering artifacting like a lot of monitors do with the old composite CoCo signal, because quite frankly, it wasn't the best, and the dragon, wasn't too much better. Well, a little bit better than ours. But he played Cuthbert Goes Walkabout, which is, of course, an Amador-style game that a lot of us have seen before. One of the few that actually played background music before. Nick kind of did the same thing with a few of his games, along with Crazy Painter by Computer Shack / Mitch Tron and Grabber by Tom Mix. And then the second one he played on his real hardware was Cosmic Cruiser, and he actually seems to know what he's doing on this game, because I remember when I've played it, I really don't have a clue. I know you're this astronaut guy, and you go down here and you can arm this gun, and then you got floating small astronauts, and apparently you have to drag them down over here. And then by the looks of it, all these color things that are rotating across eventually start changing all to one color, and then you can actually kind of win a level, and it plays a little tune and stuff here. So I'll play a little bit at the beginning, and let's see if we can find the transition where he gets up to the next level. So he's hopping down, and now he can fire the gun. He also has to collect some shapes and stuff. It's kind of hard to see here because of the way he's doing it. There he's picked up the floating astronaut and then drops him down the little chute. And that basically completed the level. It plays some multi-voice music with a pretty good reverb effect to it, and then you go on to the next one. And I can't remember if we played this one before on the challenge or not. I played it a few times, but I didn't, like I said, really know what the heck I was doing. Now I've got a bit of an idea, so I might have to revisit it. Okay, that's it for the Game On news.
All right, end credits.
Now for the real news.
Oh.
This gives you a chance to fluff up your pillow. Okay, first one is Coco Town. If you remember from last week, he's gotten back to doing his Moon Patrol, totally original concept, not a clone game tutorial. And last time he was actually getting into doing his first enemies besides the boulders and the holes in the ground type thing. So he's working on the Fiblas, as he calls them. And Game Revolution Cycle 24, which is the 24th episode of his converting this game over. And it's when he started as a teenager, and after 30 years of learning programming techniques beyond his teenage years, he's actually revisiting it and going to complete it using everything he's learned. So in this particular one here, he goes through how to generate multiple monsters at once, because last time he just showed the one being animated. I'll play the little intro, and then I'll play a little bit later on where you kind of see it actually running.
No share yet.
Not sharing.
We're not seeing it?
No.
We saw that.
That's it. Okay, let's try that again. I thought I switched it without having to shut the thing down, but apparently I didn't.
Hello and welcome to Game Revolutions, the series where I write a Moon Patrol clone game before your very eyes, and marvel at how easy coding is for me. I just never seem to write bugs. Last time we introduced the fearsome Fibla enemy. Today we go over the code that shows how it all works. But first, we get the Fibla to move, and then we add more Fiblas onto the screen at once, and we get them to all swarm around and menace our lunar rover. Will anybody survive?
I love his intros.
And then you'll add the intro right after that, kind of we build the dramatic tension, and then hopefully people will want to keep watching, go through the intro and like not stop there like they have done in the past. Anyway, glad to have you aboard to do the editing. I think things are going to go a lot smoother.
That stopping after the intro, I don't know if that's a veiled thing against me on the show, because I usually just show his intro, and but it could be.
It might be.
I might be sensing some animosity here. I'm not sure.
Are you starting to see it on his stats?
Anyway, he's got try 1, try 2, try 3. A lot of weird and wonderful effects happen.
How many screensavers did he create?
Oh, lots.
Done. Let's check it out.
He hasn't even got, hit detection on the aliens yet, but...
And yes, those artifacts are still there, but I'm pretty sure they'll go away once I figure out how to get them to explode. So as a final test, I'm going to run this under MAME. I'm going to use my performance meter over here. As you might recall, before I added the Fibla, I was going about 30% frame remaining, the higher the better. So let's see what impact the Fiblas have. Keep your eye on the top meter, since the average is probably going to be kind of mixing things up, because there's spaces with fiblas, spaces without. But generally, it looks like we're going about between 10 and 20% when the fiblas come on. So now there are no fiblas. We're probably averaging about 30%. But watch what happens when they come back. Ooh, goes down. Oh, that went even below 10%. 8%? Yeah. They make a marked difference in performance. And that's with all my nifty tricks, too.
Anyway, that's something that Nick, of course, and other professional game developers actually have to worry about. Like when you start adding complexity to the game, and Nick uses the palette trick on the CoCo 3 to kind of see how much CPU time you have left per frame. And you start getting tearing and flickering and all kinds of weird effects if it's going a little bit too slow. Now you can design the game to say be 30 or 20 frames per second as opposed to 60. He's trying to keep it at 60 at standard CoCo 1 and 2 speeds. There's no overclocking here. So that's something a game designer definitely has to take consideration. You can add in all the features and bells and whistles in the world and extra alien stuff, but if you're bogging the CPU so much the game becomes choppy or keeps changing speed as you're playing it, or is too slow, that's considerations you have to take into it. So that's where he is with that one. But now I've played a little bit near the end here, so we'll see what he says about the comments of people just watching the beginning. Speaking about assembly language tutorials, George Jansen has returned with lesson 35, which is pop-up part C2. This is a little package that you can download the disk images from his channel on the CoCo Discord for doing little pop-up menus and stuff as a background task for basic even. There's a certain key sequence you hit and you can actually bring up and you create your own menus and little things that it does. So it's kind of like a TSR in the old days of DOS. This thing is constantly running in the background. You bring it up with a key press, and then you can actually do little things like, say, run a calculator or something like that while you're programming in BASIC type thing. So this is actually kind of going through and, giving a bit of a cleaner explanation, I guess, of some of the stuff that he's talked about earlier. And so we got here. I think the disk image for this one is already uploaded to his CoCo Discord channel. I didn't get a chance to check before the show, if you don't want to have to type in the whole thing. And basically, this is kind of a catch-up episode. He's covering a couple things that he missed in the previous episode, explaining how this is working. Main thing is to not cause problems swapping MMU blocks. Because it's being a CoCo 3 program, he's got his TSR in one block, and it'll remap itself in and out as needed type thing. So he's got a demo of the actual...
reason behind it.
Yeah, here's mentioning, like, for example, he's got one MMU block reserved for the pop page work area and then the high-res text that he's going to be printing in the pop-up block. And he explains what happens if you accidentally point things to the wrong thing and how things blow up. So kind of just a word of caution, I guess, if you're going to use the routine. Next up, we got Henry Gernhardt of the Breaky, who's at VCF East. And what he's done here is part 4 of his CoCo keyboard adapter. So the last episode about this adapter, he actually got a modern USB keyboard working, plugged into a CoCo with some special hardware that he's programmed with, I can't remember if it's a CPLD or an FPGA or something like that. But at any rate, he goes into starting to work on keyboard mapping. So, of course, a lot of the emulators do this as well. Certain key placements on the CoCo actual keyboard are quite different from what modern keyboards work like. Like, for example, the arrow keys, the alt and control keys. And a few others there. So this is allowing him to remap so he can make it work well with, say, a programming language or maybe a certain game or whatever. And he goes into the details here of programming everything to get that to work, how the different keyboard mappings will work. And then he's going to have some future stuff here on how to make it easily accessible to this kind of thing. But it's a nice, good, just over half an hour deep dive into how all this stuff works. And once it's fully working, I'm sure he'll be putting everything up on a GitHub or something so people can actually make this themselves. And then you can start using brand new keyboards from the store or off Amazon on your CoCo. Next about that, we got some updates on compilers. Go ahead, Marc.
Or fix your keyboard with Rick's kit.
Yep, you can do that too. Now, there's a question, actually, Rick, you probably saw it already on the Discord of which CoCo 2 keyboards are supported and which aren't. And there's one that doesn't have screws or something in the bottom. You can't even take it apart.
Right. If you can't take it apart without chipping off plastic, then we can't fix it. But if it's got screws, you're good.
Was that a fairly common one or was that fairly rare?
No, that was the weirdest one, and then Tandy sort of took over keyboards from that point forward and
Wasn't
used
that only
their
on
own designs.
Wasn't that one of the chiclets from Coco 1?
It was a melty, the first melty Coco 2,
Oh,
and
okay.
then the second melty Coco 2 was this one with a metal back. You can even make a Dvorak out of it if you want to. So
Yeah, because it's not sculpted like the later full travels.
right, they're really flat, but this one has the indirect sort of switch pushing scheme that lets us put modern switches behind these keycaps and they won't get crushed. Where the other one, even if you did the work to pry off the back and put switches in, the first time someone smashes it with their fist, all the switches are ruined. So there's no point in building it that way. I tried switches that were legal, and it's like typing on a teletype. Click, 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 click. So maybe not. You know.
Okay, next up, we got a couple of updates to a couple of basic compilers. So updates to the two main ones that have been getting active development lately on the CoCo Discord. So the first one up is one I got to bring up XROAR for. So let me get that going first. Now, what this is from Glenn Hewlett's one, and basically he's writing his basic to 6.9 compiler. So basically, it's a CoCo only compiler, but it's quite optimized because it's only targeting a CoCo. And what he's done here, and I'm using XROAR because it has a pretty decent simulation of actual artifact colors on a CoCo 3. When you're mixing colors to virtual 256 color mode, you use a slightly lower res, but you put pixels beside each other, and certain color combos will actually smooth out, look like a new color. So I gotta switch this over to CoCo 3 NTSC. And composite rendering simulated. Loading right device, drive, switch screen sharing. Okay, you guys should see a disk extended basic prompt, I'm hoping.
Yep.
Okay. So now it executes, but basically he draws a bunch of characters with his text driver, part of his compiler. And this won't be perfect, but it looks pretty close to what you'd see on a real TV using composite. So this does not work properly in RGB. You'll actually see the pixels of its RGB, but you'll see these are kind of blurring together. Now, these are some of the really dark colors you're seeing here, but if I hit a key, I can go down and get to the other ones. But you can get quite a few different shades of the various colors here beyond what you would normally get. So this is kind of like Graph Express 256 also did this kind of thing. But in this case here, the graphics routines he's wrote into the compiler, including the text generator, which is generating in this case, an 8x8 text here. This all actually works as a 256 color mode. So it knows the difference between a 256 color mode and a 16 color pure mode and will adjust the routines appropriately. So this not only allows the actual text fonts to work, but also has built-in set, line, line box filled, circle, paint, as well as the fonts all support this 256 color mode. So if you want to grab this and give it a try here, you actually can do like drawing a shape and filling it in with the virtual 256 colors with all these different combos, how colors ran together. And you can get a lot more shades. It'll appear to be low resolution. It's about the equivalent of 160 by 192. But if you need to do like an adventure game with a lot of color, or you want a lot of color in a, even an actual arcade game, the compiler now supports this natively. So it's actually not too hard to use from what I saw. And this is a disk image you can download from the, what is the channel called? Basic to 6809 channel under Discord. So now I will switch back. Hit this because it gives little popping noises in the background. So the other compiler that got some updates was Microgames Basic by Marco Spedaletti in Italy. Now, this is one Erico Montero's been working with him on quite a bit. He's actually produced some games. He's been doing some entries for the 10-liner basic programming contest as well. And the main thing that he's added on this week for the CoCo 3 in specific is support for hardware scrolling, horizontal scrolling on the CoCo 3. So we uploaded a couple of videos, and I've got them kind of queued up here. So the first one, I believe, is one that actually runs some sound in the background, so you can kind of see it playing sound while it's scrolling. So it's a little bit slower because of that, but it's still not too shabby. And remember, you're just doing this with a basic compiler, so you just write stuff in a modern basic type thing, compile it for the CoCo 3 platform, and you can do this, without learning machine language at all. Sounds pretty simple. It's kind of just a thudding sound, but I'm assuming you're hearing that as well as seeing it.
Yeah, it's kind of...
Just scrolling a 16-color screen basically with a hardware scroll with some quote-unquote music in the background. And then just to see what the speed difference is if you have no sound and you're just doing pure scrolling. And this is closer to what like Mr. Dave 609 did in his little basic demo using the hardware scrolling. I'm not sure if he's going to be supporting, well, actually, I'm pretty sure he's eventually going to support, but I don't know if he currently supports the vertical where you can offset where the screen is in actually active in memory. And I will mention Glenn is planning on adding horizontal scrolling support eventually to his compiler as well. So both of the compilers will be able to handle all this extra stuff. And Glenn's also mentioned he's planning on supporting all the graphic modes the game is capable of doing, including ones basic doesn't let you do. So there's some ones if you need to do something in a bit more constrained memory, you can do like a 16-color mode. And Nick does this often too, where you can cut the resolution down a bit to say 128 by 192 or something like that and do 16 colors, or the virtual 2 to 6 color mode. And that will be supported under his as well. Next about that, Tier City Retro Programming, after a bit of a pause, has returned. He's got a new project that he's working on. So he's got a very first video. He's going to work on Cosmic Arc. And this is kind of a little explanation, kind of setting up what the game is for those who haven't seen it. But he's got a little bit of animation stuff going on. It's not too far into the game yet. Let's go. Where did we actually running it?
So basically, this is the spaceship, and
that's where
a while, and we're in stage 1. So what this is your spacecraft.
And then it goes out a little bit further on where he's putting the guns on the 4 sides here. So I haven't played Cosmic Arc, or if I have, I don't remember it. Is it basically kind of like a space zap style game? Does anybody know? I can't remember. It kind of looks like it because when you get the 4 gun sights on the 4 sides, that's kind of like space zap. Though your ship in space zap's much smaller in the middle. So it's a new game project. I think he's learning how some of the P copying stuff tricks you to notice that big ship was coming down. It's actually restoring the stars behind it fairly quickly. It's not like redrawing individual pixels all the time. So some decent animation there. An ongoing project that we'll be seeing more of in the future. Next after that, Panorama Computer just kind of did a reading to the camera or reading off a sheet in front of them. Kind of a very brief history of the CoCo 3, like what happened to it when it was released, when it got canceled. From the States' perspective, it was canceled in Australia and Canada before that. I'm kind of explaining a little bit. I won't play the video because it's stuff we all pretty well know. But for those of you that are new to the CoCo community and don't know too much about it, it's a nice little quick summary of a minute and a half of some of the features of it and when it was actually available. Next after that, Abraham Moeller has got his CoCo 2 up and running, and he's testing the color and sound functions with a modern, well, more modern TV anyway. Now he says in extended color basic, he's actually not using any extended basic commands. This is basically the demo for sound and color testing from the original color basic, not extended basic, but mini manual, how to hook it up to your TV and stuff, like not the basic manual itself. It had a couple of test programs to test color. So basically he goes through and he, tests the sound command, and then he tests the colors to make sure they all look right. That's a drawing across the screen here, so you can't get a test pattern type thing. Then he starts talking about some of the other stuff he plans on doing in the future, and I think I left him a comment, suggesting a CoCo SDC would be a really cool thing to get. Now, this actually brought up something because people were talking about, getting stuff from Ed, and they're always out of stock at different times because he usually does a production run of one thing for like half a dozen of one particular item. I went on his site yesterday night, and there's absolutely nothing in stock on the MC10 or the CoCo. Like, there's nothing. Has anybody heard from Ed lately? Like, is he just behind, or is he kind of getting out of the game? Or because if he is, I'd like to see if he can arrange for some of his designs to go to somebody else to manufacture them. Obviously, we've got a second source for the CoCo SDC already with Retro Rewind, but some of the other stuff, like the SDX32, SD for the MC10, or obviously we've got Alan of AC's 8-Bit Zone is working on the Gimme Z to kind of replace the Gimme X eventually, and he's got his first 30 units that he's doing some last-minute testing because he found some timing issues with different types of RAM and stuff that he's trying to fix before he gets those up. But hopefully that'll be solved fairly soon. But there's a ton of other stuff Ed made that is becoming unobtainium. So hopefully he's okay, first of all. That's the most important thing. But two, if he's getting overwhelmed or just doesn't have the time or the strength to do it, that he can pass them on to somebody else. Next up, we kind of mentioned this before when we were talking to the people down at VCF East. Thomas Cherryons released a 1-minute video here that he put a link to in the CoCo Facebook group. It's actually running on Atari, but it's basically the same update has been done to the Atari 8-bits, the Apple II, the Coleco Atom, and the CoCo, which is the version 1.5 of their new firmware. Now, I'm not going to bother playing the actual video 1-minute clip because he basically highlights just one thing, but his actual FujiNet page kind of has a better explanation of what all is new in FujiNet 1.5. And this is an update for all those machines I mentioned. So all platforms got 3 updates. Recursive TNFS filtering added. What that means is you can now do wildcard searches that will search all subdirectories over the net looking for certain programs. If you typed in the word chess, for example, it could find multiple versions of chess or anything that has the word chess in it through subdirectories that you've pulled over the internet. Memory optimizations, performance enhancements for all platforms. And this is kind of a cool one. Added support for new QR code generator functions. So if you want to build in a QR code into your program that you can display on the screen that people can scan with a modern machine and, get a website or something off of it, might be pretty cool. And then he's got specific things for the Atari 8-bit, the Apple II, the CoCo stuff. He's got improved network device open behavior using device spec, set prefix supported or support merge from SIO. I wish Henry was still on here because I have no idea what either of those two really mean. Anyways, it's good to see that another major release. I know they've got some earlier alpha, beta type stuff for like the Commodore 64 started. So FujiNet's expanding to even yet more platforms. Marc, since you actually have used FujiNet for quite a while, do you know what some of these extra bits are talking about?
I'm not sure what the SIO is exactly. I'm trying to think here.
Serial IO, I'm guessing, but I'm not sure.
It's from the Atari.
Could be also SIO, I believe, is one of the data lines with SDI, I think, or SPI. So it could be something to do with communication on board the cartridge in the ESP32. So, yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the SIO is in this case.
Okay. Now, there's a question from the chat here from David Lord. He says, is there a published API for FujiNet? I believe there is. Is there not, Marc?
If it's not published, it's in the Git repo. So you
in the source code, basically.
Yeah, yeah, the source code.
It's the code, man. Read the code.
Somebody might have written something up, but engineers, documentation is always the last thing that gets done, if ever.
Well, FujiNet has more people working on it than just Thomas, so I thought maybe somebody actually does his ghostwriting for him.
There might be. I haven't looked that far, so.
And I will vouch, trying to write a manual. We've been working on the Basic 9 one for a couple months now, on and off, obviously, because I've been pretty busy with work for a while. And I hate doing that stuff. I just detest it. Wayne's much better at it than me, so. And actually, there's an update to Basic 9 we'll be talking about here, too. That's actually built into Basic 9 already. Rick knows what it is.
Yay. I hope that fixes the Wordsworth word wrangler.
Yeah, so I've looked at the API for FujiNet.
Oh, go ahead, Henry, please.
That a program would use to make calls into the. It's not too hard to find it. It is also a little bit weird. It's kind of based on a little different model than I would have in mind as a networking person.
It's probably based on the Atari serial interface, be my guess.
Yeah, Yeah, well, it feels more like everything is an HTTP request than the Berkeley socket interface.
Yeah.
At least the one that I found was like I wasn't able to find a way to make an arbitrary connection to an arbitrary server on the net like I do in my work. So,
okay.
But it is written down. You can find it.
That's right.
So, Henry, does he actually have separate documentation, or did you have to hunt through source to figure that out?
I found it in one of the fundamental FujiNet GitHub repos.
Okay. Okay, next up, switching to Basic 9. This is James Jones, who, of course, worked for Microware, although he didn't technically work on Basic 9. And this is one that I was mentioning Rick has seen and actually asked some questions on. But he found a little trick. So, string handling for splitting strings apart. Standard is left string, right string, and mid string. And mid string by default you pick the starting position, how many characters you want. Right string will take the rightmost number of characters you specify. So like right string, A string, comma 5, it'll pluck the last 5 characters and throw it into a new string. And left string, of course, will take the left side. Now, there was a sequel to Basic 9 for the 68K machines called OmniBasic. It was actually a compiler by Michael Smith, who's passed away a long time ago. But he added one that is really useful, and I've used it more than I use right string. It's tail string. Right string will take the rightmost number of characters you specify. Tail string will take the entire rest of the string at a start position. Now, you can do it with mid string, but then you have to take like mid string, A string, comma, say starting position 10, comma, and then you have to do the length of the string minus the start position you want to go from, plus 1 because it's 0 based, blah, 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 blah. It's you have to do all this, actual separate functions within a function to get it to work. And James discovered, just fiddling around here, that if you pick a really stupid long hard-coded value, that you can see on the screen right over here,
Right.
of 32767, which is basically a 15-bit number, because integers in Basic 9 are signed, basically 32K. And most of the time, you're not going to have strings, bigger than 32K at a time in Basic 9. But basically, if you use that, no matter what size a string it actually is, you can just do that command, mid-string, the string name, the start position, and then that arbitrarily really big length, and it will do the equivalent of a tail string automatically on its own. You don't have to call the length function, to subtract, to calculate it. So you're saving some extra math crap in the middle, so it'll actually run faster, and you only have to remember this one number that you just hard code in. And now we have the equivalent of a tail string.
I don't understand how this works. I mean, I have sort of done this for years by doing mid-string and using the dimension length of the string as the stop.
Because this is the way I've always done it, is this.
Because I knew that the string has a terminator if it's less than its dimension length.
Correct.
But if it hits its dimension length, it doesn't have a terminator. So I always
But it has the maximum string length you've dimmed, though.
Yes,
so
but
it's parsing a string
knows to find that, And
well, basically, what it does is it has to find the terminator, right? So it starts parsing through the string. Is it an FF? Nope. Is it an FF? Nope. But it also checks, have I hit the string length, like the size of the string itself? So if you dim a string without any specification, it defaults to 32 characters. So it checks, is it an FF? Nope. Am I at 32, the maximum size? And it will exit either way. So doing a length this long means it'll hit the end of the string by the size, if you do a size, A string, or if it finds a string terminator, and it'll actually return everything past that. So basically it's doing the tail string automatically just within the way mid-string works in Basic 9. So it's a kind of a freebie. You get a free command.
Just kind of gobsmacked that it was that thoughtful. I would have,
Yeah, so this is not the way it's done in C, but this is the way it's done in lots of languages, and it makes sense.
It probably just in the processing reaches the end of, determines the end of the actual string before it actually reaches the max.
It either hits the terminator if a string is smaller than the size allocated, or it hits the size allocated.
Which is a big speed thing in Basic 09 is the strings can be terminated prematurely, and you just go to the next thing.
Yeah, but on a 8-bit platform, you also don't want to waste a null byte at the end of every string if you have lots of strings and they're all known size. And that's kind of the way the world was back then.
Yeah.
Right.
So trade-offs either way. I see why they did it.
Yeah,
Right,
there was
right.
there was a lot of things like WordStar documents. The last, what was it? The last character of the line had the high bit set where all the others were low. So that way,
Yeah,
the
and basically,
encoded-
our OS9 uses that for internal things like module names in module headers.
yeah, right.
The high
So
bit set
that
terminates.
saves you an extra character of being a Terminator. You just
But I mean, you start getting into the, okay, basic 09 is really smart because you can define a string to be really long, only use part of it. But then if you start using more of it, you don't have to start moving RAM around and rearranging where strings go. It's speed, dang it, it's speed.
You're statically allocating that space.
Yeah. And as James mentioned in the chat just now, he said a pass parameter in basic 9 is a call by reference. It handles the address and the actual size, which is what I was trying to say, but that's much more understandable. But the nice thing is that it will be faster because otherwise, then this, like I said, this is the way I've always done. You got to do math. You got to calculate the length, which means that's to parse a string on its own. And then you do start -1 and you have to subtract that from the original length. So you've got 2 subtractions happening as well. And this eliminates all that crap and it's a single command and takes less room. So it actually shrinks your program on top of it. But if you want to parse like parameters or, words in a text adventure game, a guy typed in, an adjective or sort of an adverb, a verb, an adjective and a noun, and you're searching for spaces, for example, you can just start chopping the string at certain spots and you don't have to calculate, from here to the end is how long. So I can do this. I just throw in 32767, a number I can easily memorize and not have to worry about. And then you just need the start position. And you just kind of go across the string as you go, and you can just parse and separate everything out. It's almost like doing the parameter passing in C, where you argv and argc type stuff.
I think it's an interesting factoid that a string can be your entire basic workspace size. I want to know what kind of basic program that would look like.
I've actually fiddled with this a little bit, so I can actually speak to experience. I will mention first, though, before I get to that, Wayne Campbell and I will be putting a note in the mid string and the right string functions in the basic 9, the new manual, talking about this little trick here so that people can discover it if they look it up. But yeah, I mean, the basic 9 basically lets you reserve, it's got a 16-bit number header that tells you how long a string can get to, that size allocated to it. And because the actual variable names in basic 9 share that same routine for handling strings, you can actually make a variable name up to 32K too. I wouldn't recommend it because you can only define the thing and then you're out of memory basically. But I've done, just to try it out, a variable name that's 160 characters long, and then do that variable equals that variable plus 1 in the interpreter, and it works. And if you change one character near the end, it will know the difference because it's checking the whole darn thing. So, I mean, once you pack it, that all disappears and it does it by reference to offsets. But yeah, if you want to be incredibly descriptive on your variable names, go nuts. Like I said, I wouldn't recommend it because it blows a lot of memory doing that, but it does work. And it's one of the very few basic languages I know from the 8-bit era that actually will let you have a variable name that's like literally hundreds or thousands of characters long if you want to be stupid about it.
Yeah, well, machine generated code often combines things from some other world like databases or some other language and creates really long names. And if you, so
well, it's like using objects now because you have, dot, dot, dot with everything in between, right?
Yeah. So there's an old saying in computer science that a computer should have 0, 1, or an infinite amount of any feature. Numbers between 1 and infinity are stupid. I saw it called Vanderpool's dictum. I don't know if that's still what it's called, but you know how annoying it gets. Like on my Google Home, you can only have 5 homes. What if I go to a 6th place and I want to install a thing? It drives you up the wall. So following that dictum is always good. If you're going to have more than one, don't put a stupid limit.
Yeah, I mean, in our case, we have to have a practical limit. We have a 64K workspace that the CPU can see. So unless you want to really slow things down with virtual memory tricks,
is essentially infinite in this scenario.
Yeah, like this trick here actually might be useful in, say, optimizing ribs some more. Because I would imagine there are some places where it's parsing where it does have to do this kind of thing, and it's going to be doing these extra token of a length and a subtract and another subtract. Building up that particular command, whereas in this case, it's one single one with no extra subtractions, just a raw, variable that never changes. You can hard code it so it becomes a fixed, not by reference, and it would shrink the code down and speed it up.
Yeah. So taking the midstring of a string is kind of what's called slicing in Python or in Go. And in both of those languages, you can leave out the final number and it'll just do the rest. And this is essentially the hack in Basic 09
Yep.
to do the rest. I like it.
Ironically, Microsoft SIG Basic actually does handle the skip the third parameter, and it'll do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I've always had to do it this, kind of elongated way to get it working in Basic 9, and this trick has been there the entire time. That's not something I added. It's just something James accidentally discovered, 45 years after Basic 9 was created. So anyway, big thanks to James. We will be putting a reference to it. The right string command in the Basic 9 manual, refer to the mid string if you want to do the equivalent of a tail string, and then mid string will explain this little trick as well as how it normally works. This here is for Henry. This is actually, I kind of pulled your notes here on your Nekot Bonobo quick release notes.
Okay.
So any specific comments you want to make here, or just it's still work in progress, or what?
Yeah, so when I did the release a week and a half ago, I was just trying to get something out for Marc because he was trying to do the build, but it didn't work on my CoCo 2. And so I've spent a good day going through the list of hardware register initializations, like the GIME initializations, the PIA initializations, the funny SAM addresses that you write anything to in order to change one of its bits. And I put a whole day into like trying to get it to work on both CoCo 2 and CoCo 3 and get it minimized. And the CoCo 2 assumption is 16K RAM. We have yet to see what happens with a larger CoCo 2 or with only a 4K CoCo 1. But that was a big improvement on this release. If you have, like I mentioned earlier, if you have one of Rick's CoCoIO cartridges, you can just plug it into your home router, into the world internet, and let it do the default connect if you've got our Axiom boot ROM in it. And I think it's option number 39, lets you run this Nekot OS, so you can see a good preview of it. And if you're one of the people that I've sent a sample of the Bonobo board to, this also tells you how to do it on that. Cool. And we should be getting, I hope in this next week that it really becomes feature complete. And there may be some bugs to work around, but feature complete, and that the server, the global server in the cloud, will also handle your Bonobo. Right now, you run your server locally to test it out. But I do need people to report to me what kind of platforms it works on: 6309, 6809s, CoCo 2s, CoCo 3s, CoCo 1 with 16K.
Well, we can fix your feature complete problem.
Yeah. You'll never be feature complete, I think is what we're saying.
Yeah, yes. Feature incomplete.
You know, the folks at the VCF East today, we're going to go hear a talk by Brian Kernahan, who's one of the people that was around when C and Unix were invented, and co-author of the C language reference manual.
Kernahan and Richie, yeah.
Yeah, one of the other guys from back then, and we still know his name from the Unix shell, the Bourne shell, Stephen Bourne. I saw him talk once, and he gave one piece of advice when I talked with him later on that has completely stuck with me. And it's a very simple sentence. It was, add features sparingly, then stop.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Henry. What is this?
And so if you compare the actual Bourne shell /bin/sh.
No. All right. Wait a minute.
Nick, you'll have to mute.
Yeah, I'm moving away. Hang on.
Okay, yeah. So if you compare
minute.
the features on the actual Bourne shell /bin/sh, you can see that he stopped at some point. as opposed to the Born Again shell from the GNU project, Bash, that most people use. You know, just has features and features added to it. It has arrays and
He just didn't meet us yet.
weird syntax and variable accesses just to make substitutions in the value stuff that I just yeah.
Right.
It's kind of like the KISS acronym, keep it simple, stupid. Like sometimes you just take it a bit too overboard.
This isn't a shell anymore. This is
Yeah. So anyway, add features sparingly, then stop. I've kind of got some idea where I want this to go, and hopefully I
And
can
then
get
stop.
there
Yeah.
and say it is actually feature complete. But we'll see what happens. It is all open source, and so MarcB can take my code and add the kitchen sink to it.
Oh yeah, sure, right.
Cool. Okay, next up, switching to the MC10. As I mentioned before, it's been getting difficult to get stuff from ed at zipsterzone.com. The MCX 32SD and the MCX 128, which are both memory upgrades plus SD card readers, have been kind of gone for quite a while now. So a person named Jerry Kurtz mentioned that there is an alternative if you just need the SD card reader. Like if you just need something so you can read, you know, C10 cassette files and stuff to load, you can use the backbit. And the backbit is if you're a person that collects retro hardware and you want to actively use it all for a variety of machines, the backbit actually, the way the device is set up is you have these little adapter card edge connectors, and you can actually plug the same main hardware into a variety of systems. We covered it before about a year or two ago. And this is actively sold for a bazillion different machines. So if you have a lot of retro machines besides CoCos and MC10s, this is actually not a bad solution because you just get these little adapter card edge connectors. Then you can run it on a C64, an Atari 400, an MC10, a CoCo 3, and whatever else. And it gives you the access to the SD card for loading in any programs, etc. Now, unfortunately, these do not have some of the things that the stuff that ZipsterZone and Nerniaxon designed, like extended basic on the MC10, expanding the RAM itself of the MC10 itself. So it's not a complete replacement, but if you just need something to be able to load stuff off an SD card rather than using an actual cassette and loading them a lot faster to run all the software, if that's your main goal, and you're not a programmer that needs extended basic and some of this other stuff, then this will work. And it does work whether you have, I think, the 16K RAM upgrade or not. I'm not positive on that. But he mentions anyway that the backbit is there, and I'll just show what the backbit page itself looks like. So here's an example. And then it's not cheap, but it's meant to be cross-platform, which is the big thing. These are all the 8-bit systems it supports. Now, you have to get a variety of different adapters, but there's a lot in here. So if you have any of these machines or multi-machines, then you can buy just one SD storage device that works with all of them, just with these little adapters for the connectors. And on the CoCo 3, for example, it's under Tandy, I think, including Dragon 364, CoCo 1, 2, and 3, and it actually supports floppy drive images, 35 track, 40 track, and up to 80 track double-sided. So it actually supports 720K per image, which is enough to take something like King's Quest 3 and run it off a single disk, instead of swapping 5 double-sided flippies, the way we do it on the originals. It doesn't have hard drive support for everything yet, though I know she was working on that at one point. I'm not sure how far along that is. But that is an alternative for the MC10, especially if you need something for bulk storage. Next up, I'm hoping one of our viewers or listeners here that knows French, because I'm not one of them, might check this one out. So Cybercrime Debunkers, which is a kind of a strange title of a YouTube page, did this kind of like quick snapshot of scans of a magazine called Tilt Magazine, which is a French video game magazine for home computers and home consoles. And it covers the entire run, well, not the entire run, but it covers the run from September, October 1982 issue up through the March 1984 issue. And partway through it, one of the things they do here, that's a picture of Victorian top, but you see Dragon 32. So it's a French kind of review preview of the Dragon 32, and I'll just quickly...
Does that mean a nearly perfect device? The subtitle? I think it was.
Could be. Like I said, my French is really rusty. I haven't actually done anything with French since elementary school. But it's got a nice little picture of it, and it does a quick little summary in the pink box there, and then does a review, and it's got covers of software and some other stuff. We've actually covered Tilt once or twice when they had one of their big game review things where they have like 200-300 games and has columns like what platforms they're available for. And there was multiple Dragon and CoCo games in those in the past. But yeah, if anybody wants to kind of review this, I'd kind of be interesting to see what they think of the Dragon, in this time frame.
Let's see,
compared to some of
things
the other
we love: the basic, the speed, the price. Things we regret. Limitations of the colors and resolution. And what's the first one?
Non-mixable.
I don't get it.
Text and graphics, I think.
Text and graphics not mixable at the high resolution. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. So it's an interesting magazine because most of us would not have seen a French, France, not Quebec or Louisiana or something like that, but actual French doing reviews. I know they reviewed like Thomson MO7s, MO8s, and a bunch of other machines that were unique, like the Alice, for example. I remember seeing that one too. But basically, it's a quick. I'll just play a couple seconds here, but it's basically a quick hit. You get like a couple seconds, literally, for every page of all the magazines in this time frame. So it's kind of like blisteringly fast. You just have to hit pause every once in a while to kind of catch what the heck it's saying. But it's a complete scans, including like ads and everything else too, and comparative reviews and tips and tricks and all kinds of things. So it's a pretty interesting looking magazine. But if anybody wants to translate the entire text and kind of let us know the detailed review, I wouldn't mind seeing that. Next up, that we're on to the Dragon 3264, and the first one here is from Julian Brown. Of course, is working on his ATX version of the Dragon, which will use modern power supplies and cases, etc. And he says backplane is ready to go. A few adjustments were needed thanks to a couple of components trying to occupy the same space and the power button not behaving. That sounds like what would happen if I ever tried to do hardware design. So he's got a picture here. You can actually see the fan here for the power supply, and he's got his main board here along with all the different, these looks like ASCII slots almost. And he said the CPU SAM card is in the post and another week away. I'm not ordering any more boards until I'm properly confident that the physical design is correct, and it starts to get otherwise it starts to get expensive very fast. Rick Euland, I believe you've recently had experience with this where you just got some boards that also do not work.
Yes, properly confident is a good term.
Yeah, it's always that nervous thing when there's like one or two little things you fix, and then you think, can I order these in bulk, or do I need to go through a whole extra run of trying it?
And folks, this is why I only do software. I mean, it's coming along pretty good. I mean, if you want to get something that you can power up with some modern supplies of equipment, like the power supplies, cases, etc., this will definitely be nice. And this is also going to be an extended, like this will be a Dragon 32 with an extra kind of MMU banking system up to 256K or even 512K of RAM and a bunch of other things added on. So this is kind of like an extended Dragon 32 type thing. And a reproduction of the original as well. And the final one here, also by John Whitworth, another Dragon fellow who runs the Dragon, he does a bunch of hardware. I'm trying to remember what stuff, like the Super Stride FM Plus board, for example. That's one of the things he sells. So he was getting some questions on how do you figure out which RAMs are bad if you've got some, RAM errors. And he made an Excel spreadsheet you can download from the Dragon group on Facebook can be used to determine which RAM bits are not working correctly. And you change cell E1 to test different binary masks. And that way you can actually narrow down which bits are bad. You might even be able to narrow down which specific chip is bad or chips out of the 8s, 4164s, for example, in the Dragon 64. So that's a free download on the Dragon group on Facebook. And that completes the news this week.
That means you can wake up, Nick.
Is the show started?
I don't know, but we heard half your phone call.
Yeah, I know.
Geez, you can tell the diehards of the show. Look how much the panel shrunk.
Who's the survivors? Oh,
we just were asleep.
Yeah, even Ken bailed on us. But a big thank you to Wingnut, who's actually at VCF East, Rondell Delvo/Deluxe. They were staying for the entire show. David Ladd for even joining you. It's been a while since you've been on. Henry
Well-
Strickland, thanks for all the updates.
All righty.
Nick, you kind of stayed awake. You had to get distracted by somebody to keep awake by phoning.
And our
Yeah,
special
this-
guest.
I was supposed to say, oh, you've got to come over. So get off the computer, but they didn't.
Really?
Indeed.
And Marc,
Ever-
thanks for not only hosting the show, but also being an active participant somewhat in the interview.
Somewhat.
Even if most of your sponsors were, I don't remember.
Yeah, this has been too long
It's
ago.
the 80s, man.
That was Mark's 60s for the rest of us. If you remember it, you weren't there. And Rick, I hope you do get your boards fixed and working there for the CoCo.
Yeah, I'm
stuff.
sure it needs a bodge somewhere. I just have to figure out where in time to get them all done in time for the fest. But the 3D printer is still printing cases anyway, so.
And Chris Juris in the chat says, I think everyone's asleep except for Curtis, but he's still there.
Hey, no, I'm still awake. Of course, it's kind of hard to sleep when there's cats meowing at you since I'm not home.
At least you're not at Mark's place because they'd be puking on you instead.
I just had to go downstairs and feed them.
I found some rare
puking. I believe that's what a shoe's for. Go away.
So Wingnut, is the seminar with Brian done already, or?
The seminar is done, I believe. I don't know. We left a little early. Sloopy is tired, and so here we are.
Oh
at the
yeah,
hotel.
it's 6 here, 7 there. Yeah.
So does anybody make the, of course, when I tried to fire up the CoCo today, it was the multi-pack that decided to be cranky.
Right.
I took it apart and the cardboard internally has just turned to dust. Does anybody make a replacement or 3D printed like the filler cardboard that goes between all the slots? Well,
None of my multi-packs have that anymore.
yeah, well,
Mine all
like,
died too, and I just left it out. I just,
Is that for like heating, or like what's the cardboard in there for?
well, it was so if you drop something in, it doesn't land on
doesn't
the
short out. It's like,
circuit board inside.
you know, it's in pieces.
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Put it together on a black card and cut out a new one.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, get out your X-Acto
actually.
knife and
Yeah, I may
Yeah.
have to do that. And then the one that's on top of the transformer has just also turned to powder.
right. That one you might actually want. So
Yeah.
It's not too often to hear Ron giving the hardware tech advice
Yeah.
here.
You know what I was doing is looking up pictures, and I found a bunch of pictures that had hard drive lights on, and no SDC in the multi-pack, and I'm thinking to myself, what's wrong here? And if you go back far enough, you know, that's the way things were before the SDC. You know, and we had
Yeah, I've gotten kind of spoiled by the SDC. The fact that it emulates both the hard drive and floppy drive, plus a few extra features.
we have no
multiple
more
ROMs.
floppy boxes laying around it either.
Yeah.
It's about this much disk space between the floppy and the hard drive. Yeah. With a whole
Hey, for
list-
people that play games and stuff, you don't need a multi-pack at all. CoCo SDC will cover things just fine.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and if for some reason the CoCo SDC wasn't made anymore, and as long as there's still floppy controllers, you do have GoTex to fall back on.
Well, not
I never
only
found
that,
them as elegant as the SDC, though.
the
Honestly.
FujiNet
No,
do it
but
too.
you
FujiNet
know,
will act like an SDC.
Yeah.
Well, look at Henry's stuff. He download OS 9.
The SDC, the big things for it is it adds the commands to BASIC to support it.
And
both the
Patrick,
hard
not
drive and
only
floppy.
OS 9, I've got a lot of the gigantic repo of that comes with the SDC.
Like the archive, all the
can be loaded and run.
Excellent. Just
Page
hit your server and-
351.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't finished some of those paths, but there's at least one good demo in there that works, and you can store your changes.
Nice.
Like there's some parts of the SDC that haven't really been tapped yet too. Like he added the streaming protocol where it auto increments through files external to the CoCo file system on the SDC completely. You can have like a full length 4-minute long
like
WAV file of a
that's
song, and you can
really
actually have it just
interesting.
place the
Yeah.
bytes right to you. You just pull them off and send them out to the DAC.
Yeah, so like the movie player I had on the
Yeah.
CoCo 3 needed that kind of streaming ability, and I did it over TCP, but
Yeah, which I imagine would be a little bit less efficient because you have some protocol handling, or is it handled in the card itself?
It might be more efficient. I don't know.
Ed had a music player that did that. Could play,
Yeah, his movies and stuff. He was playing like that one famous
2
Japanese music video everybody does on 8-bit machines.
Yep. It played nice.
All right. Well,
And he was getting 20, 25 frames a second with music in the background too. He was
Yeah.
doing pretty good.
Mark, with the C's done.
Yep. So we've hit the 5-hour mark.
Oh, good. That's what I was trying to accomplish
Okay.
there by waffling for this last few minutes. So
So
I can't have some RPG, podcast at 3 3/4 hours, come close to us. So
So let's go ahead and run the outro.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Ribs for the Metro Area Color Computer Club. So
We're back.
I tried to use Netcat or whatever it's called on FujiNet to log into RBBS, but it didn't work. Telnet. I asked around for people to tell me the right syntax, but
well, also remember it's not RBBS. The URL, it's RIBBS.
oh, that's right. Okay, maybe that's it. But
Yeah,
with
I'm
the
not familiar with
6809 at the end, I don't think it recognized the different.
Well, you got to put a colon after
Yeah.
the URL is :6809.
Oh, so it's ribs. It's not rigs. That's why I couldn't get into it.
Yeah, that and it has strange syntax anyway. It's it has
does.
N colon telnet colon / /
well, that's Roger Taylor's custom program that you're talking about.
No, it's net cat. Is that what it's called? I have to look.
I have no idea. I don't even have a FujiNet, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. Well, you're missing out. That's all I can tell you.
It's an example of what I was saying, that the FujiNet API often looks like it was based on net protocols. I mean, web kind of protocols. So it's a URI, like a URL kind of a syntax.
Everybody has to have their own spin, right?
Mixed with a CPM or a DOS drive letter and a colon at the front.
Did you eventually get it to work, Ron? Did you get on the ribs?
No, I asked around. I didn't get any answers yet, so I'm just gonna. I asked Henry, and he said he's gonna look into it to find out the syntax.
Because you should be able to get there fine from your PC.
I mean, Netcat is evil raw. You're.
Yeah, I gave links and a screenshot. If you scroll back through the text for Ron using putty.
Okay.
So, when you say netcat, is this a command that just connects, grabs some bytes, and spews them to standard out? It's not an interactive telnet, right?
Yeah, it's TCP or UDP, sort of a generic.
The traditional,
Yeah,
normal Unix netcat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not really going to give you a BBS session you can use. If it's
Well,
a
it
netcat
does with
command
the
instead of-
pause text that it's that it has that it gives you an example. If you type it right in just as it says, it works, and you can go all over the place in that. It should work on anything else, right? As long as you
properly. There's a lot of syntax sugar on top of that.
That's
to make
right.
That work for
you have to know the
So-
keys. If you don't have the keys, you don't get into the kingdom, right?
Right.
Yeah, I just used Mac OS 10's, telnet program
yeah.
from the terminal shell, and no problem.
I have an old called S-Term 2.0, and all it does is translate and go. It runs fine through CoCo on Roger Taylor's program.
Yeah, because I figured NetMate or Sockmaster's try Twilight Terminal, or Tim Cancel's
Have you guys ever
BT100, whatever the heck that was called. Those should actually, if you have a modern internet modem that you can go across with, those should work with it too, because they support ANSI.
remember VIP term? They used to have high res, like 85 if you could read it.
Yeah, it was 51, 64, 85 column.
Yeah.
21 or 24 lines down.
Which was just not able to find anywhere except that,
Unfortunately, what VipTerm was missing was enough of the VT100 protocol to do all the special formatting.
Fancy
properly.
stuff. Yeah.
Right.
So, for some reason, Edge had to tell me that yesterday is Microsoft's 50th anniversary.
Yep, that's why Bill Gates released the original source code for the Altair Basic. The complete. He's published, little bits of it before. But you can get the actual source, was it 4K ROM or 2K ROM for the entire Altair Basic, the one that him and Paul Allen basically started Microsoft on.
Cool.
All right, cool. Nice.
Where's my tape punch?
A lot of comments. I was surprised. Like there's pages of comments in there. Every line's commented.
Well, yeah, because you can't make any sense of the code. It's been squashed into.
Well, it's 80. Was it 80 or 8008 code? I can't remember. It's one of those earlier Intel CPUs.
Yeah.
If it was an Altair, it's an 8080.
Okay. Yeah, it's
Hey,
8088.
now that CPUs have been around 50 years or whatever, are they lasting? I mean, they're embedded in the ceramic back then, right?
Plastic was pretty popular then. Maybe the very earliest ones were only ceramic, but as soon as
Well,
they got
I just
the
wonder if
plastic
there's
case out, that's pretty much everything went to that, unless it was military.
Yeah, I think EPROMs are the things that are vanishing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you mean that?
Flash RAM's more useful, and you can rewrite it more often, and blah 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 blah.
You don't have to
Why would
erase
wanna-
them.
Yeah.
So
They erase themselves, even covered.
no, you have to
fine.
send it a command to erase.
Okay.
So, well, we probably ought to pull the plug because we are still streaming.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
All right. Bye, everybody. Have a great weekend.
So, all right.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Charlesville.